Well, good morning from the Seat Unique Stadium. Umpires on their way for the start of this final day between Gloucestershire and Yorkshire. And good morning to Dan Whiting. It's going to be a day that might tease us a bit, depending on how the first hour goes.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I think the money will be on Yorkshire to win this, but after James Bracey's knock yesterday, I think that Gloucestershire might get out of jail, use their get out of jail free card. And what a fantastic innings it was. 112 he resumes on this morning, and it was a real innings of character, wasn't it? It was a fighting knock, and those hundreds in adversity are in a way worth more, aren't they, than hundreds on flat decks?
Well, in David Hops's piece on ESPN last night, James Bracey was interviewed at the close, and he said, I may only average 2 in Test cricket, but that doesn't make me a bad player. I may have dropped a few balls, it doesn't make me a bad keeper either. I think he's got to have belief in his own ability, and he certainly showed that yesterday.
Yeah, well, it's going to be Zafar Gahar to face the first ball. And
remember that Yorkshire start here with a new ball that's only 4 overs old, so effectively it's like having a new ball at the start of a day. New ball, fresh attack, and Gloucestershire 104 in front. How far can they get? How many ahead can they get? I think we had on your tweet, Dan, at the start of the day, I think 200 seemed to be about the most optimistic we could get to, from some of the supporters around the ground anyway.
Yeah, I think so. It depends, obviously, how long Bracey and Zafar Gahar last. Here's Fisher into him. And, that hits him in the midriff early on, and just nips back a little bit, nibbles back, and hits him amidships. So 253 for 6. Zafar Gahar's resuming on 21. Zafar Gahar can bat though, can't he, Ian?
He's got a first-class 100. He's got, I think, in the 2 tests, in the 1 Test match he played, he scored 71 in the 2 innings. So he's got a bit of a problem with his shirt there for a moment, but yeah, he can apply himself.
Fisher into him, and Zafar Gahar just lets that one go through into the gloves of Harry Duke.
That isn't your car alarm going off, is it?
No, I don't think so. It's,
do you have a car alarm? That's the one thing.
I do. No, it's not my car. I can see my car from our elevated position here, so no, it's definitely not my car.
We have time because Matt Fisher's walking back to his mark here. Are you careful where you'll park your car at cricket grounds?
Very careful. Oh, extremely. Fisher in to Zafar Gahar, who runs that one down thick outside edge, and it's going to be the first runs and the first boundary of the morning.
Just steered away off the thickish edge from Zafar, but there's the view from the pavilion camera behind Matt Fisher. And just a little dab, really sensible shot, and there's got to be 2 captain sensibles out there today, batting wise, for Gloucestershire, haven't there? In terms of what they're wanting to do. The scoreboard doesn't really matter, not at this point. It's about batting time, and the scoreboard may then matter if we get into the 3rd hour of the day. Then the scoreboard and the overs start becoming an interesting equation.
After lunch.
Yeah.
If Gloucestershire is still batting. So Fisher just moving the field. We've got 3 slips in place. We've got Harry Brook at first, Adam Lyth at second, George Hill at third.
He's put Best down at third man now. Yeah,
Dominic Best has dropped down to third man. We've got a cover point as Fisher comes in. And Zafar Gahar has a little nibble at that one. Beats the outside edge. We've got a mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. And we've got Harris Ralph down here at long leg down below us to our right. So, but yes, I am very careful about where I park my car. I haven't got shares in Autoglass, so...
Well, the general rule of thumb is you back your car with the rear windscreen to the play so that at least you can drive out if there's a problem.
Indeed. Fisher in from the pavilion end to Zafar Gahar, who just nudges that one into the onside for no run.
We were talking about Morton in Marsh, I think it was yesterday or on Friday, and the fact that the Gloucestershire used to play a one-day game there. They had a BBC cameras actually went there once for a one-day game, and it was rained off, which was just inherently disappointing for all the organisers. But I got a story about a game at Morton.
Fisher in. And Zafar Gahar drives that nicely. Good sprawling stop there by David Milan at cover point. And he cuts off a certain boundary. They scamper through for a single. That completes the first over of the day. 2:58 for 6. Zafar Gahar moves serenely on to 26 with James Bracey on to 112. So this story gone in.
Yeah, so the story was told to me by the gentleman who ran the ironmonger's shop in Morton. Now, that may not seem a desperately important thing to do, but he was also the kingpin of the cricket club. And the cricket ground in Morton also, I'm sure I'm right in saying, is the ground that they use for the Morton show right at the end of the summer.
Okay.
And the one-day game was generally in the old John Payer League, the old 40 over stuff.
Yeah.
And I wish I could remember the gentleman's name. I can see his face and I can't remember his name, which is a real shame. But they'd had a 40 over game at Morton, and a gentleman had turned up in a Rolls and parked the car with the windscreen facing the play. The front windscreen facing the play. You know what's coming next. Here is Jordan Thompson into the attack from the Ashley Down Road end, and James Bracey drives away through extra cover past James Wharton's right hand, and it will go all the way to the boundary for 4. That's a nice way to open your account for the day.
Yeah, Gloucestershire have come out here positive this morning. But carry on, I'm intrigued about this story, Ian. I'm intrigued.
Zafar Gahar, I do apologise to him. That was a nice shot. Well, you know what happened next when the windscreen of the Rolls is facing the play. There's a cricket ball going through it, and the story was from the owner to the kingpin of Morton cricket. Don't worry, I'll just turn the car round.
Yeah,
a little bit late perhaps, but you kind of saw the tail. Here is Thompson from the Ashley Down Road end to Zafar, and he punches that down the ground too. It's a good sharp single. Bracey answered the call, and hopefully the gentleman or lady who do have that car with the alarm going off can sort it out. So Gloucestershire started the day 104 ahead, 253 for 6. They've added 10 this morning. Yorkshire, of course, need 4 wickets before they know what their target's going to be. We have a full 96 overs today. Weather is set fair again. We've been so fortunate with this match. Haven't lost a single ball to any interruption at all.
There was a wonderful clip on Twitter last year, wasn't there, in a club game where one of the guys hit a 6 and put it through his own windscreen and just
I remember seeing that. Zafar waits once more. Oh, that's off the hip, and Thompson's been put to the boundary again here. Very fine. It's signalled as a leg by. Nothing off the bat. And Yorkshire, I think about Gloucestershire, do they adopt a patient approach? They've come out trying to score here, but Yorkshire haven't got to be too chasing of wickets either, have they? They've got to just say, we've got to trust what's the phrase the coaches love to use? We've got to trust the process.
Yes, indeed. And a new team there at Yorkshire this year with Otis Gibson in charge. I'll come on to it after this ball.
Bracey waits and out on the offside to Wharton once more. 2 slips and a gully in for Jordan Thompson. He's got a deep point on the boundary, and he's also got a fine leg as well. No third man for him. There was a short period yesterday when Yorkshire did have a third man in. It wasn't for very long, mind you.
Yeah, new coaching team at Yorkshire. Otis Gibson at head coach. Darren Goff as the interim managing director of cricket. We do apologise for this car alarm going off here. Kabir Ali, who was a one-test wonder for England back in 2003, played against South Africa. He's the bowling coach there, and he's assistant coach, as is Alistair Maiden, who's taking charge of the batting, who was assistant coach of England women when they won the World Cup on home soil back in 2017.
Thompson past umpire Blackwell and clipped into the leg side, but a good stop from Davy Milan. End of Thompson's first over. Gloucestershire have added 14 this morning. 253 for 6 overnight, 267 for 6 now. There's the lead, 118. And Zafar up to 31. James Bracey still on 112 as he was overnight. But a lot of credit to him yesterday, and we spoke about this too, Dan, didn't we? That, you know, to back up the 100 at Northampton with another one, just really will, you hope, cement some early season confidence for him.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, he's been. I thought his 100 at Northampton was excellent, but yesterday was just different class, because, you know, when you do get one in that situation, when the chips are down, it matters more, doesn't it?
And do you think the one at Northampton was on a more difficult, a more spiky surface than this one?
No, similar surface, I'd say. I'd say it was a similar surface. I think this has been a very good wicket here at Bristol, but I think it might be getting easier as the game goes on, as so often happens here at the Seat Unique Stadium, as Matthew Fisher comes into the crease. Oh, and Zafar Gahar has a little nibble at that one, and it goes through to the gloves of Harry Duke. Good morning to everyone tuning in, whether you're from Stroud or Scarborough or Tetbury or Tadcaster, or even if you're supporting another Division 1 side and your game was over yesterday. Welcome to the Gloucestershire stream, and we've got a poll going on YouTube this morning as well, so get involved in that and let us know what you think. Commentators at glossccc.co.uk. Any questions to Ian Randall and myself as Fisher comes into the crease, and that one goes through to the gloves of Harry Duke.
Yeah, it's been good to have the interaction with our friends from Yorkshire in particular over the last 4 days. Some of them maybe church services vary so much in terms of time. I know that my mother was going to one that was 10 o'clock this morning. Some are 10:30, some are 11. It may be that if you do go to church on this Easter day and you or have someone you know who is, then they may join us later on.
Fisher in, and Zafar Gahar again has a little fish at that one outside the off stump.
The front foot was a bit planted there, wasn't it? It didn't go very far.
Yeah.
It was more about the push towards the ball without the front foot going towards it as well. Here's the second look. This is what Fisher is trying to tease Zafar Gahar with.
Apologies for the poor pun there, with the bowler being Fisher and Zafar Gahar having a little nibble at that one.
Something that's never interested me, fishing.
No. Fisher in, Zafar Gahar lets that one go. It's just angled across him. But people love it. People, each their own. Each their own. Yeah.
In the same way that some people are maybe fans of one or two sports. Some people have an appreciation of almost all, and there are just one or two things that leave you absolutely stone cold.
Yes.
Just can't get excited about some sports at all.
Fisher in, and Zafar Gahar again has a little nibble at that one. We had a lovely day yesterday with a stag do in from Froster Cricket Club, who were all dressed in their cricket whites, along with 2 umpires and a duck. And good-natured banter with Jordan Thompson towards the end of the night. I don't know if Jordan's got an invite to the wedding yet, but he was playing along with it quite nicely. And it was all good
again,
fun.
Their appearance was also marked in 1 or 2 Scribes reports at the end of the day that I noticed.
Was it really? Yeah. No, they were good fun. Fisher from the pavilion end, and Zafar Gahar gets behind that one and just nudges it out into the offside. No run. That completes the over. 267 for 6. Bracey 112. Zafar Gahar on 31.
Fisher, overall, 17 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 61. All the 5 bowlers used by Yorkshire have at least 1 wicket. But they want 4 more here in order to chase down something that will give them a win on their first match of the season. They weren't involved in the first round. Obviously they started with 4 games in this round in Division 1. 2 of them are already over. The other game in progress is at Canterbury, where Kent really up against it against Lancashire. Here's Jordan Thompson in, and Bracey just lets that go outside,
good leave, that.
outside the off stump. He's not had a lot of the strike so far this morning, but he want to get into that zone he was in yesterday, particularly after that clunk on the side of the head. And several spectators said that, you did wonder whether that might disrupt his thought processes, but he did really well to get back into that area that he likes to bat in, feeling comfortable within his own strategy of how he was going to play the innings, and then to get through to the 100 by the close.
It's been a gorgeous few days weather here in Bristol. It's been played in bright sunshine, this game. A little bit of cloud this morning, but it's high cloud, and it might aid a little bit of swing through the air this morning, do you think?
A little bit of breeze as Thompson's shirt's just ruffling a bit as he comes in and bowls that. It's quite a long way outside the off stump, and Bracey can quite happily watch that go through.
Yeah, gentle flutter of the flag on the top of the offices over there with the artwork you'll see in the background by Silent Hobo.
I bumped into a gentleman as we were walking around the ground this morning who I'm sure, he said he sits on the Hammond roof, and I'm not sure where he's actually sitting from our vantage point. I'll come back to him in a moment. Here's Jordan Thompson outside the off stump. Bracey lets that go. And he's one of the people, when he goes to cricket, always takes a scorebook. And he scores the game as it goes on. And it is surprising to me anyway how many people actually do that. I mean, it gives you a point of interest in the day, so that you're not missing anything. You're concentrating on the play, and it's not a. I mean, he says he's scoring it. He's literally scoring it in an old-fashioned score with a pencil and an eraser, if necessary. I'm sure he's accurate enough. He doesn't need an eraser. Thompson round the wicket. Oh, that's a good ball. And Bracey genuinely beaten by that. And Thompson has every right to feel that that's a moral victory to him. Little bit of swing in the air, but a nice bounce as well. A harder ball obviously will give him that. But this is a good delivery from Jordan Thompson. And Bracey, perhaps playing inside it.
Yeah, I've got a story about scoring. I'll come on to it after this ball.
It's often the way that youngsters get into a club in some instances. Bracey push drives straight to James Walton, that extra cover. Yeah, I mean, if you're a youngster and you've been picked to play for the seconds, and you're in the 12 and everybody turns up, you might get asked to do the book.
Yeah.
Or you might get asked to throw a few balls at some of the batters further down the order. And if you do the book, of course, then you're entitled to a free tee.
Quite right. Quite right.
And we spoke about those yesterday.
Yeah.
Yeah, so your scoring story.
Yeah, I was lucky enough to interview a few years ago Graham Lambert, who's a lead guitarist with the Spiral Carpets indie band. And Graham regularly used to go to Old Trafford, go and watch his beloved Lancashire and do the scoring at the same time. And Matthew Fisher coming in from the pavilion end, and Zafar Gahar plays a forward defensive, and Harry Duke takes it on the bounce. And it's not many indie rock musicians, I should imagine, like a day at the cricket and do the scoring. And a very neat scribe he was as well, Ian.
Well, but there are some very high-profile musicians, in the very broadest sense of the word, who really like their cricket.
Yeah, Johnny Burrell, Razorlight, he likes his cricket, and Mick Jagger was into his cricket, wasn't he?
Well, very much, and then that was the first name that came into my head.
Yeah. Fisher in, Zafar Gahar forward defensive, played out to Jordan Thompson at extra cover.
In fact, I've got a little story about scoring at games, and I did that when I first went to but only ever at the Cheltenham Festival, because when I was growing up, that was the county cricket for me. And I remember a game against Essex, which I think was probably 76, which was obviously the summer of the drought, and it featured one J.K. Lever.
Yeah, Fisher in, Zafar leaving it. Yep.
And the old-fashioned scorebooks were long and narrow, and you had the batting half of the card in the top half of the page and the bowling half at the bottom.
Yeah.
People will be familiar with those. And I got a suspicion that it was 22 overs across before you had to get the bowler onto another line.
Okay.
John Lever took up 3 lines in that match. He bowled so many overs in the Gloucestershire first innings, as it turned out.
Zafar playing that out to backward point.
And what was equally fascinating to me was that, and I did ask him this when I heard him do a talk once, was that his run throughout the 40 odd overs he bowled in that match was of any number of different lengths. So he would run off the full run on occasions. On some occasions it would be probably near the old Sunday League run that you and I would know.
Yeah. Here's Fisher in. Zafar driving.
And on occasions he would bowl off 3 paces.
Right.
And I just said to him, how do you mix it up that much without losing your rhythm or no balls or what have you? And he said, and we talked about bowling markers the other day, he had a marker that was, I think, 3 strides from the crease, and provided he hit that marker wherever he started, it didn't matter, because if he was on that marker, he wouldn't bowl a no ball.
Fisher just straying onto the pad. Zafar playing that back to him.
Try and find the card, because he had. Obviously, I think he took a lot of wickets in that. I think he took 8 wickets in that innings. So I'll try and find the card for it if I can.
Yeah, wonderful Essex side there. Keith Fletcher, the gnome, skippering them, no doubt, and they would have had the likes of
Stuart Turner and Ray East and people like that.
David East, the wicket keeper. Brian Lager Hardy would have been part of that side. Kenny McEwen, what a player he was, great player. And obviously Graham Gooch himself.
Can we find it? It was 76, I think. Let's go.
Norbert Phillip, would he have been part of that side?
That's a good question. Let's go. Try and find that in a second, that card, because say Lever bowled an awful lot of overs. Jordan Thompson to continue here with Yorkshire looking for their first breakthrough of the day. Gloucestershire against Cheltenham at Essex at Cheltenham, July 1976. Essex all out 160. John Childs 4 for 19. It was clearly turning a bit. Yeah, that was the game that I remember Zahir getting 100 after tea on the first day. Here is Thompson in once more. That's nicely played by Bracey. That will run all the way up to the boundary at wide. Long off for 4. Nicely placed. There are 2 men in the covers, or mid off an extra cover, but he found the gap, and Bracey gets his first runs of the morning up to 116.
John Charles played for Essex later on as well, didn't he? He went from Gloucestershire to Essex.
And Lever bowled 44.2 overs in that Gloucestershire innings of 391. He took 8 for 127.
Wow.
Thompson in, and again Bracey, this time up to Harris Ralph at mid-off. Zahir got 153 out of 391, and then in Essex's second innings again they got bowled out cheaply. Mike Proctor got 4 wickets and Childs got 4 more, so I suspect that may have been Proctor bowling off spin. So Gloucestershire won that match by an innings and 64, but it was the volume of overs that Lever bowled and the variety that he offered in terms of length of run as a seam bowler, seam and swing bowler. Nicely worked away by Bracey into the leg side. They'll pick up a couple here. Milan again on the chase. I think Yorkshire have had 20. Oh, it's only 20 minutes cricket, but if they were looking for a real quick blast through this Gloucestershire lower order, they haven't found it yet.
See, Brian Brain was in that side, who always, whenever I saw his name in the scorecard when I was a child, always made me wonder whether I had dyslexia going on or...
Yeah, I've just actually, for people of long memories, I'll just give those two teams in a minute. Here's Bracey again, good stop by Walton. Short extra cover. So the Essex team, Brian Edmeades, Brian Hardy, Ken McEwen, Graham Gooch, Keith Fletcher, Keith Pont, Stuart Turner, Ray East, Neil Smith keeping wicket, John Lever, David Ackfield. And the Gloucestershire side, Sadiq Mohammed, Andy Stovall, Zahir Abbas, Alistair Hignall, David Shepherd, Mike Proctor, batting at 6, goodness me, David Graveney, Tony Brown, Andy Brassington, Brian Brain, John Childs. So very familiar sort of team at that time for Gloucestershire. Proctor at 6, goodness. Bracey again into the gap on the offside. There is a sweeper now on the cover boundary. Don Bess is out there.
Some of Bracey's cover driving yesterday was absolutely gorgeous, wasn't it? It really was. It was a sight for sore eyes, and in the evening session the Bristol crowd really warmed to him, didn't they?
Actually, all the I mean, it may say an obvious thing to say, but all the 3 batsmen who have got hundreds in this match, so Harris, Brooke and Bracey, have scored predominantly through the offside. It isn't a question, if you're watching Dom Sibley, you wouldn't be seeing as much runs scoring through the offside as we have seen here, I suggest.
No. Categorically no.
Yeah, Dom Sibley does work a lot through the leg side, and Steve Patterson has decided that not much is happening for Matt Fisher here, so he's going to have a go himself.
We mentioned last night we thought this pitch might be flattening out a little bit, and Bristol has a reputation for getting better and better as the game goes on. Let's see if Matt Fisher can extract any life out of it as he comes in, and James Bracey just plays him gently into the offside for no run. Matt Fisher was superb in the first innings, I thought, when the pitch had a little bit of life, a little bit of pace and carry in it, and he was 4 for 19 off 14.1 overs, and you could really see why England gave him that call up. You know, I think a few eyebrows were raised when he came into the England side, weren't they, when, Joe Root had sort of picked him on a hunch pick, and you thought, is that the Yorkshire mate system happening? But you can really see why now. As he comes in and Bracey cuts him backward of square, it's going to be well stopped by the boot of David Milan out there on the boundary. And he saves his side 2 runs, but they take a couple.
Yeah, there was thinking that Patterson was going to bowl at the far end, but actually he's still doing some stretching. So I wonder whether, as he has done for most of this match, he's going to bowl at this Ashley down road end and replace Thompson.
Yep. Yep, Fisher's, I think you described him as the Rolls Royce of bowlers yesterday, Ian, and he's got a lovely rhythmical approach to the crease as he comes in, and Bracey just plays that one with soft hands back to him.
Interesting challenge, if challenge is the right word, debate I suppose in the head of Steve Patterson at the moment. Yes, they want the 4 wickets, but the lead is obviously 23 more than it was overnight. 20 runs is not a big issue at this stage, but Yorkshire got to be a little bit careful. They don't want that equation to get into that sort of grey area where all 3 results again become possible.
Fisher bowls to Bracey.
You said at one stage yesterday that basically it's only a draw or a Yorkshire win, and it still probably is. It's probably 60% Yorkshire win, 20% draw, 20% Gloucestershire, and that 20% Gloucestershire will probably stay that way for a long time yet.
Yep, paradoxically, I think the only way Gloucestershire can win this game is by getting bowled out quite cheaply this morning, setting Yorkshire a target, and Yorkshire's, going for it and losing wickets in that fashion. Fisher in, and Bracey drives him handsomely through the offside. He's going to get at least 2. David Milan comes round from the deep cover boundary, and saves the boundary.
So let me put this to you then. What do you think the number of overs is that Yorkshire would regard as kind of the minimum they would want to be chasing the total in? Where are we talking? 45, 40 perhaps? They don't want to get the total down much lower than that in terms of overs?
Yeah. Let me have a think on that one as Fisher comes in. Bracey pulls him back with a square, and that's 4 runs. Lovely shot, nice timing. And that extends the lead out to 133. And if Gloucestershire can get 200, I think Yorkshire would go for it maybe off 50. I think they'd be looking at 4 and over. But it's county championship cricket. It's very different from one-day cricket because you can spread the field as much as you like, and you can chuck it down the leg side if you want to. Within reason.
Yeah, last week was 299 in 82, which was obviously a different equation for Northants. But here is Steve Patterson. I say that limbering up was not quite enough to get him on at the far end, but he's replacing Jordan Thompson. So Thompson just 3 overs this morning, 3 overs for 12, and Patterson trying to exert a bit more control. He's also got a ball that's only 11 overs old, so there'll be still a bit of bounce there for him, you would think. And Zavagahar has got 31. Waits for Patterson. He almost gets it through. He just does enough to... he felt that a bit too. That was maybe just on the top of the thigh pad.
Patterson's got no, massive movement, but just enough, hasn't he? That little bit of nibble both ways. And he doesn't do it at a huge pace, but just enough pace to get wickets, and you can see why he's had such a stellar career, can't you?
Yeah, long career, nearly 500 first-class wickets. Comes in and Zaffa defends. Back up the pitch. The remaining Gloucestershire batsmen, Matt Taylor, Josh Shaw and Ajit Singh Dale.
Taylor can bat, Shaw can bat a little bit. He got 11 not out in the first innings and didn't look... looked as if he knew what end of the bat to hold.
Yeah, it is about. It's not necessarily about runs so much. Runs are clearly useful, but it is about taking time. Zaffa here again. The dab on the offside. They'll go for a sharpish single, but they've got it to Wharton's right hand. He's got ground to make up, and he just makes the stop, but doesn't get the ball in. He'll be batting at 3 when the time comes. Well, and if the time comes.
If Gloucestershire are to save this game, James Bracey needs to bat for a long time still, doesn't he? He's on 127, and he needs, to be in the 160s, 170s, doesn't he? If Gloucestershire are to save this game, minimum.
Well, he will try, I'm sure, to just figure out that he's starting from naught, even though he had 112 yesterday. And I'm sure his interview last night suggested that maybe over the winter, mentally, he got himself into a slightly different thought process about the combination of the batting and the keeping wicket, and how he was going to cope with that demand on a regular basis from the start of a season under a new coach too. Patterson in. Bracey again finds the gap. He's just opened the face a touch to not drive it so hard at Wharton, but to pick the gap out to the sweeper on the cover boundary.
Do you know what really impressed me about that innings?
Don Bess.
That innings yesterday from Bracey was he got a hit on the head, didn't he, by Harris Ralph. He went hooking, got a hit on the head, and he had a massive lump on his head. Even when he was giving the interviews last night, a huge egg. And, he just put on another helmet, still got stuck in behind the ball.
Patterson in once more. Zaffa thought about a single there, but it wasn't there. And out onto the offside. So Patterson's first over completed without any damaged to Gloucestershire. 284 for 6. They started the day 253 for 6, so 31 added in 32 minutes. And the overall lead, there's the equation at the moment, 135 with 4 wickets still in hand.
Yeah, so far so good. Just over half an hour gone this morning. And James Bracey and Zafar Gahar still have their wickets intact. Fisher's going to continue from the pavilion end. We've had quite a sizable media presence here in the last few days. Here's Fisher. And that is driven nicely by Bracey. That might go all the way. Yes, it does. It beats David Milan out on the cover boundary. And that is a gorgeous shot for 4 runs.
Nice shot again from James Bracey. 156 is his highest first-class score. I don't think he's a huge numbers person, but I'm sure he'll be aware of that, but he won't be bothering about beating it just at the moment. It'll be next ball, next ball, next ball scenario.
Yeah, here's Fisher into him, and that beats him. That's a good comeback there by Matthew Fisher. And it's a good contest, this, and it has been all game between Bracey and Fisher, and Bracey's still there, so he's still winning the contest, but Fisher's been the best bowler in the Yorkshire side, hasn't he? And he's they've all got something a little bit different. Thompson's bowled well, he swings it through the air. Patterson's the man who's on the money most of the time, and Harris Ralph has got express pace. But here's Fisher, and Bracey leaves that one alone. That goes through to the wicket-keeper, Harry Duke, one of the few youngsters in this Yorkshire side. A mix of experience and youth in their team. And they've got a number who've come through their own academy, George Hill being another. James Wharton. And 12th man, Will Fraines, another one who's coming through their youth system. And it's good to see the White Rose bringing through these youngsters as Fisher comes in. And Bracey chops that one down to the gully. To one of those youngsters, George Hill. Yep, we've had a decent media presence here. Obviously Yorkshire's first game since their much publicised troubles over the winter. We've had quite a healthy crowd in. It's been glorious weather here in Bristol. It's felt like summer rather than spring. As Fisher comes in and Bracey just plays that one out to extra cover.
That 156 for Bracey was at Cardiff against Glamorgan at the back end of 2017. That's 4.5 years ago.
Yeah, well, speaking of Dan Norcross, at the before the start of the season.
Bracey's only 24 now.
Yeah, and Daniel Norcross said he's got the best defensive technique in the country. And I was thinking, is that a bit of hyperbole? As Fisher comes into him and he just nudges that into the onside and picks up a gentle single. And I thought, is that a bit of, bit of hype coming there? And having seen him at Northampton and seen him in this innings, I think I've got to agree with Dan, and he's fantastic, and he's been given a thorough examination by the Yorkshire bowlers, and he's passed the test with flying colours.
But you want to stay out there a bit longer. Time in the middle at this time of the season invaluable. We said that to a degree in the university match when we did a day of that game. Actually picked the best day to do because it was the best day weather-wise. There was a bit of interruption on the last day, but yeah, he's just got to just enjoy being out there, having got a score, and now picking up again on this final day, trying to thwart Yorkshire. And at the moment, Bracey and Zafar are doing that. They came together with a score on 211, so they've added 78 so far for this 7th wicket.
It was certainly cold that day against Exeter University. I think it was about 6 degrees, and I think I had to have my heated seats on all the way back to London, Ian. So I'm sure you did as well, all the way back to Gloucester.
I haven't got heated seats, Dan, but I don't think the heater was probably on. That's true. Patterson in and out on the offside. We did ask you at the right at the start of play if you had a three-way poll: win, draw, or lose. Or win, Gloucestershire win, Yorkshire win, or a draw. We asked for the results via our YouTube channel, and I don't know how long Shane will run that for. Maybe till 12 o'clock. Maybe till 12, and then we'll see what the outcome is. People looking at the first hour. Oh, it's edged and wide of second slip. Lythe's dive wasn't going to quite haul it in. It's Bracey's fortune. Harry Duke can't quite believe Lythe hasn't caught that, but I think it probably was out of his reach. He didn't get a hand on it. There's Lythe, top right of your screen. Let's see how close this actually is at full pace. That's not a chance, really.
Moral victory to Steve Patterson, though, there, I think.
Bracey will take that, and he goes to 137. Now 240. My screen hasn't quite updated there. I'll go back to that in a moment. Checking the number of balls he'd faced. Patterson again. Bracey defends. And there won't be a single there up to David Milan at mid-on. So Yorkshire not ultra defensive because they still need wickets, but they're just having to balance the tactics here a little bit with these two having got through 40 minutes against this second new ball, which is now in its 14th over. Patterson transfers the ball from hand to hand and runs away from our commentary position. That's a good delivery. Nice channel of uncertainty, as Geoffrey Boycott would say, and take from Harry Duke.
Yeah,
that's probably one of the best deliveries Patterson's bowled. Actually, he's bowled.
Yeah, Patterson coming around the wicket there, angling it into Bracey, so he's got to play at the ball, and the ball just nibbling away, and doesn't find the edge. But this is good bowling from the Yorkshire skipper. 293
for 6. Patterson in again, and Bracey can steer it into the gully where George Hill does the fielding. End of the over. Bracey and Zafar Gahar doing a spirited job here. The lead up to 144, and two batsmen just having a chat mid-pitch. The Pakistan spinner who, well, really announced his arrival last year with those wickets in the win against Durham. And when we were pondering about the team selection and where Zappa was going to bat during the season, I think it's pretty clear now that 8 is a good position for him, because he's got a half century in the game at Northampton, and he's got useful runs in this innings again.
We're going to see Jordan Thompson come into the attack from the pavilion.
So he's switching ends, interestingly.
No Harris Ralph yet this morning. I thought he might have had a blast and see if we can get anything. But he doesn't like the new ball, does he, Harris Ralph, by the look of it? Jordan Thompson and Fisher shared the duties in the first innings. So maybe he's just waiting for the shine to go off it, the lacquer to go off the ball. As Thompson comes into the crease, and Zafar Gahar scampers through for a quick single into the offside. Well placed. Keeping the scoreboard ticking over. Zafar Gahar on to 33 now. 294 for 6. Lead of 145.
Crowd not quite as many yet as it was certainly yesterday.
Friday, I thought there were more actually. It was quite a healthy crowd.
Yes, I think Friday may have been the main day, but certainly the figures yesterday were pretty close.
Thompson in, and that just strays onto the thigh pad of James Bracey. And I don't know if he's got any bat on that. Yes, he has. No leg by signal there from the umpire. So that's another one to the total. Bracey moving on to 138.
Reminder of the wickets to fall. Ben Charlesworth and Marcus Harris both out before lunch yesterday. Charlesworth for 0, Harris for 18.
Thompson in, angling it across Africa High, lets it go.
And then that clutch in the middle order. Van Buren 24, Hammond 24. Hammond 2, Higgins 24. And then Tom Lace giving Bracey some support after tea until he was clean bowled off stump by Thompson for 28. And then Zavika Hart now batted for over an hour and a half, both last night and this morning.
Thompson in, and Zafika Hart. Oh, it's a close one. Oh, that was close, and it might be overthrows here. They might get 5. No, great work there by Harris Ralph, backing up on the boundary. They're going to scamper through for 2. And that was too tight for comfort, wasn't it, Ian Randall?
That was close. Who was just thinking who the fielder is? I think it's George Hill at point. So his would have been the throw. There was nobody by the stump, so it was either a direct hit or not in terms of causing trouble.
Let's see if we can get a replay. Zafika Hart plays this into the offside. And George Hill was he's in a backward point position. He's been moved out the gully into a backward point. I'll come on to it after this ball from Jordan Thompson. And Zafika Hart just plays that back to him. But it was played into the gap between David Milan and George Hill. Hill came round quickly, and Bracey, you can see why he was a little bit slow off his mark. He's been out there a long time, hasn't he?
Yeah, I mean, they got 2 in the end, but Zaffa probably, he wasn't running to the danger end, was he, really? That was the point. Bracey perhaps hadn't thought it was a tight single, and it would have been poor cricket had Gloucestershire lost a wicket there.
That's miles down the leg side, and Zaffa hangs the bat out there.
It was a bit of a freebie.
Yeah.
Perhaps trying to profit with little risk involved there, but one or two moments have not quite gone Yorkshire's way this morning. The overall bonus points position in the match is 6 to Yorkshire and 3 to Gloucestershire. There's the card in full, and there's the short form position in the game, with the lead almost up to 150 and still 4 wickets in hand. Here's the replay of that
side on.
Potential run out.
No, he was in, wasn't he? He was home.
Yeah, Hill running round the ball to get it onto his right hand to throw in. Patterson in to start a new over. This is an equally sharpish single call by Bracey this time, but Wharton can't take it in cleanly, and they pinch one more.
Zafika Hart was very slow off the mark there at the non-striker's end.
I think he put his hand up to James Bracey to acknowledge the fact that he should have been quicker on the call. But they got there. But a run out would be kind of inexcusable in this situation, wouldn't it?
Oh, can you imagine?
2 slips for Patterson still, and dabbed out into the offside by Zaffa from the crease.
I think Dale Benkinston would be doing his pieces, wouldn't he, if imagine if Zafika Hart ran out James Bracey at this stage.
Well, in fact, if either ran either partner out, actually, there really would be no sense in that.
No.
Remember, the deficit for Gloucester on first innings was 149, and they now lead by the same score. Again, Zaffa forward. James Wharton's in at a short extra. He's not. I don't think he's on the catch there, really. Patterson is, I suppose, at the sort of pace that you just might mistime one, but the ball isn't stopping on this pitch at all, is it?
No, Tom Lace got one I thought kept a little bit low yesterday. I thought it grubbed on him a little bit, but generally it's just getting easier to bat on, I think.
Patterson staying around the wicket, and Zafar again dabs it out on the offside.
And I don't think we're going to see any sort of funky declaration due to that.
No. The game will develop of its own accord here if Yorkshire take wickets.
Yeah.
And then the debate will be
natural evolution.
Yeah, how long they have and how many they need to get. And I'd say we'd be mooting that in that sort of 55 to 45 over kind of area, they would still be favourites. Get down below that. I mean, a shorter chase, I suppose, makes the draw more possible, because Yorkshire might decide that they would close the door if there was a bit of a clatter of wickets. But equally, as Northants proved last week, you can chase a very, very long time and then bail out late, which they got to, I think, within 5 overs, and they were still attacking. Here, Gloucestershire have still got 4 wickets intact, no run there, as Zafar plays that pleasantly up to Harris Ralph at mid-off. 298 for 6 they are. They're having started at 253 for 6 this morning, so 45 added by Zafar Gahar and James Bracey, who are respectively 139 and 35 not out. And that'll be just Harris Ralph is going to trot off for a moment. I think we know why that is. Change of footwear possibly. Will Frayne is on the field, and I wonder whether Ralph might be for a spell shortly.
Yeah, as Ian just pointed out, Gloucestershire were 149 in arrears at the start of this innings, and now they're 149 ahead with a score on 298. So beautiful bit of symmetry there, Ian. Beautiful symmetry. It's Jordan Thompson. And that's played back to him by James Bracey. Rocks onto that front foot. He looks like he's got a lot of time, and there's been a lot of talk on social media, and it's only talk, it's only hearsay. But is there a chance of an England place back for James Bracey?
As a specialist batter?
As a specialist batter, yeah. Yeah.
Well, I think there'll be certainly a case made after runs in the first 2 games.
Yeah, Thompson into him, and he drives that handsomely through the covers. Just goes for 1 run. David Milan sweeping up out on the cover boundary there, just in front of the City of Bristol College.
You had your list of vacancies in the hierarchy of English cricket.
Yeah.
I did see one correspondent tweet a complete group that he might see in those roles, and I'll come back to who those might be in a moment.
Thompson in, and that's a good delivery to Zafar Gahar, beats him outside the off stump. So just going through those vacancies, we've got no managing director of men's cricket, we've got no head coach, we've got no chief selector, we've got no England Test captain at the moment, and soon we'll have no chair of the ECB. Is this the red ball reset that England are talking about? So who would we go for, Ian Randall?
So the MD of men's cricket, Rob Key's name is right at the front of that queue apparently at the moment.
Yeah, Marcus North pulled out of the running, didn't he?
So this gentleman had Rob Key in that role.
Thompson in, Zafar Gahar lets that go. Yeah.
The other sort of head management role, he had Richard Thompson in, who I believe used to be at Surrey.
Okay, yeah.
The head coach of the England team, he had as Andy Flower.
Right.
But with an assistant red ball specialist and an assistant white ball specialist.
Okay.
The red ball specialist he had was Mark Robinson.
Yeah. Good track record. Thompson in. Zafar Gahar plays that back down the pitch.
The white ball specialist was Paul Collingwood.
Okay. Yep.
The test captain was Sam Billings.
Right. As a wicket keeper as well?
Didn't say.
Okay.
Billings needn't keep wicket, of course.
Yeah.
But how low in the order would he bat, I wonder, under that scenario? And the chair of the ECB, I can't remember who that was. Obviously, there's a lot of jobs there. And he got most of the playing ones, but not all the management ones. But those were the names that he was mooting were very much in the frame.
Yep, that completes the over. That's stop ball, and it's 2.99 for 6. Yeah, I can see that. There's been a number of names mentioned about the Test captaincy. Obviously, on the morning of this game, Joe Root resigned on the first morning here. So no, it's Good Friday, wasn't it? It was on the second day.
Second day, yeah.
So and there's been a number of names mooted around, hasn't there? I mean, Ben Stokes is the obvious successor.
Just in terms of Billings, he's only played one Test match, in which he made
Hobart.
In which he made 30, a 29 and a 1. His first class record is 3,300 runs at nearly 34, with 600s and 15 50s. So, not shabby by any means.
No, he's led Kent very well. The other one who's in that sort of group who hasn't played for England, whose name's been touted around, is Tom Abel.
Tom Abel, yeah.
Down the M5 at Somerset. And it'd be interesting to see, what people think of that. Let us know.
Here's Patterson to start a new over and glided away by Bracey again out to Dom Bess. They've taken one, and you can hear the cowbell. Gloucestershire's 300 is up. 300 for 6. And the lead to 151. Bracey up to 141 out of that 300. Zafar Gahar has 35.
Yeah, in the 98th over. Rory Burns' name's been thrown about as well, hasn't it, in that group?
Patterson around the wicket, and again that's just drawing Zafar forward. Just implies, just walks away and just tries to refocus again. Patterson's not going to stray from his approach here, is he's just going to keep bowling line and length in that area off stump or fourth stump, and he's kept the 2 slips and a gully in, and he's going to stay around the wicket to the left hand. That's a bit straighter. Didn't quite get that in the right channel, and Zafar able to defend.
He'll do what he's done always in his 18-year career, I should imagine, when he's just seen Harris Ralph warming up as well. So I'm wondering if we're going to see some serious pace from the man from the Lahore Calendars.
He's 30, Sam Billings now, so he's not a whippersnapper experience-wise. Patterson. That's just swung a little bit in the air, or wobbled perhaps more accurately. Again, Zafar out to short extra. Jordan Thompson's in there now. See, Wharton's gone a little bit squarer. They don't have a sweeper on the boundary for Zafar. They've got a man at point and then extra cover mid-off. So they've packed the offside. They clearly don't feel that the power of shot is coming from Zafar on that side of the wicket, and he lets that go outside the off stump.
Yeah, Zafar Gahar got runs down the order for at Northampton for Gloucestershire as well, and he's getting runs here, and he's a bit of a nuisance for opposition skippers as they think they're through a side, and then number 8 comes in and whacks a 50. And he looks a better batsman than the number 8, actually. It's got to be said. Some of his cover driving has been extremely fluent.
Yeah, 53 in the second innings at Northampton last week. Patterson to him here, and again, that's just wide enough that he says, right, I can let that go. Patterson thumps his fist into his left hand there, as if to say that wasn't good enough. I've got to be on a tighter line than that. The workload shared pretty equally by Yorkshire across this innings, which is now 98 overs old, as you can see. 20 overs for Fisher, 22 overs for Jordan Thompson, 19 for Patterson, 20 for Dom Bess, and 17 for Harris Ralph, but that number's about to tick up.
Yeah, he's coming in from the pavilion. Going back to Steve Patterson, I'm just glad that we're not doing the Yorkshire-Nottinghamshire game later this year with Steve Patterson And then Nottinghamshire have got a Patterson, a Pattinson, and a Patterson White as well. So it's a wash with Pattersons and Pattinsons and Patterson Whites. So Harris Ralph.
Is there a noun for a collective of...
A pogo of Pattersons.
A posse, perhaps.
Quoting Grange Hill. Harris Ralph, the man who's brought up on tape ball cricket in Rawalpindi, learnt his skills on the streets there. And he regularly cranks it up to over 90 miles an hour. And he's about to come in to James Bracey. First ball, and that goes through to Harry Duke. Harris Ralph's one of those bowlers, a little bit like Marchant de Lange down at Somerset, where it's a lot of shoulder goes into it. He's not got a particularly, fluent run-up, has he, or rhythmical run-up, like Matt Fisher, say, for instance, and it comes in the last few bursts, and the shoulder, comes through, but he certainly wings it down quickly enough. Here he comes. And that's driven. And that is going to go fine of the man out at deep cover. And that's going to be 4 more to the total. Bracey moving it to 145. Harris Ralph has been expensive in the first innings. He's picked up wickets. He blitzed the middle order, or middle and lower order of the Gloucestershire innings. He was he eked out Ryan Higgins. He eked out Tom Lace first ball, and Matt Taylor as he comes in to the crease, and Bracey's got that one gently into the offside, and they're going to pick up 1. But he was expensive. He was 3 for 83 off 16 in the first innings, and he's what you'd call a traditional strike bowler, as opposed to Patterson, who's the man on the money, the economy man.
But sometimes you need a strike bowler, particularly in a situation like this.
You do.
Actually.
Yeah, he can pick you up wickets. So he's going to bowl at his old Lahore Calendar's teammate, Zafar Gahar.
And the third slip coming in. George Hill coming back into slip. And Will Frayne into the gully.
Ralph in, and Zafar Gahar works it past Will Frayne. And that's Dominic Best doing the field. No, it's Jordan Thompson doing the fielding there. And they pick up 2.
These two have added 96 now for the 7th wicket. It's a very good effort.
Yeah, Will Frayne on as 12th man. Huddersfield lad, another one from the academy, and from Wakefield, along with Gloucestershire's very own Josh Shaw and Jared Warner. Got a big score here in the second 11 game last year. Got 184. As Harris Ralph comes in, and that is very well bowled. Goes past the outside edge of Zafar Gahar's bat, and anguished cries from the slip cordon. Will Frayne had a little stint last year over the winter for Eagles in Zimbabwe. Don't know much about them. I think they used to be Mashonaland Eagles, didn't they? I think, possibly. But he's had a couple of injuries, Will Frayne. He's had a couple of dislocated knees, one which has required... Yeah. One which has required surgery, but that was back in 2019. Here's Harris Ralph, and that is defended stoutly by Zafar Gahar. That's the end of the over. 307 for 6. Bracey 146. Zafar Gahar 37. We've had just over an hour's play this morning. Going well. Dale Benkenstein will be pleased with this, won't he, Ian?
He will. And during the winter here at the Seat Unique Stadium, the Bristol cricket lovers meet once a month for cricket talks, just to keep the interest in the game going through the winter. And their secretary, David Oates, I saw on the way into the ground this morning, and his line to me was, as you might expect, first hour really important. Could be over very quickly, but we hope not. And actually, these two have put together a good hour's batting. 307. They've added 54. Here's Bracey facing Patterson. Lets that go outside the off stump. Our poll is closed on the win for Yorkshire, win for Gloucestershire, or draw. Thank you for your votes in the first hour of play. I wonder if that balance has tilted at all as the morning has unfolded. I'll give you the results in a moment.
Yeah, thank you for everyone listening. The numbers have been extremely encouraging on the stream here. Patterson
round the wicket, 2 slips and a guy that's got hit him high on the bat. Bracey. Suffolk thought about a single. He ran a third of the way down the pitch and was sent back quite rightly. But more importantly, he was on the splice and looping towards James Wharton. It didn't reach him.
Heavy ball.
Patterson might think about Jordan Thompson coming in a little bit there. That short extra. They were adopting that position yesterday, or using that position yesterday.
Right, do you want the results of the poll?
Yes.
Okay, it's changing. So Yorkshire win is still the favourite at 40%.
Only 40 though.
Only 40%. A draw is at 37%, so just behind it. And a Gloucestershire win is 21% of you think that Gloucestershire are going to win this game. Wow.
I think that's...
wow.
Patterson outside the off stump going through. I mean, I think I had 60-20-20 earlier because I think that Yorkshire were, warm favourites, but I think the balance back towards the draw is not unreasonable, but it's still around the 20% in the win factor. And I wonder how could that be achieved? I wonder where the chase has got to be. I suppose the longer the chase, the more chance Gloucestershire have. The shorter the chase, you just feel it favours the batting side. Patterson in. Good work again from Bracey out on the offside. It's probably... where the 158 is the lead. Any chance of getting another 100 runs, I wonder, and how long might that take? If it was 250 in 45, I suppose that would really debate whether Yorkshire fancied going for that, and it might almost tip it too far the other way. Here's Patterson in, and again defended out on the offside by James Bracey. 146 he has. He came in at the fall of the first wicket in the third over, and we've now had exactly 100 overs of this innings. It tells you how long and how patient this knock has been, and he's now found a really good foil here in Zafar.
Yeah, definitely, and it's just clouding over a little bit here. It's the sun's watery sunshine, I think we'd describe it as, but
a little bit more of a breeze than yesterday.
Yeah,
it's,
a little bit cooler, but
you're still in the t-shirt.
Still in the t-shirt, yeah. I'm rocking the t-shirt vibe in. So Harris Ralph, top of his mark. I got told off for that actually on Twitter, using that phrase. Here he comes, and Zafar nudges him backwards. Many of you started your club cricket seasons yesterday, and good luck to you all. And it was interesting. We had some interesting chats about teas yesterday, but one thing that does come along with that is the drinks break in club cricket, and it's an interesting concept. There's no hydration break sponsored by a water company for the club cricketers. It's one of those things as Harris Ralph comes in from the pavilion end. Oh, and that's played a long way from the body by Zafar and goes through to the wicketkeeper. But I saw a picture on Twitter the other week. I think it's Bradman batting at Lords, and he actually comes out with a proper butler comes out with the drinks platter. I don't know if you get that at your club in Gloucestershire, Ian. Is that one of your...
that wouldn't be one of ours, no.
No. But it's a strange concept, the drinks break, because often you have 2 drinks breaks on very hot days. If it's sort of late 20s, if you play 50 over cricket, you have one at 17 overs and one at 34 overs as Harris Ralph comes in, and that's played back. And no one ever bothers washing those cups up, do they? So you're sharing your cup. It's one of the good things that's come out of COVID, actually, that people bring their own drinks to a game, because no one ever washes those cups up, and then they go to the opposition in their innings as well.
You weren't at a club that had sort of polystyrene or plastic cups which you just literally collect up and put in the bin afterwards?
No, Greta Thunberg wouldn't like that at all, so you don't want her picketing your gates of your cricket club. Zafar Gahar works that one, just back with a square, runs the first one quickly, he's going to come back for his second. Score moves on to 309. No, so it's more of those beakers now, and we're sponsored in the Hertfordshire League by Saracen, so it's all branded beakers now. But you do share your social and antisocial diseases with your teammates, let's say. So it's a strange sort of scenario. But the drink's great can vary, can't it, with the strength of the drink. Sometimes you get overly weak supermarket own brand orange squash, and it never quite hits the spot, does it? As Harris Ralph comes in. And that's angled across for no run. And sometimes it's too strong, and, you know, that's even worse on a hot summer's day when, you know, you think of Elton John a few years back when he had that operation on his larynx, and you're in a similar boat, you know. But this is maybe more candle in the windpipe, perhaps, than candle in the wind. But what sort of drink would you go for, Ian? I mean, you know, is it a lime cordial? Are we talking just orange, double strength, or if you're in a fruity mood, orange and pineapple, or orange and mango maybe, or summer fruits? Or are you a lime cordial man, Ian?
I'll give you that answer after this ball.
Harris Ralph in to Zafar Gahar.
Blackcurrant I'd be.
You'd be blackcurrant,
if offered.
would you?
If offered, blackcurrant.
And one thing is for certain. Yeah, whether it's too weak or too strong, but you've got to do this. The drinks have to go in the fridge. There's no point drinking lukewarm drinks on a hot summer's day. There's nothing worse, is there? So you're blackcurrant.
Yeah, blackcurrant. I mean, so would you have ice in your drink?
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's a big question, isn't it? It's a big call.
Here's the approach of Harris Ralph. Not the biggest final stride, actually. He's a long way short of the front line there.
He is. He's a long way short of the return crease there.
So Ralph from the pavilion end, and Steve Patterson continuing to wheel away from this Ashley Down Road end. An hour and 10 minutes this morning. Gloucestershire have got through.
So we're actually running a poll. What's your go-to flavour of squash at tea? We've got blackcurrant, we've got orange, we've got lime cordial, or summer fruits. Sometimes when you play a really posh club, you get dandelion and burdock.
Oh, no.
No, you're not a fan, no?
Blackcurrant or probably orange, I think. Patterson around the wicket, and again up towards mid-off, and Bracey will pick up one more. And the stand between these two goes to 99. 211 for 6 when Zafar Gahar walked out to bat, and now 310 for 6.
That would be the biggest Gloucestershire stand of the match, wouldn't it? Or the biggest stand of the match in total.
There hasn't been a century stand, correct.
Yeah.
I think 91 might be the biggest until this one. 91 for the 5th wicket in the Yorkshire innings, and they want the single here. So they take to Harris Ralph, and he's shied at the stumps. He's missed. Zafar Gahar's got home, and it's a 100 partnership between these two.
Cowbell going. Knows it's good times here at the Seat Unique when the cowbell starts to ring.
Just a clasp of the gloves between the two batsmen to say, right, don't give it away now. Keep going. Can they take Gloucestershire to a safe position in the game? Patterson to Bracey. And that stand, 69th over was the when the wicket fell that brought Zafar in. So they've been going along at about 3 and over in this partnership, which is about the steady rate for the whole match. Actually, that's been the scoring rate we've seen almost from ball one. Patterson in again, back foot from Bracey. Knows he's got time on this pitch to go back and to defend. And the ball squeezed out to point. Don Bess not used yet today, but Yorkshire may feel just to offer something a little bit different. They might turn to him shortly, but they're keeping going with the quicker bowlers at the moment. Patterson from the Ashley Down road end again. Bracey defends, and the preference, I was thinking about this on the way down to the ground today. Obviously last season Gloucestershire were in a position where they could chase in all the 4 home games, 4 of the 5 home games here. The one was badly affected by rain against Somerset, but the 4 where a result was possible, they were batting last. And it did occur to me that in the period where David Milan's just gone off the field temporarily and Will Frayne is back on, in the period of that uncontested toss, Gloucestershire supporters probably knew that almost every time they walked the ground on the first morning, they knew their side was going to be batting.
Yep, here's Harris Ralph in, and that's down the leg side. Harry Duke can't get across to it, and that goes away for 4 byes. The total, well, the lead now going up to 166. It's starting to really come through. It's starting to really
Yorkshire will be
extend.
getting a bit frustrated by this, I think. They would have thought it was certainly possible that they would have been chasing, they would have been hoping to be chasing sort of 150, really, to knock over the 4 wickets quickly, or particularly get Bracey quickly, and then run through the tail. But it has not worked out like that at all.
Harris Ralph into the wicket, and that's caught by Adam Lyth. Zafar Gahar has gone, fending away from his body. Harris Ralph comes on, does the trick, and Adam Lyth sprawling, diving catch. It flew, and he clings on. 315 for 7. And has that opened the door to the tail, Ian Randall?
Well, it was a bit of a fish from Zafar after really doing so much good work for more than 2 hours out there, and he's walking off with 40 against his name, which is a healthy supporting role. But Gloucestershire now have got to ask Matt Taylor to come in and do the same role for as long as he can. The lead is 166. To be competitive, they probably need at least another 50 runs here.
I'd say so, yeah, I'd say so.
50 runs, and still to be batting after lunch to squeeze some more overs out of the game.
Yeah, Yorkshire needed that. They were starting to look a little bit flat, weren't they? And Harris Ralph comes on and does the trick. And good change of bowling there by the skipper, Steve Patterson. Matt Taylor's going to be the new man at the wicket. We've had a few responses through on the emails. Hippo. Hello, Hippo. He seems to like, summer fruits is sauce. Nathan Cavin says orange every time. Oscar Mann said he had orange yesterday. Kieran is a blackcurrant or summer fruits man. He doesn't mind. He's ambidextrous. So keep them coming. Commentators at glossccc.co.uk as Matt Taylor is about to face his first delivery from Harris Ralph from the pavilion end, who puts that one outside off stump, and Matt Taylor doesn't want anything to do with it.
Just look at what Matt Taylor's guard might have been to Harris Ralph. There's a distinct spike line in the ground there at middle, but Taylor is further across the. In fact, his foot is on middle stump. He's almost batting on off stump, I would suggest.
He's batting on off stump. The modern way, it seems. Harris Ralph. And Taylor nudges that one into the offside and will get off the mark with a cheeky single. Seems to be the modern way, doesn't it? Players like batting on off, and it's fine as long as you know. If you know where your off stump is and you're playing under your eye line. But when you're playing out away from the body there, you're playing, fourth, fifth, even sixth stump line, and that's when you can get into trouble. I can see why players do it, because if you're playing a shot, you generally get your pad outside the line of off stump, so you can't be LBW. You take that out of the equation unless you get one that nips back. But I think it's there's a lot of new techniques around, and I'm not sure they're always the way. As Bracey gets up on his toes and just plays that out into the offside. Bracey has faced 285 balls now for his 147. 15 fours.
Yeah, some nice ones this morning. Again, through the covers chiefly.
He's glorious through there, isn't he? He's hit some beautiful shots, really has.
3 shy of 150.
Harris Ralph into the wicket, and Bracey is equal to the task. Plays that out to mid-off. That's the only over. 316 for 7. Lead now of 167. That's a good over there for Yorkshire fans, and they'll just be. The game was just starting to drift a little bit, and they'll be really pleased with that, because only 3 more wickets needed, and then they'll be batting again.
Yeah, Matt Taylor's got to get in his mind that he's got 40 minutes to try and survive through until lunchtime. Bracey and Taylor just having a word mid-pitch, perhaps about how they might divvy up the strike. The preference would be probably for Taylor to face Patterson, but
just
depends how much James Bracey thinks he needs to protect Matt Taylor. Batting at 9, and he's
just seeing Harris Ralph there on the replay. Rather pleased getting his old Lahore Calendars teammate out there. Seemed to enjoy that one.
Patterson changing the field a little bit. Matt Taylor last season, the one big score, he got 56 at Taunton, and the rest of his season he made 110 runs across all his innings. Overall average was 18, but it was made obviously considerably better by that one knock. That was a first innings knock at Taunton. Actually, it was a first innings knock where he was supporting James Bracey, because Bracey got 100 in that first innings of that game. So these two have batted together before in a situation where runs were needed. Matt Taylor waits for Patterson and gets forward here. Obviously bats right-handed, even though he bowls left arm. Brother Jack, of course, captain of the T20 team later in the season, and given that Graham Van Buren has got a contract with the 100, not inconceivable that Jack Taylor might captain the side in the Royal London as well. That would,
yeah, I can see that happening.
Would seem a perfectly logical train of thought, but the club haven't announced who will do that yet. Oh, and appeal for an LBW here, and Taylor's got to go. Patterson's beaten the defence of Matt Taylor, struck him on the pad, and umpire Ian Blackwell raises the right finger. Here is Taylor batting on off stump. Patterson quite close to the crease. Oh, he's hit him on the back pad. I don't think there's much doubt about that.
No, absolutely.
Halfway up on the back pad, and Matt Taylor has to depart. 316 for 8. The lead stays at 167. And Josh Shaw is going to make his way down the steps of the pavilion to come out at number 10.
Yeah, Matt Taylor nailed to the mast there. One just cut back, hit him on the back pad, and probably going to take 3/4 of the way up middle stump there, wasn't it? So There's absolutely no doubt, and Alex Wharf raises the finger. Umpires today, Alex Wharf, who's a Yorkshireman himself, but not casting any aspersions on his neutrality there. Great career at Glamorgan, Nottinghamshire and Yorkshire, and Ian Blackwell's the other umpire, who was Somerset, Derbyshire, Durham, and match referee Dean Koska, who had 2 decades at Glamorgan. But this is going to be crucial now. And does Bracey stick or twist here? Does he, I think he'll still bat normally whilst Josh Shaw's here, because Josh Shaw can bat. He managed to get 11 in the first innings, and he looked all right, didn't he? He looked okay, looked comfortable.
Yeah, I mean, the pitch has not got any demons in it.
No.
There might be a little bit of inconsistent bounce, but not a huge amount. But what can Josh Shaw do to hang around here and help James Bracey advance this Yorkshire target? 167 is where it stands at the moment. 168 they'd need to win. Patterson to Shaw. Oh, squeezes that almost off the bottom of the bat out to George Hill at mid-wicket. They've got a short leg in for Josh Shaw. I think that's James Wharton under the helmet. And Patterson back at the end of his mark. And again, it's defended by the Gloucestershire number 10. Patterson again to Shaw, who gets through that over and may then have a bit of a chat with James Bracey about the tactics here. 316 for 8. Gloucestershire will have something to bowl at, but how realistic that chance to win will be will depend how long these two can hang around and how many more they can add. I suspect, Dan, it's going to be a trickle of runs from here more than a flood. It'll be a slow advance of the board, more so than it might have been with Zafar Kahar out there.
Well, that depends on James Bracey, because I think that he'll play normally while Josh Shaw is there, but when Ajit Singh Dale comes to the crease, I think he'll have a dip, and you'll start to see fireworks, and be interesting to see. Here's Harris Ralph to Bracey, who defends that solidly, pushes it out to mid-off, no run. Yeah, how do you think he'll go? Do you think he'll stick or twist?
No, I don't think he's going to play too many shots just yet. Just to remind about the overs position, we're at 76 overs remaining in the day at the moment. So the run rate for Yorkshire, if they were to chase from here, is clearly not an issue. Even though you can have, ultimately men back on the boundary.
Harris Ralph into Bracey. Do you think these two will try and grind it out for a little bit then and try and play time?
Perfectly possible.
Yeah.
Perfectly possible.
Yeah.
So how many overs might Yorkshire get in this side of lunch? Maybe another 8, maybe 9. So if they were to get to lunch, the overs would be down to 65 or thereabouts. But Gloucestershire are trying to get that run rate, if they can, up around 4. I think they need probably 200 runs and 50 overs would be kind of where they'd really want to get to. But that'll take a while yet.
Good bouncer, Ajit Singh, from Harris Ralph. He bowled a few yesterday which were too short, didn't he? And they weren't called no balls or wides or whatever, but they were rather wayward in their approach. And that was a good one. That's what you want, aimed at the body. And he hit Bracey on the head yesterday. As we mentioned earlier, Bracey had a big egg on his forehead when he's doing the media interviews. Obviously they go through the concussion protocols, etc. but apparently his helmet was in bits. So and then had to put a new helmet on, which was slightly smaller. Which anyway, here's Harris Ralph, and Bracey plays that out to wide mid-on and picks up a single, moves on to 148.
So he's been careful there. Fourth ball of the over.
Yep.
He's taken a single and he said to Josh Shaw, right, I trust you to survive 2 deliveries.
Yeah. Josh Shaw playing against his old county, Yorkshire. Wakefield lad. He'll be wanting to show a bit of Yorkshire grit against the White Rose. Harris Ralph bustling into the crease. Strays onto the legs of Shaw, who works that one back with a square. They think about one, they're coming back for 2, and they make it quite comfortably. So 319 for 8.
Every run is going to get cheered now, I think, from this position.
Not quite the cowbell territory, though, is it? Yeah.
No, the Bracey's on 148. There'll be cowbells if he gets another 2, that's for sure.
Yeah. Crowd really enjoyed their time here in Bristol the last 4 days. As Harris Ralph comes in, and Shaw, they take a single off the last ball of the over. Shaw plays it out to deep point.
And I think he's
farms the stride.
He's let the pace of the ball dictate the pace of that shot. That was just a deflection, really, all along the ground. And Shaw will now take the strike off, one assumes, Steve Patterson from this Ashley Down Road end.
Yeah, been a decent crowd and a sizable contingent and come down for the Easter weekend from Yorkshire as well.
And I think, bearing in mind this is their first match of the season, there was always likely to be good support from up the M1 and A1. In fact, there can be a change. Patterson's taking himself out of the attack, having removed Matt Taylor. Jordan Thompson's coming back. So Patterson overall, 22 overs, 8 maidens, 3 for 41. To be fair, that's a 7 over spell this morning, so that's probably about as much as you might expect. In fact, he's taken 1 for 10 this morning in 7 overs, which is I appreciate Gloucestershire have not been really chasing runs, but that's still a good, accurate spell. Now, Don Bess is in at short, straight cover here. Very short, in fact, but it's a dab by Josh Shaw down through the gully area, and they'll just take 1 run this time. So Shaw got to 4 in fairly enterprising fashion. Take the runs that are on offer would be the strategy for here. Gloucestershire's lead goes past 170. 321 for 8. Remember, they were 141 behind.
We've got a stat-tabulous from Mr. Adrian Thomas. I'll come on to it after this ball.
Thompson in to Bracey. 148 becomes 149. Little nudge into the leg side for a single. It probably concerns, I'm guessing, the stand between Bracey and Zaffa, which was 104 for the 7th wicket.
Yeah, it's a record for Gloucestershire against Yorkshire. The previous was by J.H. Board and F.H.B. Champagne? C-H-A-M-P-A-I-N. Champagne? Do you say that? Is it French? Anyway, it's they held the record of 61 previously, and Bracey and Zaffa beat it.
Shaw waits, and just a little dab out to Don Bess at that short, straight catching position. At short cover, he's about 12 yards from the bat there, I would think. Maybe a bit less than that, actually. Just the 2 slips in. Bracey at the non-striker's end on 149. Thompson to Shaw on his pads this time, so a bit more comfortable defending that. And Bracey 292 balls he's faced. And approaching 7 hours batting.
Yeah, magnificent.
Since
Magnificent.
early yesterday. Thompson with Shaw on 4. Let's that go outside the off stump. We were talking about that Ian Cobain knock against Surrey. That was 151 not out in 8 hours and 45 minutes. So Bracey's got a bit of time in terms of the clock to go to match that Cobain effort, but run-wise he's very nearly there.
Yeah, and it's a testament to his fitness as well.
322 for 8. Outside the off-stump from Thompson, 2 wide. An easy one for Josh Shaw to let go. And another over ticks by. 27 minutes to go until lunch. Gloucestershire have 2 wickets in hand, and they are 173 ahead.
Yeah, it's a testament to James Bracey's fitness. You know, batting 3 and keeping wicket is not an easy task by any stretch of the imagination. And he's done it at Northampton in what was quite a gruelling game. And they talk about the treadmill of the county championship. You know, they finished that game late on the Sunday. He's come back here 4 days later, started another 4-day game against Yorkshire, including his travelling time as well. And he's kept wicket. You know, for 120 odd overs or whatever Yorkshire batted. He's batted 3, and then this knock has just been absolutely wonderful.
He needs 1 for the 150. All yours, Dan.
Harris Ralph in, and that's well bowled, and he's appealing. James Bracey stands at the crease, and Alex Wolf unmoved. Oh, drama. Oh, what's gone on here? Let's have a look at the replay. Ralph comes in, and they were all confident behind the wicket. Harry Duke caught it. Harry Brooks gone up. Adam Lyth's gone on a tour around the ground.
Bracey seemed pretty unflustered by that.
But the one man that matters is Alex Wolf, and he didn't give it. Harris Ralph in. And Bracey solidly behind that.
We might have another look at that at the end of the over, or the shank. And,
it did deviate. It did deviate. And I don't know whether it's just on the angle, but Harry Duke has taken that towards Harry Brook at first slip.
When everybody goes up like that, and the bowler too, Yorkshire absolutely convinced.
Yeah.
But I say Bracey seemed remarkably calm about it.
Harris Ralph in, and Bracey defends that one back to him. Interesting times. I wonder if that's flicked his shirt on the way through.
Well, there's 2 things generally, isn't it? Is it a shirt or a trouser pocket, or is it just a clip of a I mean, the straps aren't like straps as you like, because they're Velcro normally, but just a clip of the bat against a pad.
Possibly, yeah. Here's Harris Ralph. Oh, and that's gone up in the air, and that's oh, it's all going off here. They were going to take a run. Josh Shaw sent James Bracey back, and I think James Bracey's in the nervous 140s here.
Well, here's a replay of that second one.
Leading edge, it's gone up in the air. Harry Duke can't quite get back to it. Bracey wants the single for his 150. He's sent back by Josh Shaw, and he's given Josh Shaw an apology. But
2 balls to go in the over.
2 balls to go. Harris Ralph to Bracey, who defends that. Oh, we need just some solid defensive play, don't we? We need to calm down a little bit here.
Well, you said that Ralph is the unpredictable firecracker, so to speak.
He's making things happen.
And he's removed Zafar Gohar, and now he's trying to really get Yorkshire over the line, and so they can focus on the target.
Yeah, we're going to have a look at that that replay at the end of the over, I think. Zafakahar in, and Bracey pulls magnificently through mid-wicket. James Bracey, what a wonderful innings. Takes him on to 143, 296 balls, 15 fours. Take a bow.
Bracey just with, there's no big celebration out there. He has raised his bat. He's only 3 short of his career best, but he knows, unlike getting to the 100 yesterday, that here the job very much is still ahead of him. As much as he can keep Yorkshire out there, it's not job not done yet. Here's the replay of the delivery that Harris Ralph bowled earlier in the over, where Yorkshire thought they'd got Bracey.
I think that's flicked his trouser pocket.
Didn't get too close to it, I must be honest. But Yorkshire are going to turn to their spinner, particularly with Josh Shaw on strike, feeling perhaps they might be able to get a bit more joy against the tail ender with the off spinner. So Best from the Ashley Down Road end, where he bowled a long spell yesterday. First delivery of the day into Josh Shaw, who defends. And just to say too that Yorkshire are back to level on the over rate again now, so they've done well with that this morning with the seamers on, because it was certainly -1 when they started. So Shaw's got a short leg and a slip to contend with. Best to bowl to him, solidly forward. Josh Shaw and Dominic Goodman it was at the Aegeus Bowl last season against Hampshire, when they had to bat to save the game in the second innings. Best in, and Shaw defends. Now I'm trying to think of how long that last wicket stand had to survive it. From memory, it was about 11 overs, but they managed it. And Shaw, trying to keep Yorkshire at bay here, goes back into his crease and plays that back up the pitch. 326 for 8. There's the overall lead, 177. James Bracey has 153 at the other end. They're going to drop a man out now, Matt Fisher, at point, so they're going to give Shaw the single if he wants it. I suspect he won't be interested. Best just trying to find his range here.
20 minutes to lunch.
Bright sunshine now at the Seat Unique Stadium. Best in, and again Shaw goes back. We're happy to defend up to Harris Ralph at mid-on end of the spinner's first over. Don't forget our emails remain open. Commentators at glossccc.co.uk. There it is in the top right hand corner of your screen. And Gloucestershire 2 wickets in hand, and hoping to try and eat up some more overs and get certainly Yorkshire down into the 50s, I think, in terms of the overs. They probably still think they've got to bat for another hour to really make it interesting.
I'd agree with that, Ian. Lead of 177. Also taking into the afternoon session, you know, if there is a changeover in mid-session, you take another 2 overs out of the game as well, don't you? So, yeah, I think you're right. I think another hour and probably another 50 runs, I'd say, as well.
Yes,
227.
Yeah, it's 220 and 50 overs would be an interesting little tease, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
But that's still asking a lot of Bracey and Shaw and Singdale, for that matter, who's the one remaining batsman.
Yep, 72 overs left in the day. Harris Ralph comes in and James Bracey gets up on his toes. There's a short leg in. There, it's James Wharton, the man. Often the youngster in the side gets those duties. And Yorkshire have the similar hierarchical nature going on within there.
I think Gloucestershire added 73 this morning for the 2 wickets that they've lost. And I think that's not a bad effort from where they were.
No, I think it's very good. Harris Ralph in and bowls to Bracey around the wicket, angling it into his ribs, angling it in at the body. The short legs there.
Just to make it difficult for Bracey, just to play that little nudge. They've got 2 men behind square on the leg side for the little deflection as well. If there is a
David Milan's down here. He's come quite fine actually, hasn't he? But at the pace of Harris Ralph, I think if he gets a little tickle, he might still beat him. Like that. But not quickly enough there. Just, in fact, they don't even take the single. I think James Bracey's going to take the heat of Harris Ralph. Absorbing the heat.
How many overs in this Ralph spell? He's 6th, actually, so you might have much more than maybe this one and maybe the last, or maybe one more at a push.
Yeah. Feel well spread. Harris Ralph in. And that's hit him on the head as well.
Bracey was looking straight down the line of that ball as well.
That's the 2nd time in this innings. That's hit James Bracey on the head.
Flush on the front. He's almost hit him on the badge, I would
think.
He
has. He's crusted him. Short ball. Harris Ralph and just
maybe he didn't look at it, which is didn't get up as much as he thought. But once again, this time it's David Bartlett coming out to just check James Bracey is okay, but that was flush on the front, and may have another look at that. It's the raising of the bat actually from Bracey to the 150. Here's the replay after that single got him there, and as you can see, no big celebration from Bracey, just an acknowledgement really, but an acknowledgement too that things are not yet done here. There's a drink for Josh Shaw and checks from David Bartlett for James Bracey. No play going on here at the moment.
Yep, new helmet being called for. Once they get hit once, they call for a new one now. They don't stay in the same one anymore. And James Bracey's an expensive man for his helmet company, isn't he? He's gone through, this will be the 3rd one of his innings.
Well, he had an egg on his head yesterday, metaphorically, because of the impact from yesterday. He's going to be a real set of bruises on his head after this game. Just to say that there were one other match in Division 1. Kent are 7 down now in their 2nd innings, following on against Lancashire. 103 for 7. They still trail by 143.
Yep, Gloucestershire going to Lancashire next week as well.
Yeah, wonder if one Jay Anderson might be playing.
Under slate grey skies in Manchester. Be interesting. Bracey gets another 100 there. Well,
impossible to ignore him if that happens, I think. It may almost be impossible to ignore him even at the moment.
I think so.
I think the helmet that David Bartlett's bought out, Bracey doesn't feel quite happy with the setting of it, so they've tried to adjust it. He's got the put the head guard on. He's not comfortable with it yet, though, understandably.
Yeah, he's been through the concussion protocols, which they go through now. They check them out and ask them all sorts of questions, don't they? I think you went through them yesterday, didn't you, Ian?
Who's the PM?
Well, it depends on Partygate, I think, doesn't it?
Can you say the alphabet backwards? What was the Bristol Rovers score on Good Friday?
1-0.
1-0.
Yeah. James Bracey would want that one, wouldn't he? Because he's a big gas head.
But this is this is an interesting situation for the umpires and the scorers, because when they're coming to calculate the over rates.
Yeah.
Generally speaking, the umpires and the scorers compare notes after each session for where the time adjustments are to be made, either for falling of wickets or, for instance, like this.
Yeah.
And they generally would correlate that both at lunch and at tea. So there'll be a note here on time as to when the incident happened and how long was taken out of the game. Have we closed the poll, Shane, on the drinks? We have, and the result is a resounding, well, not quite resounding, but a narrow win for blackcurrant on the squash. I'm pleased to say, blackcurrant 34%, 32% orange, and then the others trailing in the wake. Bracey, with a new helmet, nudges that out on the leg side. They're not going to take a run. Summer fruits a touch above lime cordial. Lemon tailed off somewhere in the distance.
Yeah, it wasn't even on the poll. It's irrelevant to me.
Blackcurrant for you? No, I'm sensing not.
Orange and pineapple, double strength.
Oh, really? Oh.
Yeah, got to be.
Bracey, 153, still there.
Harris Ralph into him and gets him a bouncer. Harry Duke just about gets a glove on that, which saves 4 byes, and that's the end of the over. 326 for 8 after that hold up. We're going to have a look at this one where James Bracey gets pinned by Harris Ralph for the second time in this innings.
My hunch is actually he's looking down more than at the ball here. He's ducked into it a bit. Perhaps thinking it's going to go higher than actually it has done.
Yeah. Do you think the bounce is starting to get a little bit inconsistent?
Well, chiefly that has been from this Ashley Down Road end, I think, rather more than from the other end. But we have to bear in mind that Ralph is, well, I would suggest he's, without Naseem Shah, he's by some distance the fastest bowler on show.
Yeah. One of the fastest in the world. I think, Mark Wood's quicker, but I can't think of many more who are quicker than Harris Ralph.
Don Best just doing some shuffling of his field. They want another helmet for the Yorkshire close catchers here, so Harry Brooks gone to get one from the boundary rope at the pavilion end, and he will come into field at leg slip. So Lythe at slip, Brook at leg slip, and Wharton at short leg. He's very fine there. He's just gone a bit wider, Harry Brook. And here is Don Best to Josh Shaw, who clips that away through mid-wicket. And has that gone away for 6? Well, it's more than a clip. He's got really middled that. That's gone for 6. Well, there's no boundary rider on the leg side here. And Josh Shaw has timed that really well. Here's the second look at it. Well, it was tossed right up. But that's all on the timing. He didn't really appear to launch himself into that. But it is probably the slightly shorter boundary to that side of the ground.
Yeah, hitting with the spin. Lovely shot.
332 for 8. Lead up to 183. 10 minutes to lunch. Shaw this time clips it into the gap. Harris Ralph will tumble and stop it. He'll take the single to mid-on. And Shaw goes up to 11. Back to standing on one leg. 333 for 8.
Just the 9 minutes to lunch.
Now then, James Bracey against the off-spinner. Just getting his feet moving again after that blow from Harris Ralph. Just the one slip for Bracey. Best around the wicket, and Bracey goes back and plays it down to the ground. That did appear to be spinning actually as he played that into the ground. It might have hit a foot mark there, but it did appear to have a bit of revolution on it. Best with only the one close catcher, and Bracey thinks about a cut and got a bit tight to him to play that. And Yorkshire will be chipping in his ear there, I think. I think we're having a bit to say. And Bess asking Steve Patterson about the field, what he might want. Of a change. He's got 6 men saving 1. He's got 7 men saving 1 actually, and it will now be 8 because they're bringing Matt Fisher in. So it's really is a singles dictated field here, and just the one close catcher. Bracey 153, career best 156.
Yep, Bracey will want the single here, so he can face Harris Ralph.
Yorkshire trying to keep him at that end, and he's not going to get a single there. Out to Jordan Thompson, so it will leave Shaw on strike. Has Ralph got has Ralph got another over in him? The sleeveless sweater is being peeled off pretty rapidly. I would suggest that he probably knows that there's only one more over he can bowl before lunch.
Yeah.
And therefore, right, he's going to give it everything in this last over from his, what you think, 7 minutes to go. Best might mean he'll get 2 more, but it would need to be a tight one. And the overs in the day are now down to 70 remaining.
Every over
184 is the lead.
Every over ticked off is another over nearer Gloucestershire, grabbing the 8 points on offer for a draw in the county championship along with their bonus points.
3 slips and a gully and a point for Josh Shaw.
Harris Ralph into Shaw. That's a short bouncer and a waste of a delivery there in a way.
Yeah, you have to say that Josh Shaw is not, well, he's not going to get out to that.
No. Lead of 184.
Or indeed play at it for that matter.
111th over of the innings. And I'm wondering if there is going to be a twist in the tail in this match, whether the drama will build during the day. Harris Ralph in, and that's a good delivery, and Josh Shaw doesn't get anywhere near it. Yeah, I'm wondering if there's going to be a twist in the tail here and whether we're going to see some wickets possibly.
Well, if
in the Yorkshire innings, and
there'd need to be an early breakthrough from whatever Gloucestershire have got to defend. They need to make some early inroads, you would think.
Yeah. Gloucestershire took us all the way last week at Northamptonshire. Can they do it again?
A couple of emails which we'll get to in a moment, depending on how long this over takes to go through. One is from Philip Anderson, and it concerns Harris Ralph. Josh Shaw is just assessing the field here.
Here's Harris Ralph, and he pulls out.
Philip says, in every form of cricket that Harris has played, ODIs, first class, T20s and so on, he has taken more wickets than he has scored runs. Is that a record? I can't think of any other cricketer with that comprehensive stat.
I can think of a few who probably didn't play that many one-day internationals or T20s. Chandrasekhar, possibly. Harris Ralph in, and that's again a good delivery. And he's all over Josh Shaw here. Yeah, Chandrasekhar and Bisham Beatty wasn't too clever with the bat, was he? Or Brendan Bracewell back in the day for New Zealand.
I suppose the thing is that this is in every format.
Yeah.
Which is, given that he does play across all of them, that is quite a start. And Eric Whitlock's been back in touch. Unfortunately, he says, my COVID test was still positive this morning, so no paramedic work for me today, but the bonus of another day to relax watching this enthralling county championship match.
Yeah, you stay with us and get better. Harris Ralph in, and Josh Shaw plays that off thick outside edge. And we've got 2 gullies in by the look of it. We've got Harry Brook at first slip, Adam Lyons second slip, George Hill at third, David Milan. That's quite a fine gully, like a floating sort of 5th slip, and then Dominic Bess.
Actually, Eric has posed a question which you may have just answered, but it's worth repeating. In fact, you might do that at the lunch break. It's only 4 minutes away.
Harris Ralph in, and that's too good for Joshua Shaw. He's still there. He's still gutsing it out, still grinding it. Bracey 153, Shaw 11, 3-3-3 for 8. So triple Nelson.
And actually, as Ralph is walking back, I'll give you the chance to answer the question, Dan. Eric says, could you just clarify the point system for county matches this season? What is likely the most that Gloucestershire could expect to get with all 3 results still possible?
Harris Ralph in, and Shaw plays down to the offside, wants a single, but they turn it down. Right, the points in the county championship, you can get 5 batting points. So you get those at 200, 250, 300, 350 and 400. They have to be earned in the first 110 overs of a game. You can then get 3 bowling points. So you get them at 3 wickets, at 6 wickets and 9 wickets. And again, you have to take those wickets in the first 110 overs of the first innings. They're only on offer in the first innings of a game. If you win a game, you get 16 points on top of your bonus points. If you draw a game, you get 8 points. And if you tie a game, you get 8 points. If you lose a game, you don't get any points apart from your bonus points. So, Gloucestershire,
in what should be the last over before lunch, Bracey forward to the off-spin of Don Bessie. I think that he will ensure at 12:58 that there is not another over here.
Yeah, Gloucestershire can get, from batting, they got 227 in their first innings, so they passed 200. They get 1 batting point.
Bess again to Bracey. Forward, it does spin a little, but it goes outside the off stump and it's taken by Harry Duke.
From bowling, they bowled Yorkshire out,
but beyond the 110.
But beyond the 110 mark, so I think they had 6 wickets down, so they got 2 bowling points.
Best once more round the wicket, and Bracey plays that out into the ground. There's no thought of a single. 333 for 8 it remains.
So at the moment, Gloucestershire have a total of 3 bonus points in total. If they draw this game, they'll get another 8 on top of that, so they could come out with 11 points. If they won it, they would come out with 19 points.
Bess in again to Bracey forward.
If they lose it, they'll come out with 3 points. Yorkshire
could get 22, couldn't they?
Could get 22, yeah. Which would be a decent return, won't it, Ian?
It would. Bracey's just at 12:59. 2 balls to go, even with a spinner in. He's just making sure that there are only 2 balls left before lunch. And he's defended the first of those, and Bess again thought he might have got through there. There's the shot of him walking back, head in hands.
Josh Shaw doing his best Monty Don impression, doing a bit of gardening.
The clock has ticked round.
Yeah.
3:33 for 8. And Yorkshire are going to make another change to the field, as this is the last over. They're going to put the short leg in, I think. James Walton's coming in. Bracey started the day on 112, so he has added 42.
Silly point.
Silly point, just to make a change. Best then, last ball of the morning, into Bracey, who lets it go outside the off stump, and he will walk off for a welcome sit down, having had that blow on the head from Harris Ralph, but he has kept Gloucestershire in it. There are now 68 overs left in the day. You can take 2 off of that for the change of innings, and the lead at lunch is 184. And I think we have to say 3 results still possible.
Yeah, absolutely superb from James Bracey. He's a very popular man here in Bristol. He's a local lad, Bristol Rovers fan through Winterbourne Cricket Club up the road. And his innings here has been absolutely wonderful. He's shown courage, he's shown heart. He's been hit on the head twice by Harris Ralph, but he's still there. 153 not out, and what a wonderful, wonderful knock. And he's given his side a chance of either saving, possibly even winning this game.
Yeah, he's got to have some more help, though, from Josh Shaw and from Ajit Singh Dale yet. 3:33 for 8. Gloucestershire at lunch. The wickets to fall this morning. Zafar Gohar, who really put in a very spirited effort. He made 40 before he was caught in the slips by Adam Lyth off Harris Ralph. He and Bracey added 104 together for the 7th wicket, but sadly Matt Taylor went soon afterwards. LBW hit on the back pad by Steve Patterson for a single. 333 for 8 Gloucestershire at lunch. There's the full details of the card. Bracey, 313 balls he's faced, and we'll talk to you again just before 20 minutes to 2. Perhaps go and have a bite to eat and get ready for, well, strap yourselves in, you might say, for
yes,
what could be a very tense afternoon. We'll talk to you again shortly before 1:40.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the Seat Unique Stadium, where Gloucestershire will resume on 333 for 8, underpinned by a wonderful 153 from James Bracey. And Josh Shaw's there on 11 not out. Yorkshire needing a couple more wickets. And they're currently 184 runs in deficit.
Have you had people texting you about the equation here down in the lunch interval? I have.
Have you?
Yeah.
Go on. I'm joined by Ian Randall. My name's Dan Whiting. I'm joined by Ian Randall. And what have they been saying?
Well, one said, how many overs left? It still looks tight. And I think, yes, I think the equation will be, if Gloucester, it's 66 overs remaining, 68 currently, but you lose 2 for the change of innings. Therefore, if Gloucestershire could get the overs down to, say, 50, that would mean they're batting for another 15 or 16 overs. They'll probably get 30 runs in that time. So you're getting the run rate on the chase up to around 4 and over, and that's probably where they want it, to try and make it a genuine three-way win-lose-draw scenario.
Yeah.
At the moment, it's still Yorkshire's because the rate is still near around about 3, and Harris Ralph, having had to sit down and some lunch, is going to keep going.
Yeah, I think this has got a few twists and turns in it. As Harris Ralph comes in from the pavilion end for the first ball after lunch, and Josh Shaw has a little fend at that, little nibble, but doesn't touch it. I think it's got some further twists and turns. We saw an absolute thriller at Northampton last week, and Gloucestershire look like the team to watch in Division 1. They play exciting cricket, and I think it's going to build into a beautiful crescendo. Don't you, Ian?
It could well do, and even if Yorkshire decided not to go for the total,
Harris Ralph, Josh Shaw pokes it back to him.
That depends how far Gloucestershire got with this, of course. That would show a lot of respect for the way Gloucestershire battled back in the match, because they were obviously significantly behind on first innings.
Yeah, and I think Gloucestershire have lost both tosses in their games, which have been crucial, haven't they? And I think you were saying earlier off air, the toss at Bristol is, it's imperative to win it. It's Harris Ralph. Bouncer goes through to Harry Duke.
3 slips and a short leg for Ralph. Just so you've had an email from Alan Brown during the lunch interval. Alan, thank you for this. I'm consigned to home with COVID, he says. Missing live cricket very much. I do hope to be in attendance for the Surrey match. Is it fanciful to see James Bracey being recalled to the England team as a specialist middle order batsman? He appears to have matured into a highly skilled player with admirable defence and much courage.
I'd bat him at 3.
That's where he likes to bat.
Yeah, I'd bat him at 3. Here's Harris Ralph. That's down the leg side, and that's a good stop there by Duke.
Trying to find the fast Yorker for Josh Shaw here. Remember, Gloucestershire, as you can see, short form details on the bottom of the screen. 184 is the lead, 2 wickets in hand, and they just have to take it in. Well, let's say it's almost small little blocks, so maybe of a couple of overs, 2 or 3 overs at a time, or even, as we've said in its very simple concept, just play the next ball.
Harris Ralph and Shaw blocks that out. If you're joining us from Yorkshire, a warm welcome from the West Country. If you're joining us from Gloucestershire, I hope you're enjoying the stream, and thanks for sticking with us for the 3 days so far. Numbers have been really encouraging, and I'm sure that you'll stick with us till the end of play, because we've got a thrilling prospect in order here at the Seat Unique Stadium here in Bristol. As Harris Ralph comes in, and Shaw has a little nibble at that one, but again it just goes through harmlessly to Harry Duke, and that's the end of the first over after lunch, and another one ticked off the overs to bowl column.
Yes, that number will become increasingly important as we go through. Harris Ralph now 25 overs, 2 for 73. That was his 5th maiden, and we're going to have the mix of his pace at one end and the nagging accuracy of Steve Patterson now at the other. 333 for 8. So that means Gloucestershire in the morning session added 80 runs for the loss of Zafika Hart for 40 and Matt Taylor for 1. Patterson's going to bowl round the wicket to James Bracey, who will face his first ball of this afternoon session. 3 slips in for Patterson. And Bracey lets that go outside the off stump. And I just wonder, will both of these two still... I mean, the score, the runs required is relevant, but do you think their first thought is still, right, I don't need to play at that, therefore I won't play at it?
Yeah, I think their first thought is to try and negotiate their way through the next 15 or so overs. I think they'd like to be setting Yorkshire something like 230, 240 or 50, 55.
Patterson outside the off stump, Bracey again lets that go. And Yorkshire having to work hard for these wickets here. They haven't played at Bristol for a long time. These two sides are meetings in the Championship in the last 2 decades. We can count on one hand and still have fingers over. Haven't met in 4-day cricket since 2012. Patterson in. Bracey drives. That's his career record score. First class. It won't be... Oh, it's going to be held in, actually. They're going to come back for 2. He's still 1 short. I thought that was going to go all the way to the rope. But good stop by Jordan Thompson. Right on the extra cover boundary. That kept them down to 2. So Bracey at 155. His career record 156. Jumping the gun a bit there.
Who was that against, you know?
Glamorgan.
Yeah.
On an absolute featherbed of a pitch in Cardiff.
It often is there, isn't it?
An end of the season pitch. You'd like to have heard the sound of that going out of the middle. Patterson in again. Bracey pleasantly pushes that to Harris Ralph at mid-off.
Yeah, you wouldn't like to be someone like Michael Hogan, who's swapped New South Wales for South Wales and been in South Wales for a number of years.
I think, has Hogan not announced that this will be his last season?
I think he has.
In first class cricket.
He's getting on a little bit now. I think is he 38, 39?
He might even be more than that.
Might even be 40, yeah.
But been a really good player of his type.
Yeah.
Would never argue he's a bat. Never doesn't pretend to be, but very good bowler. Right, one of the slips has come out. George Hill has gone in to try and stop Bracey playing through that straightish mid-off position. Brook is short at the moment. I can think of a few captains who would fine him for having his hands in his pockets at the moment. But he got a good 100 in the first innings. And he's in just on that little punch drive from Bracey. Patterson staying around the wicket. And that's cut, but no great power. Just steered really to Wharton in the gully. He's going to get the protective headgear because he's going to go back in at short leg once more. Bracey's taken all the strike in that over from Steve Patterson, so Josh Shaw, Harris Ralph is all yours, he said.
Yeah, innings of great courage this from James Bracey. Harris Ralph has hit him a couple of times on the head. Bracey currently on his 3rd helmet of the innings. So there's no mid-off, there's a big gap there at mid-off. As Harris Ralph comes into Josh Shaw and he's got him caught behind by Harry Duke. Just feathers one through to the wicket keeper. And that's 3-3-5 for 9.
I didn't know whether Shaw had actually played inside that until I saw Ralph's reaction. It must have been... actually, it's a bit more of an edge than it looks a bit more of an edge on the replay than it does to the naked eye. And Shaw has to trudge off, but he's survived for 45 minutes for his 11. And he's taken Gloucestershire to 335 for 9. And Now, Ajit Singh Dale, if we're honest, we really don't know what to expect from his batting. He's new into county cricket, obviously, only his fourth first-class game. He's batting at number 11, but he's got a man at the other end who's 1 run short of his career best score. And I'm sure that James Bracey will be just imparting a few words of advice here. And to come back to your point earlier, Dan, at what point does Bracey stick or twist? It may now be that he's really got to farm the strike here as much as he can.
Yeah, I think he will. I think we might see a few shots now, because I think Ajit Singh Dale is a genuine number 11. As Josh Shaw departs from 11 and also is not out 11 in the first innings as well. So he's still got 5 balls though, Ajit Singh Dale, to negotiate here from Harris Ralph.
3 wickets in the innings for Ralph, 3 for 73 currently. Patterson also has 3 wickets, so they've gone back to the greatest threat. They've got 3 slips and 2 gullies for Ajit Singh Dale.
Harris Ralph in, and he puts it onto his legs. Ajit Singh Dale manages to drop the bat on that, and it goes for 1. So James Bracey will face the final 4 balls.
They might have run. They certainly would have run 2 there.
They
might have run 3, but I could absolutely understand why Bracey said,
Don't
1 run.
Risk it. Don't risk it. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. 1 run. You've survived it. You've got me down the other end.
Yeah. There's again no mid-off, which makes me think that James Bracey might not be getting too much stuff in his half of the wicket here.
Where's Fisher going? They're going to give Bracey a single anywhere he wants it.
Yeah,
basically.
So they've got the deep mid wicket, they've got the deep square, they've got the long leg, there's a short leg. Oh, and that's a good ball from Harris Ralph. Short, whistles past the nose of James Bracey. Remember, this bowler's hit him a couple of times on the head, so he's quite slinging action, isn't he, Harris Ralph? As if he's quite difficult to pick up out of the hand.
And actually he's quite wide on the crease as well, so with an arm that's a little bit rounded as well. And he's not a real Lasith Malinga type slinger, but it is a little bit rounded, so you've got to be careful on the angle.
Here's Harris Ralph approaching the crease and bowls to Bracey.
One thing I would say,
out to deep point, but they don't take the run.
We saw this on the slow-mo, I think early this morning. He is a long way short of the front line, and actually I think he was probably on the back line when he bowled that last delivery. So he's varying the length by where he is on the crease.
Yep. Ian, I've had a bit of a personal disaster in the lunch break.
Careful, Dan.
Spilled the sauce from my ratatouille all over my scorecard here.
Oh.
Harris Ralph in to Bracey, who plays him out to point. There's no run. There's 1 ball left in the over.
Now the field will tighten up, you think?
Yeah, and Bracey will be looking. Well, it's a split field. The mid-off has come in. The mid-on's up. The point's up. There's a square leg, but there's still a couple of men out on the hook trap. There's a long leg and a deep backward square. There's no one out on the offside that I can see. As Ajit Singh Dale comes in, and that's short. Bracey goes hooking, and that has gone all the way for 6, and that is his record score.
Highest first-class score for James Bracey. Up with a 6. The cowbell rings. Bracey's reaction merely to talk to his fellow batsman. There might be a tap from Ajit's gloves, but that's all.
Yeah, 1-6-1.
No big celebration. That will mean a lot to him, though, just to get a further score on the board. But now he's got to look at how can he manufacture that he takes as much of the strike as possible.
Yep.
Patterson not as quick as Harris Ralph, but
skillful operator,
yeah,
isn't he?
and Ajit's still got the problem of trying to survive here.
Yeah. Yorkshire going to need 194 if they're going to win this one, though, now.
342 for 9. And Ajit lets that go outside his off stump. I think he just about knew where his off stump was. I think obviously he is coming into the first class game at age 21, and one of the horrible jobs for coaches at the end of a season is to say to a player, look, I'm sorry your contract is up, there's nothing for you here for the following year. I'll just come back to that in a second. Here's Patterson into Ajit Singh Dale, who defends, and some of the players who don't play first team cricket regularly will get assigned to a club, so that they play club cricket on a Saturday to give them regular practice. And it always intrigues me as to where a tail ender in a first class team would bat in a club side.
High up, I'd imagine. I'll come on to it after this ball.
Patterson again to Dale, who defends, and the example that comes to mind is George Dressel, who was at Gloucestershire until the latter end of last season, when he was released, picked up some second team chances both at Worcester and at Durham, and has signed a contract actually at Durham for this season. And I think he said he used to bat at 4, even though George would probably bat at 10 in Gloucestershire's first team. Here's Patterson in, and Singdale defends.
Yeah, when I was playing Hertfordshire Division 1 cricket back at the end of the 90s, and we came up played a side called Old South Indians in the Bertie Joel Cup, which those of you in the South East will know, 45 over midweek competition. And we came up against Andy Clark, who then went and played for Essex and was an out-and-out number 11. Yet Clark batted at number 3 and took us for 143 not out. So there you go.
Field drops out here. They can giving Gloucestershire the single if they want it, but Singdale is not interested. 342 for 9. 193 is the lead. Overs remaining 65 on the board. You have to take 2 off for change of innings, so it would be 62 in reality, is where this over is almost complete. 2 slips and a short leg for Patterson, and Singdale works it past Wharton, but he's not interested in a single. Gloucestershire survive another over. One more over ticks down. 193 is the lead. 194 to win. So we're getting into this of the 3 and over realm, aren't we now, in terms of run rate? And that's been the run rate throughout the match. So Yorkshire probably I think they still feel pretty comfortable about what they'd be asked to chase here, even though, fielding restrictions to Gloucestershire are 0.
Yeah, it's going to be the new ball for Gloucestershire is going to be key in this. And saw Ryan Higgins warming up in the lunch break, and he's going to be crucial. But here's Harris Ralph to Bracey, who plays that out to an extremely deep extra cover, but they don't take the run.
There would have been an easy single there, but Bracey's not. So basically he's interested in even numbers only from here, I suspect.
Yeah.
Is 0 an even number? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think we might see some fireworks here. Will he wait till the 5th ball the over?
He's not interested.
Again, pumped out to deep mid-wicket. Bracey shunning the single.
I think these two are still prepared to bat time here. If they can soak up even 5 or 6 overs, even if they don't advance the run rate.
I agree.
Advance the total, I should say.
It just takes Yorkshire out of their comfort zone a little bit, doesn't it? And squeezes them a little bit more.
You're making them work for that last breakthrough.
Yeah. Harris Ralph in, and Bracey pumps him down the ground. He's going to get at least 2, probably 4. And that's a glorious shot played probably off the back foot there by Bracey. Balanced beautifully and just works him through the vacant mid-off area.
He might have almost wanted 3 there, actually.
He was off the front foot.
But he's got 4. 3 would have got him down the non-striker. Again, given Harris Ralph a chance to have a go at Singdale, which he probably doesn't want.
Here he comes into the pitch, and that's gone for a massive 6. That's gone into the balconies of the flats next door to us. And this is carnage here from James Bracey. Moves on to 171.
350 up for Gloucestershire in their second innings. Here's a replay of the shot. He's whipped that, picked it really quickly, and the fielder down on the rope in front of the apartments, absolutely no chance of getting that. That would have gone quite some distance further back.
Yeah,
the ball has been returned, and Alex Wharf is happy that it's the right shape. Bracey up to 171, and the lead now over 200.
Here we go. Where's Bracey going to put this one? Harris Ralph. And that's short. And that's pulled. And that has also gone for 6. James Bracey. Destructive. 177. Harris Ralph going to the cleaners.
Here's again the replay. This is the second shot, and it is a mirror image of the first one. Not quite as far. The first one went a very long way, high up onto, and we're on the 3rd floor looking down on the ground here, and that was going well above our eye line, the first of those 2 6s.
Lead now up to 209. Harris Ralph coming in to Bracey. Oh, and that's a slower ball bouncer, and that has bounced in front of Harry Duke, and they've managed to scramble a bye. So Bracey will retain the strike.
Well, these two...
I can see where Harris Ralph was going there. He tried something a little bit different, but it was just one of those unfortunate scenarios that happens where the ball bounced in front of Harry Duke and he couldn't quite take it cleanly.
Well, 24 these two have added, of which Singdale has made a single. It's just a chat between Ralph and Bracey. I'm not sure. I don't know what that conversation is. It's between Ralph and Singdale, actually. And Patterson is to continue from this Ashley Down Road end. We have some England cricket news to bring you, which we will do during this over. Bracey on strike now to Patterson, still with 2 slips in. Let's let go outside the off stump. Now, Dan has been talking about all these vacancies that there have been in and around England cricket during this match, but one of them has been filled this morning. Announcement just been made about that, and we'll reveal what that is in a moment or two. Here is Patterson into Bracey, in the air and caught. Oh, he's been caught by Harry Brook at short extra cover, and he's out for 177. And the first thing Harry Duke does is he goes and shakes his hand as he walks off, and Steve Patterson also shakes Bracey's hand as he walks off. Now, all the Yorkshire players, or certainly at least 4 of them, have shaken the hand of James Bracey as he walks off. He's last out for 177, and he walks off on his own to generous applause. 359 Gloucestershire are all out. 211 will be the Yorkshire target, and if my maths is right, they will have 60 overs in which to get them.
Yeah, fantastic innings there from James Bracey. Just going to go through the bowling figures. Fisher, 1 for 74 of 20. Thompson 1 for 54 of 23. Stephen Patterson 3 for 43 of 24. Bowled very well. Gave himself some control in the field. Harris Ralph 3 for 96 of 27. James Bracey taking him apart there towards the end. And Dominic Best 1 for 61 of 23. So it's going to be an interesting afternoon.
Well, James Bracey, 331 balls he faced, 17 fours and 3 sixes, 2 of them in that last Harris Ralph over. Really gambling at the end there to see what he could get to top up the Gloucestershire total. He was frustrated when he was out, but he doesn't need to really criticise himself at all over that knock. 177 he made. He was last out. Ajit Singh Dale not out one. 33 extras in that second innings total of 359. And there's the full details of the card. Bracey's innings, I think, will be talked about amongst the England hierarchy because he's now got 1 century and then 1 big century in these first 2 championship games. And as Dan's given you the Yorkshire bowling figures, and they're left with a chase that probably puts them as favourites now for this game. 210 to win. It's a tricky one, but they do have 60 overs in which to get the runs, and the question really will be, I think as Josh Shaw put it in our interview on Friday morning, can Ryan Higgins have one of those crazy hours when he really does cause trouble for the opposition? But you've seen James Bracey twice now, Dan, in quick succession, and you've seen him score a bucket load of runs on both occasions.
Yeah, and he does it with in difficult circumstances as well. And England's top order has had its issues over the winter. I'm sure we're all well aware of that. And James Bracey has showed a bit of heart, a bit of courage. He's done both roles on wickets that weren't easy to bat on. He's done them both in difficult circumstances, and he's been absolutely brilliant. And he's been hit on the head a couple of times and survived, and
indeed carried on.
Yeah.
So
we've got some news, haven't we?
Yeah. So we did hint at this a moment or two before Bracey's dismissal. Rob Key, former Kent and England batsman, has been named as the new managing director of England men's cricket. The field for that role appeared to be shrinking when Marcus North pulled out of the race, if that's the right word, to it earlier in the week. And Key will therefore take over from Andrew Strauss, who has been in the job in an interim basis for the last 2 months since the dismissal of Ashley Giles. Giles' departure, of course, followed England's Ashes defeat in Australia. Key said it is an absolute honour to take this job. It seems to be quite well liked in cricket, Rob Key.
Yeah, he's well liked. He was an excellent tactician as well as skipper of Kent. I thought he did very well. I think he led them to 20 over victory, 20 over cup one year as well. And he's a good man. He's one of the great thinkers of the game, from Beckenham originally, and hit a double 100 for England. Didn't play that many tests, but hit a double 100 against the West Indies at Lord's. So he's got his name on the honours board there, and he's going to have his name on the office of one of the doors there as well.
I wonder how he'll. Sometimes it is said that people coming into leading roles in the game kind of have to have played a lot at the top level. He hasn't played a lot, but he's played a lot of first-class cricket, and that perhaps is just as relevant.
Yeah, he had a proper career there at Kent and loyal to one county, and he's got some quite interesting theories on the game. He's got some quite good ideas. I interviewed him a couple of years ago, and we were talking about pitches around the world, and he's got some quite interesting theories, some quite left field theories. We were talking about wickets around the country and how they're not as quick as they used to be perhaps, and he was saying that he thinks it's the drainage systems that have been installed in many grounds Lords has had a new drainage system in recent years. And he seems to think it might have sucked the life out of squares a little bit as well, which means that the decks have slowed down. So he's got some quite interesting theories on various things, and I think it's a good move, and I think he'll be someone who's good for the English game. He's someone who cares and is passionate about the game.
I mean, interestingly, there has been a lot of work has been done on the drainage here at Bristol, which supporters and members have said have meant that cricket's been possible on certain days, which in days gone by would not have been possible at all.
Yeah.
And a lot of that obviously was done when the apartments were built, the structures were done, but even then the drainage has improved since then, and obviously we've had no issues with drainage this week at all because we've had no interruptions and no rain, but it is noticeable how quickly now the moisture does dissipate, and the last of the rolling just being undertaken here by Paul Collett, who's man on the roller here for the Gloucestershire ground staff and the umpires.
The Gloucestershire company car.
Doesn't go too quickly. It is 60 overs, we can confirm. 60 overs and 211 is the target after James Bracey last out for 177. So in a nutshell today, Gloucestershire's last 4 wickets added 106, and I think if you'd have offered Gloucestershire that at the start of play, I think Graham Van Buren would have said, it's on a stick or twist situation. You can walk out with a total behind you and a number of overs behind you. Would you take that as a deal, or would you gamble less or more? I think Graham Van Buren would have said, do you know what? It's not impossible for us to win the game from this position. Tricky, yes, you'd still rather be the batting side, but the Yorkshire middle order performed well in the first innings. Can they get into it again in a different situation?
I think Graham Van Buren would have snapped your hand off this morning. The ball was only 4 overs old, and we've seen the new ball do a little bit in this during the game, and I think it might do a little bit now as well. And I think that innings from James Bracey's given his side a fighting chance of either a draw or possibly a win. I still think the Yorkshire win is the favourite, but they've got a chance, Gloucestershire.
And so I wonder, on the balance now, you'd probably say, is the draw now the least likely? Because Yorkshire will go hard at this for a long period.
Yeah, unless Yorkshire lose early wickets and shut up shop.
Well, they'd need to be in the realms of the 4 for 4, wouldn't they? There was at Taunton yesterday, perhaps, to do that. But Lyth and Higgins will be the first 2 players in direct duel. In a direct duel. George Hill is at the non-striker's end.
Yeah, Ryan Higgins going to start us off from the pavilion end. Adam Lyth facing. Scored 52 in the first innings until he was sent on his way back by an absolute wonderful catch from Miles Hammond. Here's Higgins into him, and Lyth just tucks that around the corner. No run into the leg side. In fact, it's a no ball to start us off. And this has been a feature of Gloucestershire's play in the last 2 games, and they'll be wanting to eradicate these extras because they're freebies, they're free runs for Yorkshire, as well as the 7th ball of the over. Here's Higgins in to Lyth. That's on the money, but Lyth.
And Yorkshire have got 60 overs here. They can win it in the 60th if they want. There's no need to take any kind of risk. And in fact, they'll probably think. Actually, they'll probably think about it more as an ordinary 50 over run chase, because then you've got time in hand.
Yeah.
Should you need it, but I'm sure that's how they'll mentally think of it.
Yeah. Higgins in, strays onto the pads of Adam Lyth, who works it down to fine leg. First runs off the bat in the innings. Who's scoring to 3.
Yeah,
And I believe we've got tea at 3:40 on the last day. It's a set time, isn't it?
That's a good point. That might be right, actually.
I think it might be.
So
I might be talking complete rubbish here, Ian.
no, I'm sure that's correct. I mean, they might go to 32 overs to go, but I'll have to check that really.
Higgins to Hill. Oh, and he's had a little nibble at that one, but doesn't find the edge. But the patrons of the stand below us getting behind the Gloucestershire lads, as you can probably hear on the effects mic. 3 slips. Miles Hammond at first. Got Marcus Harris at third. And that's forward defensive. And no run. But it's Ollie Price on a substitute fielder at second, actually. I'm just trying to work out who's not on the field for Gloucestershire.
Can we work that out? So it's Hammond.
Higgins in, and that's driven firmly by Hill out to mid-off. We've got Tom Lace at point. We've got Zafar Gahara extra cover. I think it might be Charlesworth.
So Harris is definitely out there.
I think it's Ben Charlesworth.
Yes, I don't see Charlesworth either.
Right, here's Higgins approaching the crease from the pavilion end. And Hill shoulders arms. That completes the first over. 3 for none. 1 to Adam Lythe. And Hill yet to get off the mark. So lovely afternoon here in Bristol. Come and join us. Or stick with us on the stream. Numbers have been fantastic watching the stream over the first few days. Really good numbers. And I hope you've enjoyed the coverage. And let us know if you've got any questions for us as well. To commentators at glossccc.co.uk. You can ask us more or less anything within reason. Within reason. But it's an enthralling passage of play lined up, and we are about to have Matt Taylor. So Ian Randall, take us away.
Yes, Taylor rather than Ajit Singh Dale, interestingly, with this new ball, Ashley down road end, and Taylor just again swings that from the hand, and it's defended by Lythe. So George Hill opening with him, and then, well, James Wharton at 3. Would they juggle the order, I wonder?
I think we might see David Milan at 3.
It depends how long the two openers stay together for. That's outside the off stump, and taken by James Bracey, who probably didn't even. Well, he'd have keeping pads, wouldn't he, as opposed to his batting pads.
Yeah.
The keeping ones are smaller.
With a top cut off, long gone are the days where keepers used to keep in, you know, the old Alan Knott style pads.
Bracey's got 2 slips alongside him. Ollie Price is, promising batsman. Bowls a little bit of off spin. We've seen that in the first class game, but it looks still quite a gentle off spin. It may be that the batting is his stronger suit at the moment. Taylor to Lythe. And lets that go outside the off stump. The Yorkshire can take their time a little bit here.
Yeah, I agree.
They've got 60 overs in all. Interesting to see that the net run rate at the start of this Yorkshire second innings has come up again as -2, which is where Gloucestershire are in their analysis. Fairly orthodox field for Taylor. That's down the leg side, clipped away by Lythe. Down to fine leg. Zafar down there. And an underarm throw comes in to James Bracey, and now George Hill.
I think we'll see Zafar play a part this afternoon.
Yes, I mean, he's not going to have a hugely long bowl, one would feel. And again, and also probably likely from the pavilion end where he's got the longer straight boundary rather than the shorter one to the apartments. Hill looks to the leg side. There's nobody at deep square. If he fancied clipping one off his legs, but Matt Taylor drops it in short, meant he can't play that shot. And bowler known as Bomber throws the ball away. I don't know why that is either. And takes his sun hat. Just to confirm that we don't know why, but Ben Charlesworth isn't on the field at the moment. Ollie Price is fielding as a substitute for him.
Yeah, just the two slips now. Miles Hammond at first, Ollie Price at second. James Bracey keeping wicket, who's the star of the show. Wonderful 177.
T will be at 340, I'm reliably informed by the Gloucestershire scorer.
Higgins in. Oh, and that nearly burst through the defences of Adam Lythe. Thick inside edge onto the pad. And Higgins probing away. You'd think that if Gloucestershire are going to get anything out of this, and Ryan Higgins has to bring in a big haul of wickets.
Yes, he needs a sort of a 3 for 10 opening spell. Be quite handy, wouldn't it?
Yeah, and you wouldn't bet against him. You know, he's only scored 6 and 24 with the bat. Here he comes in and bowls to Lythe, and that nearly sneaks through as well. Inside edge, he's probing away. But yeah, it's rarely that Ryan Higgins is out of a game of cricket, and you think that he's going to make a difference somewhere. As I said, 6 and 24 with a bat, 1 for 72 with the ball. That's a quiet game by his standards. Here he comes to Lythe, and Lythe getting a lot more bat on that than he did the previous two.
I think one thing, Ian Blackwell and Alex Wolf will assess this pitch at the end and they'll mark it. And I would think that they will shake hands with the ground staff and give them a thumbs up for this wicket, because it's not broken up, it's not been dangerous, it's not had much inconsistent bounce. It started by offering a bit and it's flattened out.
I think it's been a very, very good cricket wicket. Here he is into Lythe. He gets a thick inside edge on that. Goes square of the wicket on the onside. No run. Yeah, I think it's been a very, very. I thought it had a bit of pace and carry. I think it's been a good cricket wicket. I think it had a little bit early on. It's had a little bit of turn, albeit slow turn. And I think it's generally been a decent batting track. We've seen it sort of get better. Gloucestershire 227 and 359. Yorkshire 376 as Higgins comes into Lythe, who I thought just got on that a little bit early and chipped that. They've got the short mid wicket in there. So we've got two slips. We have got a third man. We've got a cover point. We've got a mid off. We've got a mid on. We've got a short mid wicket, square leg. And we've got a long leg.
We are one of two matches currently in play in Division 1. Give you the score from Canterbury in a minute.
Ryan Higgins in, and Lythe plays around that front pad, gets on it. It only goes to short mid wicket. End of the over, no runs off it, 4 for none.
Kent are trying really hard to avoid an innings defeat by Lancashire at Canterbury. They're following on 246 behind. They're 198 for 7. Ben Compton is still in with Hamadullah Kadri, the former Derbyshire spinner. Compton has 68 and Kadri has 66. And the last wicket fell at 82, so they put on 116 for the 8th wicket.
He's an opener, Ben Compton. He got 100 last week as well, didn't he? So he's a man in form.
Matt Taylor starting a new over down the leg side, or taken by Bracey, diving to his left. So Kent still 48 behind, but 3 wickets left, and with 2 men who have been in for quite some time, 254 balls in fact for Compton and 147 for Cadbury, so they're really trying to thwart Lancashire there. Still in arrears on the scoreboard, but not impossible to think that Lancashire might have to bat again. So that game in progress, as well as the one here. Taylor's going round the wicket now to Hill, just to improve his line a bit, and Hill's punched that off the back foot. It's a chase for Tom Lace out towards the boundary at cover, and he's just flicked it back. Good work. They've taken 2, but a tremendous chase from Lace, who finished up nose first into the covers, and he gets a tap from the chaser who threw the ball back, who I think was Higgins under the hat. It's Van Buren actually, he's captain. Matt Taylor into George Hill, almost again getting through, but smart bit of work. Gloucestershire having been dismissed shortly after lunch here in their second innings, leaving Yorkshire to get 211 in 60 overs. 2 slips for Matt Taylor. Miles Hammond and Ollie Price. I think Dan's laptop's about to give up unless he charges it.
No, we're all right. We're all right. We're in business.
Taylor around the wicket. Hill plays at that, pushes at it, and doesn't get a nick, taken by Bracey.
We've had a question on the email from Stephen T, who said it's excellent coverage all round. Well, thanks, Stephen. And he'd have been here, but he's been confined to barracks with COVID. So we wish you better. But he wants to know what the numbers for watching the live stream are, which I'll come on to.
Nice shot from Hill. Good stop. Marcus Harris is in the covers there on the single. So no run. Taylor's completed his second over, and Yorkshire are 6 without loss. Their target is 211.
Well, so far, combined with the Gloucestershire stream, YouTube and Facebook for the first 3 days, so that's not including today, we've had 192,000 people watching the stream, which is absolutely fantastic, and we hope you're enjoying it. If you are, let us know. Commentators at glossccc.co.uk, and thanks for sticking with us as well. And I'm sure you've been treated to a wonderful game of cricket here as Ryan Higgins comes in to Adam Lyth, and I'm sure you're going to stick with us because it's building up beautifully here.
And we should say too, and I know we mentioned him yesterday, it's Shane McGannon's last day at Gloucestershire Cricket. He has done a lot of the work to get the stream up and running and make it work. He's heading off to a different sport at this time. But Shane, pleasure to work with you for the last 3 years, and hopefully the man coming into your shoes,
as Higgins beats Lyth outside the off stump there,
maintain the standards that I think we've hopefully set a good standard, and it's made a good product for you to watch, whether you're at home or abroad or wherever you might be watching it.
Yeah, I can only echo that, and best of luck to you, Sugar Shane. So you'll be fine. You'll do really well wherever you go in life, mate. Here's Ryan Higgins into Adam Lyth.
Why is he known as Sugar Shane, by the way?
It's
is it to do with the drinks that he consumed?
No, I don't think it is, but it's a boxer who was known as Sugar Shane Mosley, and He's Sugar Shane McGannon. So, but yeah, it's the stream comes from a number of people putting in a lot of work. Here's Ryan Higgins. And live dead bats that. A lot of people putting in a lot of work to get you this coverage. And remember, it's free cricket. Yeah, you can watch it completely free. And we hope that you're enjoying the coverage.
Actually, it was a real shift, and obviously the COVID situation kind of forced it, but it was a real shift by counties in terms of the product they were offering.
Yeah, Higgins in to Lythe.
At a point when spectators were not allowed in the ground, I think clubs were conscious, how could they keep the fans and members connected with the club, and they'd seen what other sports had done and the way that had sort of taken off, if you like, and they offered it at the back end of that congested and constrained season in 2020, and then retained the service since then.
Higgins in to Lythe, who gets that one back with a point, and that, it's a good bit of work out on the fence there, cuts off the boundary, and he only gets a couple.
Josh Shaw on the chase round. I think Tom Lace thought initially that might have been his call, but Shaw hauled it in, and Yorkshire patiently here. They're not in any way looking to blast away from the outset. They know they don't get any more points for winning it in 45 overs rather than 59.5. There isn't any net run rate to try and boost.
Yeah, but
it's a win, draw or lose situation for them. George Hill waits once again for a new over from Matt Taylor. And again he's pushed at that outside the off stump, and I wonder sometimes whether Taylor is more effective bowling round the wicket. That game at Cheltenham last year, where he took 4-0 against Middlesex, and I think it literally was 4-0 in that late spell, was largely achieved bowling round the wicket. And in fact, Lythe's just going to have a word with George Hill until still the two slips in, and Hill goes back once more, chopped out into the offside laces at point for the right-hander. Marcus Harris at extra cover, just kicks away a bit of loose grass from that wicket end that's just in front of me, and walk past that wicket end as Taylor runs in.
Had another email in from Richard Watts. He's hoping to watch a Yorkshire win.
Taylor outside the off stump. He's got a third man and a fine leg in here.
So Richard hoping to watch a Yorkshire win. He's enjoying the coverage, and he's got a split screen on. He's watching Lincolnshire v Hertfordshire in the National Counties T20. I've got to say, Richard, I'm a Hertfordshire man. I know a few of the boys in that side as well, so I'll be supporting them. Keep us updated with the score.
Taylor past umpire Ian Blackwell and bowls, and again Hill goes circumspectly back, happy to just play that as a steer out through the gully. Almost, I say, dead weight again, no power in the shot, but just let the pace of the ball get him through for a single. 9 without loss, Yorkshire. Gloucestershire today dismissed for 359. The last 4 wickets adding 106. Taylor to Lythe. Oh, and he's... No, that's an appeal, but only from the slips. Bracey, interestingly, took that on a low tumbling arc, gathered it all right, but didn't appeal, which perhaps indicates there was quite a bit of air there between bat and ball. Yes, he's quite a long way from... Quite a long way from... Played at it, pushed at it, Adam Lythe, but I think Bracey knew, and there wasn't a nick. Taylor in. That didn't bounce a lot.
No.
That was outside the off stump. We haven't seen many do that, but that was no more than stump height as Adam Lyth tried to pull that into the leg side. 9 for no wicket it remains. Here's that last ball again. Is this above stump height, Mike?
No, I don't think it is.
It wasn't. It might just be, but it's not by a lot. It's not the prettiest of shots from Lyth, truthfully. 9 for no wicket after 6 overs. The target is 211 in 60. And just to say that T will be taken at a fixed point today at 340, however many overs have been bowled by that point. So Higgins into a 4th over with the new ball. And Graham Van Buren probably knows it's probably a 6 or 7 over spell here.
Higgins into George Hill, who hits that firmly out to mid-off and well fielded. Yeah, I think that's Ajit Singh Dale. And a great bit of work. Gloucestershire fighting hard here. They don't allow anyone just to beat them easily. And they'll go all the way here, you can guarantee that. Ryan Higgins approaching the crease to Hill, who again hits that firmly, but straight at Singh Dale. So 9 for none.
I think that's probably what teams who haven't played Gloucestershire yet will look at these first 2 matches and to use a coach's phrase, they don't go away.
No, they're not dull to watch, are they?
I think is the term.
No, Gloucestershire really are not dull to watch, and we've got a fantastic season ahead of us here. So tune in regularly. Ryan Higgins there. Oh, that's played down the ground. There's a run out. Oh, George Hill was gone there. That hit directly. That was madness. There's no need for that from the Yorkshire point of view. He's hit that straight at mid-on. Well, he's had to move a little bit to his left.
And it's Matt Taylor as well. He's a left-hander on a left-handed throw.
Who's picked it up in his left hand, and he's missed the stumps from 7-8 yards. George Hill diving to get home. But he was gone if that had hit, I'm sure. But Yorkshire don't need to take these risks, do they? It's like they're sort of panicking a little bit.
Well, given the equation, they shouldn't be.
No.
The rate is barely over 3 and over.
Ryan Higgins in to Adam Lyth. They want to get a win here badly. You know, we all know what's happened with Yorkshire over the winter. They've got a new coaching team, and it will be just a massive tonic for the whole club, won't it, if they can get a win here. But they're not going to get it by running themselves out.
A couple of emails from our friends in Yorkshire, which I'll get to at the end of the over.
Higgins in Lyth. More. That's again good work from Singh Dale. Looked like a straight drive there. And he comes across and cuts it off. So we've got plenty of Yorkshire guys tuning in.
Oh yeah, they're starting to really taken interest now. They can see the finish line.
Here's Higgins in, and Lyth hits that to mid-wicket. It's misfielded, but Ajit Singh Dale hoovers up behind him. And that's the end of the over. Go on then, who have we got?
In terms of the stat earlier in the day was that Harris Ralph has more wickets than runs in all formats. And a correspondent at that point said, is that a unique record? And Dave, who's a Halifax Town supporter, big game against Chesterfield tomorrow, he says, Bill Bowes for Yorkshire, first class runs 1531, first class wickets 1639. Good knowledge, Dave, thanks for that. And Halifax going well. That will be a big game actually against Chesterfield tomorrow, because both those teams are in the National League playoff area, playoff sort of automatic promotion kind of area. I'll come back to Dean from Doncaster's email in a minute. Here's Matt Taylor in, and George Hill defends. Dean was actually on the email earlier in the week. Thanks for the commentary and live stream coverage, he says. I'm glad the weather has been nice and we've had uninterrupted play. Hoping for a Yorkshire win, but whatever happens, it's been a really enjoyable game. And I think that's the wider point about this, is that it's been really competitive. Gloucestershire have been behind in the game for a lot of it, and they're probably behind in it now, but they're still not out of it.
No.
Tail around the wicket to Hill, who defends. It really does come back to that 10 seconds, that 5 seconds taken to spin the coin at 10:30 on Thursday morning, and the fact that because the pitches, and this is a very typical of the recent times Bristol pitch, they flatten out, and you would much rather be batting last than bowling last on it. It's difficult. There have only been 2 instances that I can remember where a side has been able to bowl a team out last here. One was Imran Tahir in his days at Derbyshire, and I must look up the other one because I won't get the bowler's name right otherwise, and it was a game against Lancashire here in 2015 from memory.
Great to hear the name Bill Bowes there. Was part of that Yorkshire side and played with a wonderful bowler called Headley Verity, who I'm sure many old Yorkshire fans remember. If you look at his record, it's second to none.
Taylor in. Oh, hits Hill on the pad. It was a bit high. It was probably going down the leg side as well.
Headley Verity, unfortunately killed, I think, in Second World War. But what a wonderful bowler he was. But glad to see that our friends from the north are enjoying the coverage as well. We hope we've been fair.
I think we have.
Yeah.
I hope we have. I'm sure people will tell us if we haven't.
And that was just played out to mid-off. I hope we've been fair, and we've enjoyed the chat with you guys as well. You've even the person who told us about his ham and peas pudding sandwiches for tea at his local cricket club up there. So
5:39 for Kyle Jarvis of Lancashire in the match here in 2015. So he was the other bowler to bowl aside to victory on the 4th day.
Right, we've got the poll, and the Yorkshire win has gone up somewhat. 56% of you think Yorkshire are going to win. The draw's gone down to 27%. And a Gloucestershire win has also gone down to 15%. Right, we're just going to have a look at that slow-mo of the replay there of the near run-out with George Hill, where he's hit it to the left hand of Matt Taylor, and he had to dive to get in. And we're looking at it here, and I think he was gone there. I think it was curtains for George Hill. Should Matt Taylor have hit the stumps directly? Ryan Higgins can't believe it. And here he is, about to bowl to Adam Lyth from the pavilion end. No, we're going to have a change of bowling, actually. It's Ajit Singh Dale. As he comes in, slinging action to the leading edge. First ball from Ajit Singh Dale. Catches Adam Lyth on the hop. Gets a leading edge and almost went out to the gully. Let's have a look at this again on the replay. It's all happening here.
Wasn't that short?
No, it wasn't. It's just short of a length. It was a good length, actually. And it's all happening here at the Seat Unique Stadium.
He may have just misjudged the line a bit there. He might have thought it was a bit tighter to him than it turned out to be.
Here he comes again to Adam Lyth, who tries to force that off the back foot. Doesn't go anywhere.
Higgins 4 overs for 6. But no wickets, and that's what Gloucestershire want initially. They've got to get down into that middle order of Yorkshire to see how they handle this chase with the younger batsmen in that part of the team. But Lyth is an experienced operator. Milan might bat at 4 just to split the youngsters up. That may be why he is there with Warren at 3.
Ajit Singh Dale from the pavilion end, and that's wide angled across Adam Lyth, who lets it go. I think also what will be going through Graham Van Buren's mind as the Gloucestershire skipper will be to a couple of early wickets, if he can expose Harry Brook and David Milan to the new ball as well, I think, it'll do a little bit. And I think if, should Yorkshire get within 100 runs, I think they'll go for this whatever, as long as they're not 8 or 9 down. Well, I think they'll go for this whatever. They backed quite deep. Jordan Thompson batted well in the first innings. Singdale to Adam Lyth, no run.
He's very obviously, we're watching Singdale run towards us. Whereas obviously on the screen you're watching him run away from the camera, but he's evidently really putting everything into this.
Yeah.
And Yorkshire a 10 for no wicket, but this is the 9th over. Now that's not a serious bother. They still have 52 overs available. The overall target is 211, so they need 201 in 50 overs. Well, that's still not by any means out of reach.
Singdale full toss, and 2 wide. And Adam Lyth just lets that one go through.
Even though that was 2 wide, there was still from somebody, I'm not sure who was it, that bowled Ajit, and that's just the natural encouragement that you will get in a situation like this. You've got a young bowler, you've got to keep his confidence up, and
yeah, he's got a bit of pace about him.
I say it's absolutely obvious that he's literally straining everything here.
Here he is to Adam Lyth, who's just onto the pad, and Miles Hammond comes round. It's going to be a leg by the look of it. Yes, it is. So score moves on to 11.
It's amazing. Do you chat to people who've been at the game after the close of play? I must confess I do.
Yeah, I do. Yeah. And before play, I like it before play.
You just share opinions with people. And I did say last night that I felt that Ajit strikes me as the sort of bowler who might be happier bowling to left-handers than right-handers, because he's got this quite open-chested action. The feeling to a right-hander is he may push the ball down the leg side more, and therefore that natural line might be almost across a left-hander, might be almost easier for him. Well, more of him in a moment. Here's Matt Taylor in, and certainly Lyth isn't going to be hurried here in any way, shape or form.
Yeah, very friendly club here at Gloucestershire. Everyone's really welcoming, from the players to the support staff in the office to the fans, and everyone likes a chat, and it's one big family here. And I know that's a cliche, and every club prides itself on its friendliness, but Gloucestershire really has that unique feel and have made me feel very welcome.
Let's come back to Lyth's List A record here. Matt Taylor swung that quite a long way, but it's started wide and gone wider. So Lyth in List A cricket, and I say that because this is kind of a List A type chase. 122 matches, 3,700 runs at 35 with 500s. So that's a decent List A record, topping up his nearly 12,000 first class runs.
Yeah.
And he'd have been in this situation many times. Matt Taylor still striving for a wicket. And Lyth's hoiked that high in the air. Is it going to be caught? Tom Lace coming in, and he's taken it. It's Zafar Gahar, actually. It's a very well judged catch by him down there. Zafar Gahar in front of the man stand, and a wicket to Matt Taylor, and Lyth has gone off a top edge. Here's the replay. High in the air. Bracey left it, didn't think it was going to be his, and the celebration of Bracey racing towards Zafar Gahar down on the boundary, and Gloucestershire have their first wicket, and it is probably one of the 2 big wickets. The more experienced Lyth departs. He made 4, and Yorkshire are 11 for 1.
Yeah, I think the bounce might be getting a little bit inconsistent, perhaps, Ian. That was a top edge there, and we've seen a couple. The one that hit James Bracey on the head earlier on didn't get up as much as he thought he would, and that one just got up a little bit too big for Adam Lyth. Caught a top edge and a steepling catch there, well taken in the deep by Zafar Gahar, and that is a crucial first wicket. And I think we are going to see James Wharton come to the crease.
Yeah, that's his Very methodical walk out to the middle, and actually Zaffa had some ground to make up there, so he had to get himself in position, and he was still moving forward towards the ball when he actually took the catch. It wasn't a real gimme that he'd set himself and was waiting for the ball to arrive.
Yeah, I thought it actually spilt it, but my view was slightly obstructed by a seagull flying across my path there. So, no, fantastic, and what a breakthrough! And
batsman didn't cross while the ball was in the air, so Taylor will now have a chance to bowl at the new batsman.
Adam Lyth will be disappointed in himself as well. That's not a shot of an experienced opener.
So 3 slips for James Wharton on his first class debut, and Taylor nearly bowls in first ball.
Oh, it's all happening here in Bristol.
That was very close.
Game on.
Here's the replay. Wharton's first delivery. Again, he's probably taking an off-stump guard or middle and off, and he's played inside that. Actually, it's not quite as close, but on the replays, it looked to the naked eye. We're not absolutely behind the bowler's arm. Very close to it, but not quite. And Taylor with this kind of spring-heeled approach into Wharton, and that's in the same place, and again that's probably closer actually, and Wharton back in his crease.
Matt Taylor's all over him here.
He's being pinned in by Matt Taylor. Fielded well, James Wharton, particularly on the boundary. Now Higgins is coming across, and they're going to put Tom Lace in at mid-on, and Higgins is going into the gully. So we've got Hammond, Ollie Price, the subfielder for Ben Charlesworth, and Marcus Harris in the slips, and Ryan Higgins at gully, and they think they've got him now, and Ian Blackwell is not interested. First thing he's going to do is to get Taylor's hat out of his pocket and hold it out and give it back to the bowler. But that's 3 times in that over, apart from the wicket, that Matt Taylor has beaten James Wharton. This was the one that Gloucestershire thought they got him on, but I think the ball has just straightened, and it's the straightening that's made the Gloucestershire fielders think there was a feather of an edge there. And here is the view of the catch from a different angle. So sort of towards the top of your screen, Zafar Gahar coming in. There's the hoik by Adam Lyth, and there is Zafar coming in, and it is a bit of a tumbler, but he's clung onto it, and that's an important breakthrough.
Ajit Singh Dale to George Hill. So a couple of Yorkshire youngsters here. Let's see how they cope with the pressure. Here we go, we're just having a look at Ajit Singh Dale. Smooth approach into the crease. Good left arm, front arm up. You can see that's where he generates his pace. You ask any bowling coach, and that left arm has to be up with a strong core. Here he comes into the wicket. Oh, and that one stays a little low on George Hill.
I think, actually, Dan, this is the first time that I think he hasn't bowled hardly at all at that end. So for us watching him, it's different. Him coming towards us, you can see why he may only get 4 or 5 overs out of a spell, given what he's putting in.
Yeah, every sinew is working there, isn't it, for him? He's a trier. Here he comes. Oh, and that's well bowled, on the money. George Hill pokes it out to Tom Lace. And
really is it's a real, and I don't mean this in an disparaging sense, to somebody who's 21. Is clearly, he's fit, but he's learning to be cricket fit at this level.
Yeah.
It's a big effort, and he's putting a big effort in.
Yeah. As Surrey and Botham always said, there's a difference between fitness and cricket fitness. Ajit Singh Dale into the crease. Oh, and that's well bowled. And
long follow through too. He doesn't. He very much. It's one of those follow throughs that comes to its natural end rather than the bowler having a certain rhythm where they stop. I mean, he's probably halfway down the pitch by the time he actually finishes his follow through.
Yeah. Lots of people glued into this. Just received a text from David Brooke. He said he's enjoying the coverage and enjoying the commentary. So glad you are, David. Stick with us because we've got an absolute corker lined up here. And that goes through to James Bracey. David Brooke, the man who brought cricket to Channel 4 back in the day, I believe. So now we're going to have a change of field again. 3 slips coming in. So we've got Miles Hammond at first, Ollie Price at second. Marcus Harris is going to come in at third, the Australian who scored a wonderful 136 in the first innings. Back on what seems a long time ago in the context of this game. Ajit Singh Dale, and that's flicked a little bit uppishly by George Hill. That completes the over, 11 for 1.
I mean, there aren't many runs being scored, but it's tense stuff, this. 11 for 1 in 11 overs when you're chasing 211 in 60.
If you're in the Bristol area, come and join us. Free entry after tea. And I think you are in for an absolute treat.
We've got 45 minutes until the tea interval, so Yorkshire will probably be sort of 25 overs at that point, so probably 25 out of their 60 overs gone at that point. And I think that they'll still be reasonably confident if they've kept wickets in hand. But these two are getting a bit bogged down. Matt Taylor into the right-handed Wharton, 4 slips in, and Wharton defends. And how long can Hill and Wharton just continue to play this accurate bowling on its merits? Josh Shaw picked that ball up. I think he was just chipping in the ear of George Hill there at the non-striker's end.
Yeah.
Former county teammates. Oh, it's edged and off the edge of the bat, but it bounces short of Ollie Price at second slip. Wharton's off the mark with a single, but that wasn't a very convincing shot. I don't think there was an argument there that Price should have been closer. It was just played so softly that it would not have carried anyway. Did go through Ollie Price, they did get 1 run out of it, but that was all. Now for Hill, they've gone from 4 slips to 3 and just pushed Higgins out back in at extra cover again.
Yeah, Matt Taylor though boomeranging the ball around.
To Hill from the Ashley Down Road end. That's why Higgins is in there, because it means that Van Buren can be at mid-off, and his throw at the non-striker's end misses. Savagahar backs up, so they've rotated the strike again. Hill has 5, Wharton has 1. Hill's had he's been out there for 40 minutes for his 5 runs, but Yorkshire, I'm sure, will be confident they can pace this with 60 overs at their disposal. It looks a slow start, as indeed it is, but Taylor in, and so that's beaten everything, and the bounce has not been kind on James Bracey either. They're going to run through for a bye. That almost seemed to come second bounce off a foot mark. I think that the Yorkshire confidence here will come from the fact that now 20 over totals of 160, 170, 180 are probably seen as very commonplace.
Yeah, they are.
And therefore, you can reasonably chase those. Here is Taylor once more. That's short, pulled behind square by Hill, and he'll get 4. It was a bit short from Matt Taylor, just gave Hill enough time and room to pull that round. And I'm just, as I look at the Yorkshire score, up to 18 for 1. From memory, last week at Northampton needed 99 from the last 20 overs, just to give some kind of a guide. So, and clearly they nearly got there, but were in the end short, but they had wickets down at that stage. So I think Yorkshire probably still feel they're not in too bad a position. They've only lost 1 wicket. Taylor in, and Hill this time comes forward, but Gloucestershire are making them work for this. They've had 12 overs out there, 18 for 1. Graham Van Buren's just had a chat with Matt Taylor. Sweater, right? That might be it. In fact, Josh Shaw's had the signal. Taylor's passed on the message. I think we can see Shaw at this end, the Ashton Road end from the next over.
Yeah, pressure does funny things to sides though, Ian, and Gloucestershire have been in situations in the last couple of years where they relish pressure, and it will be interesting to see how Yorkshire handle pressure. A few youngsters in this side, 2 of them here at the wicket, and one of them bowling for Gloucestershire, Ajit Singh Dale, who's a young man himself, and that's a good length ball which is played back out to him by James Walton.
Sorry Dan, just to remind people, if you're joining us fairly recently, Ben Charlesworth isn't on the field for Gloucestershire. Ollie Price is fielding as a substitute. He's in the slip cordon, and the target of 211 made possible by James Bracey's 177. He was last out. The last 4 wickets for Gloucestershire today, adding 106.
That's down the leg side. Does it come off the hip? No shot played. So dead ball. And Wharton having nothing. That's come off his backside area.
He wasn't interested in playing a shot at that. Therefore, Alex Wharf says it will be called a dead ball. The 1 wicket to fall. Adam Lyth caught by Zavagahar off Matt Taylor. If that is the end of Taylor's spell, 6 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 10. His figures.
Singh Dale. That's just short of a length. And Wharton rocks back, plays it off the back foot. They obviously think highly of Wharton. Brought him in, batting in number 3.
I do think, though, that if you put Milan at 3, that just accentuates the inexperience in the middle order, so you try and police that by putting one older head in there.
Yep. Although Harry Brook might be a very young man, but he batted with unbelievable maturity until one. He just didn't quite get I think I read the portcullis down in time.
They've dropped Zavagahar out onto the boundary at deep square for James Wharton.
Singh Dale in, and James Wharton doesn't want anything to do with that one. He lets it go. It's outside off stump, goes through into the gloves of the Centurion James Bracey. 177 for Bracey, until he was caught by Harry Brook off the bowling of Steve Patterson, and it was an innings which will be remembered for a long time by those here in Bristol. Here's Ajit Singh Dale, and that's tails back in. That's off the back foot, mid-on dives and misses it, and that could go all the way to the boundary. No, it's cut off. Fine bit of fielding, but they're still going to get 3. That's the skipper himself, Graham Van Buren, I think, there, chasing that.
Yeah, Van Buren on the chase. Higgins, it was, just couldn't stop it. A tumbling stop would have probably saved 2 runs as it was. There was probably 1 there anyway.
Yep.
There's the view off the analyst camera at the pavilion end. That's the end that Singh Dale's bowling from.
Here he is, Singh Dale in, and that turns George Hill a little, but he's still there. That's the ending over, 21 for 1. We've got about 37 minutes left until tea, and this game is beautifully poised. Absolutely, could go all 3 ways. Could even get a tie in, Randall. Could go 4 ways. You never know. Ah, look who we're going to see from your end here.
Change of ends for Ryan Higgins. Kent have lost a wicket at Canterbury. Amadullah Kadri is out for 77. So a big stand for the 8th wicket between Kadri and Ben Compton. Kent 222 for 8, still trailed by 24. That's the other game in progress in Division 1. Here, Ryan Higgins from the Ashley Down Road end. And defended by James Wharton. I wonder whether Higgins has seen one or two from Matt Taylor, that if there is any misbehaving of the bounce, it maybe is from this end, and he thinks, well, I can try and capitalise on that while the ball still has some hardness about it. Higgins to Wharton, safely forward again.
Yeah, I think he's also your go-to man, and you know, we look at the figures for last year. Ryan Higgins bowled more overs, he took more wickets, he took 51 wickets last year, and Gloucestershire need wickets. They're not going to keep Yorkshire down under this total if they don't take wickets, and Ryan Higgins is the man who's going to get you those wickets.
Briskly in once again, and again Wharton defends. He's at you, Ryan Higgins. Doesn't delay in getting to the end of his run. Not the longest run anyway. And here he is again to Wharton. Oh, he's not really played much of a shot at that, and it's crept through, come off the thigh pad and gone down on the third bounce to James Bracey. Here's the replay. Higgins is just trying to move that ball in to the right-hander. I mean, he's obviously bowled Wharton in the first innings with one that Wharton let go. He ought to know that it's coming. That's why he's trying to get outside the line here.
We've seen a few people in both this game and the one at Northampton where they go to leave it and don't quite get the bat out of the way. Chris Dent did it at Northampton. And
well, Wharton in the first innings clearly didn't think that Higgins could bring the ball back as far as he did.
Yeah.
He's wary now of that. Clipped into the leg side, good stop. Marcus Harris in at mid-wicket. And every stop like that will be applauded by not only the players out in the middle, but by those watching as well. 21 for 1. We've had 14 overs. There are 46 left. The Yorkshire total is 21 for 1. Their target is 211. So 190 needed in 46 overs.
You can sense this Bristol crowd.
Rates up above 4 actually now, isn't it? Because my maths tells me that.
This Bristol crowd soaking it all up here. They're really intrigued. Prospect maybe of a home win. First in Division 1 for a number of years. Here's Singdale in, and that goes out to point. Another early wicket here.
Yeah, you could come back to that Northamptonshire run, Chester. They were at 5 and over with 20 overs to go. So, you know, would Yorkshire be content to be at 120 for 2 with 20 overs to go? Would they want to be further advanced than that? Well, he'd like to be, but would they be worried if they weren't?
Let me come on to that. Singdale, and that's short and wide, but cut straight at Tom Lace at point. I don't think they would be worried. I think Yorkshire are going to go for this, whatever. I think they bat deep. We saw Stephen Patterson come in at number 10, gets 20. Jordan Thompson was down the order, 42. Harry Duke was sort of in the lower middle order, he got 34. Dominic Best was in the lower middle order with 36. So they've got guys down there who can all, you know, get on with it, and they're all sort of experienced guys. They're all aggressive cricketers. Singdale in, and George Hill just plays that off the back foot. But a couple of youngsters soaking this pressure up here.
Yeah, you might say that they are just trying to see off the new ball to some degree here, both Hill and Wharton. but this is good, accurate stuff from Singdale. He's arguably dropped into a rhythm that's allowing him to pin these batsmen down.
Well, here he is, and that's just a thick outside edge. Goes for one, down to
Josh Shaw down there, I think.
No,
it's Matt Taylor.
Matt Taylor down at the third man.
The two fielders in the hat.
Yeah. Shaw's is more of a bucket hat rather than the stiffer brimmed headpiece donned by Matt Taylor.
But this is Dale's fourth over. The debate for Graham Van Buren will be what's the tipping point at which this accuracy is lost.
Singdale in, and that's well bowled. That's on the money. So no accuracy lost yet. I think we might see Zafar Gahar have a little twirl. I think he's the man who's going to potentially bring the spin into play. Fourth day pitch. I mean, it's not going to rag side to side, but I think there might be turn. Just how quick that turn is, that's what's going to be crucial to the outcome of this game. Singdale in, and that's run off an open face down to Matt Taylor. That's third. That's the end of the over. 23 for 1. 10 and 5 to the batsman.
So Yorkshire have used a quarter of their overs here. 23 for 1 off 15. The target was 211 off 60. There's the core details. Adam Lyth, the man out, caught by Zafar Gahar in Matt Taylor's in the opening stint for 4. Wicket fell when the score was 11. And Ryan Higgins really trying to put the pressure on. Yeah, they've got Ollie Price out now in the cover, so we've got a point, an extra cover and a mid-off for James Wharton. Just trying to cut down his areas of finding a single, or perhaps more than that. We've only had one boundary in this Yorkshire second innings in 15 overs.
Yeah, good discipline from Gloucestershire here, and you know, the more that these two soak it up and chew the balls up, the more pressure will go on the lower order later on.
Higgins to Wharton. That is the clip away. That might go for 4. Matt Taylor's on the chase here. I think the ball will beat him to the square leg boundary, and it does. So Higgins just straying onto the pad sufficiently. Just a one slip in now, and that was leg stump really, and Wharton getting across neatly into position, able to play it in pretty smooth style. Higgins again to him. Ollie Price with the sunglasses perched on his cap there. And an indication of a change of... Tom Lace indicating to Zafar, just flexing the shoulders. So it might be a bowl for Zafar Gahar shortly. Down the leg side from Ryan Higgins. Good take from James Bracey. That could easily have gone away for 4, but a good one-handed take by the keeper. Higgins had a spell at the far end. Actually moved a bit in the air, to be fair. That didn't... was a bit early though. That was the issue there. And again, he tries to get Wharton playing into that.
You can sense the
body
atmosphere
of fielders
building.
On the offside.
Can sense it building, can't you?
Yeah, it's
nice.
It's brewing up into a good finish. This.
Yeah.
Shine of the ball from Josh Shaw. Higgins to Wharton. Off his pads again. Same shot. Matt Taylor on the chase. Ajit Singdale is also down there. They'll take a comfortable 2. And Wharton's into double figures now, after including that boundary in this over. 29 for 1 Yorkshire. Their target is 211. They have a total of 60 overs. There's the details of the card to this point. Adam Lyth, the one man out. And Graham Van Buren's just having a word with Ajit Singh Dale. Are they thinking about a change here? Matt Taylor's just asking for, he's asking for a cap rather than his sun hat. Perhaps conscious that if he's going to be looking into the sun a bit, and he's not going to be bowling for a while, then maybe something a bit tighter on his head might do the trick.
Wants the peak.
And Singdale to continue. One more from him, perhaps for me. This might be his last of this spell.
Here he comes from the pavilion end and strays onto the pads there. George Hill.
Josh Shaw's down at fine leg.
Josh Shaw doing the fielding, cleaning it up. George Hill is at Sedbergh alongside Harry Brook. And there's another one of them, Sedbergian, coming through the system at Yorkshire, Matt Reevis, who's well rated.
Give you one more ex-Sedbergh schoolboy as well.
Singdale bouncer. And Wharton ducks under it. Gone.
James Simpson Daniel, former Gloucester and England wing.
Yeah.
Sedbergh School.
Believe they're one of the top schools in rugby in the country, aren't they?
Yeah, they've had quite a good track record of producing good players. Simpson Daniel, many people in this part of the world, I think, would say to have, I think it was 10 England caps. Probably should have won 50, but for his injuries.
Singdale, great Yorker, dug out well. Oh, that nearly got through James Wharton. Did well to get that out, actually.
And I think in second team cricket, I think Singdale might have expected that to have got through, but Wharton's responded really well to this. He's picked the length of it, just dropped the bat down on it. Deserved a wicket in this spell, actually.
Yeah. Here he comes. I think Will Carling might have been an old Sedbergian as well. Oh, he's bowled him! Great ball there from Singdale. Nips back through the defence of James Wharton. That's the second wicket down. This game is beautifully poised.
He's deserved that. Really has deserved that. He's bowled well in this spell.
Oh, well bowled. Through the gate. And done a little bit for pace there, perhaps?
Possibly. And
yeah.
Maybe he knows this is his last over in this stint. And he now has 1 for 6, Ajit Singh Dale. It's 30 for 2. And the man trotting down the steps at the pavilion end is the experienced figure of Dalvin Milan.
Yeah, now this is the key wicket. Gloss get through this one. It's going to be a glorious afternoon.
So right and left hand combination now here.
Tell you what, the fingernails will be getting chewed in that Yorkshire dressing room. Tension building here. Really good game of cricket.
I appreciate it's probably quite a tense watch if you're watching on the stream at home. Well, they say you're in Doncaster or Dursley, and all points in between. But you can drop us an email if you wish. Commentators at glossccc.co.uk. Thoughts on how this is panning out tactically, particularly from a Yorkshire perspective. Do you think they're going too slowly here in this chase? They're 30 for 2 off 16. There are 20 minutes to go until tea. Yeah, there's still 44 overs to go, and you might say, oh, we're not worried. But they have soaked up, perhaps more than you might have expected at this point.
The balls are getting chewed up a little bit, aren't they? And then that puts pressure on the guys lower down the order.
But if you think that there's a man who's going to hold the thing together and steer them home, this is he.
Yeah, he's a class act, David Milan. Knows what it's like to win a county championship. Middlesex in 2016. Here's Singdale to him. Oh, and he's gone pulling early on. and it's gone out to the boundary. I think that's Tom Lace out there, isn't it? Who drags it back in, but that's a rather expansive shot to play first ball, isn't it?
But he's a confident man, isn't he?
Yeah.
Milan.
Yeah.
He was bold, though. Bold, dragging the ball on by Singdale in the first innings.
Yeah.
But Singdale... I mean, he might have earned himself another over here.
Yeah, I think I'd stick with him. I think he's doing fine.
With the wicket, but things you might need him again later.
Yeah, here he is to Hill.
And not that much later either. But bear in mind that this is a 60 over game effectively.
Yeah.
He's not taking his sweater. That might indicate.
No, I think he's a young man. He's fit. Keep him going with him.
But you've got to bear in mind that the accuracy might go, and you wouldn't want one over costing 12, for example.
No.
At the moment, his figures are excellent in this spell. Obviously, he's only bowled from the pavilion end in this innings. We're going to see a change. Gloucestershire are on -2 on the over rate, so they have to be a little bit wary of that. But Singdale, 5 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 7. But we are going to see Zafar Gahar from this Ashley Down Road end. Bowled the majority of his overs in this match from the pavilion end. But what they're hoping, obviously, is that you're bowling to a left-hander in David Milan, and they want to get him on where there are some footmarks they can potentially use. So get him into the game early, and also a little bit mindful of that run rate as well. So Yorkshire going to be about 23 overs, possibly 22, 23 overs used by T. What Gloucestershire wouldn't give for another wicket before then. 31 for 2. Zafar Gahar in, and Milan squeezes that very calmly behind square, and they'll pick up just 1 run. Josh Shaw does the fielding, and Zafar going over the wicket to the left-hander, but round the wicket to George Hill.
And in other news, in Division 2, red-hot favourites Nottinghamshire have lost their first home game at Trent Bridge to Glamorgan by 7 wickets.
What were they left to chase?
166.
Ooh.
So great result for Matthew Maynard and his boys over the Severn Bridge.
Zafar Gahar round the wicket to George Hill, who tries to cut that away, doesn't get a touch. Hill has 11 at the moment. A little bit of cloud above, but very pleasant day. I've been so lucky with the weather for this match. Gahar in, squeezed out on the inside half of the bat by George Hill, and they'll pinch a single there. Tom Lace, who was at short leg for the right-hander, does the fielding.
That was well bowled.
They'll stay at short leg for Milan, and Zafar will just adjust his field a little going round the wicket. So Ajit Singhdale's coming into backward point. Higgins is going to leg, almost like a short fine leg really on the single.
Good captaincy this. He's offering them the covers. The covers are empty, with Zafar Gahar going over the wicket.
He twirls in once more, but he's also wanting to protect that leg side, and because the spin is taking the ball that way,
just the line
Milan
wrong.
Just says thanks very much, I'll milk the single.
Yeah, the line was wrong. But what I'd like to see is Zafar Gahar getting the ball outside off stump, offering David Milan the drive and going through the gate.
Short cover in for Hill, who stretches a bit for that. And if he didn't get that right, Ollie Price is in the position where James Bracey got caught when he was last out for Gloucestershire earlier today. Price is in 10 yards or so from the bat. Hill lets that go. Goes on with the arm. It didn't turn, but Zafar Gahar having to switch his line to the right and left-handers. But Milan's got 3 singles. Hill has 12. There's the card, and here is Zaffa around the wicket to Hill, and Hill letting that go. He's confident enough it was outside the line, and Graham Van Buren has a chat to Ajit Singh Dale and says, come on then, I'll give me one more. And this will be a 6-over spell for the young man, but he pulled out a corker to get rid of James Wharton in the last over.
Yeah, if you can get rid of David Milan, Gloucestershire are in big business.
Hammond again in the slips with Ollie Price, almost a first and a third again, Dan, isn't it?
Yeah, floating. Singh Dale into David Milan, who's airy fairy shot and takes it down to third man. It was
Shaw down there.
It was a bit of a waft there. Wasn't in control of that at all.
Where was his front foot?
Yeah, it was lack of foot movement there.
Not an awful lot.
No, he's a long way from the body. And he was in the air for a while. David Milan, you wonder if he's here for a good time and not a long time.
Well, he'll be stylish if he stays. He usually is.
Here's Singh Dale to Hill. And just strays onto his pads. Works him off his legs. Man out in the deep. Tidies up. Singh Dale getting words of encouragement from the Bristol faithful. There'll be a few ciders sunk in the Thatcher's bar if this is one, I tell you. Be a famous win. First home game back in Division 1 since 2006. Singh Dale here. In, and that's a big appeal on David Milan. Oh, is that pitched outside leg stump? Singh Dale, head in his hands.
Alex Wolf pretty clear it wasn't out. I suspect you might be right, Dan, about where it pitched.
Here we are on the replay. Yeah, it's pitched outside leg stump. It's good umpiring there.
I think Ajit probably convinced it was hitting.
Yeah.
But he's falling away on his follow through, and that's why you wouldn't necessarily have known that it pitched outside.
Yeah. Here he is into the crease to David Milan, short, and Tom Lace cleans up on the deep square boundary. Milan goes pulling.
Yeah, I think Milan knows, and Singh Dale now probably knows that he probably hasn't got the hurry up of Milan with the short ball.
Yeah.
On this pitch.
Yeah. Milan's got a lot of time. You can see he's international class, can't you? Singh Dale. Oh, that's well bowled. Hill going backwards there.
Yeah, I think there's been enough in this over to suggest that this is probably Singh Dale's last. He's really trying, but they've managed to pick the singles up. And I think it's only 13 minutes to go until tea. You might be able to, Graham Van Buren might have an over or two from the far end.
I'm wondering. Here's Singh Dale. And that's onto the thigh pad, drops down about 5 yards away from the batsman. They scamper through for a leg
that's
bye.
That's a very good spell, but just a little bit two sides of the wicket there in that over, and I just wonder whether that might be it for him. He's bowled 6 overs for 11 and taken a wicket, which, in your fourth first-class game when you've got a run chase situation is still a very good effort. 38 for 2. The target is 211. There are 41 overs to go, and Josh Shaw is going to have a bowl for the first time. So Zaffar's only had 1 over.
I'm wondering if we might see Zaffa from the pavilion end.
Possibly, yeah, that's possibly true. 12 minutes until tea, so that's probably 3 overs, 2 from Shaw and 1 from a spinner at the other end, and that would mean Gloucestershire would have bowled 22 and there will be 38 left after tea, and Shaw can't find his marker. He's now found the little disc that he puts down. I wonder if Yorkshire are just thinking about making sure they get to tea, only 2 down at the moment. George Hill waits for Shaw, and he steered that down to Zafar at third man. I think that might indicate that Zafar is going to be perhaps brought back at the opposite end. It's been a fascinating afternoon session, this. The James Bracey sort of dart for runs at the end when he lost Josh Shaw as his 9th wicket partner, but still able to add with 2 big sixes off Harris Rauf. Some handy runs with Ajit Singh Dale. Shaw in, nudged by Milan behind square. They'll take 1, but they won't try for the second. Good bit of work again in the field by Tom Lace. He's got a good arm, and Yorkshire at 40 for 2. Yeah, Bracey last out, 177 he made out of 359. Steve Patterson finished with 4 wickets. But Gloucestershire this morning, and indeed after lunch, added 106 for the last 4 wickets, which is a good effort. Shaw into Hill, who just drops on that, doesn't, again, dead weight out on the leg side, played from the crease. And then in this Yorkshire innings, in the 20th over, Lyth caught by Zafar Gahar off Matt Taylor for 4, and Wharton bowled by Singh Dale for 11, wickets falling at 11 and 30.
Josh Shaw bowled very well towards the end of the Yorkshire innings. He dismissed Harry Brook and he dismissed Dominic Bess.
Here he is, bowling again to Hill, who gets a ball that bounces off the knee of Matt Taylor at mid-on, but there's a ricochet to Marcus Harris, so there's no chance of a single.
A little bit of confusion on the running there. Hill came down a long way and I think sent Milan back then, and Milan just giving him the talking sign with the glove, as if the communication could be better.
Third man and fine leg now for Josh Shaw. Just the 1 slip. Shaw to Hill, back into his crease. Out on the offside. Then Gloucestershire just trying to, have a couple of cheap overs before tea here.
Yeah.
Just trying to nudge the rate up a little bit. I mean, Yorkshire have still got plenty of time in reality. They'll have 39 overs, maybe 38 overs after tea. And they're going to need to score about 4 and over to win the game. Shaw in. Hill again out on the offside. Back of a length from Shaw. And Tom Lace in quickly to prevent the single. 40 for 2 in 20 overs. 40 overs to go. 60 over chase this. Maximum of 60. I don't think Gloucestershire will more than that.
171 needed. So it's intriguing evening session lined up, isn't it? It really is.
This one of 2 matches in progress in Division 1. The game at Canterbury between Lancashire and Kent. The latest score on my screen is Kent 225 for 8, still 21 behind. Following on though,
just as we thought, Zafar Gahar is going to have a twirl from the pavilion end. He's going to be bowling over the wicket to the left-handed David Milan. He's got a short leg in place and a slip as he comes in there, and there's a big appeal. I don't know whether it's for LBW or caught at slip.
I think Zafar was probably appealing for both.
But it's a huge appeal against David Milan. That's 2 in 2 overs from that end. Let's have a look at the replay. Zafar spins it outside off stump. No, it can't be out. He's outside the line.
Bracey was definitely appealing for both there.
Yeah.
Started with the LBW, then the catch.
It's all happening here. Zafar. Yeah, David Milan rocks onto the front foot, plays that into the offside.
Just say an updated score from Canterbury. Kent are 9 down, 2:39 for 9. They trail by 7, so they need that to make Lancashire bat again. And Ben Compton still there on 90.
Zafar, fluent drive from David Milan, well fielded out there. They get through for the single. It's Graham Van Buren, the skipper.
Interesting, Matt Parkinson's had a long bowl in that game. He's had 42 overs. He's taken 3 for 78 at the moment.
Good. Yeah, he was having a... was in the press, wasn't he, saying that the county championship's not conducive to spinners. Well, he's won, and he's had 42 overs, and we've got one here at Bristol. At the Seat Unique Stadium. Zafar is going to come around the wicket to the right-handed George Hill. As he, that goes on with the arm. George Hill prods that. It's all happening.
53 balls Hill has faced for his 15.
Zafar, and he uses his feet to come down the wicket to him. Works him through the onside. That's good cricket there from George Hill. And they're going to come back for a third, which they get reasonably comfortably. But that's good cricket from George Hill. Lovely shot. Used his feet nicely. Gave Zafar the old Nuria footwork. 44 for 2. Hill on to 18. David Milan on to 7. He was about to face this ball. Here's Zafar. And Milan tucks that into the leg side. That's the end of the over. 44 for 2.
They might get 2 more overs in. The clock says 25 to 4 on the pavilion. So possibly 2 more overs in before tea. Gloucestershire will want to have 2 more, I think. Maybe a small margin just to drop that number down, but they are 39 overs remaining.
Yep, and if they can get 1 more before tea, the Gloucestershire cat will be amongst the Yorkshire pigeons.
Shaw running away from our commentary position, Ashley down road end towards Hill, who just defends up to Matt Taylor at mid-on. Taylor shared the new ball with Ryan Higgins. Higgins had 2 spells. He started with 4 overs from the pavilion end, then had a change, and then just 2 overs from this Ashley down road end, but nothing doing for him. So he will be returning, I'm sure, later on. Joshua has 1 slip into Hill down the leg side. Bracey can't gather that cleanly. That might have made no contact with anything at all, and it's just a bye. And Bracey concedes just the second bye of the innings. Had a long time out there with the bat in the Gloucestershire second innings. Was in from the 3rd over, and he was last out. So immense effort of concentration. Shaw ran the wicket to Milan. Well, that's quite wide. Milan lets that go. He's not called a wide. Wasn't indeed nowhere near a wide, but wide enough that Milan didn't need to play at it.
Yeah, Gloucestershire will be conscious not to waste the new ball here either.
It's probably getting to the point now where some of the hardness has gone. 21 overs with it. Short to Milan, round the wicket. Oh, he done a little double at that. Tried to play a little cut down to 3rd man. Ajit Singh Dale is down in front of the Thatcher's bar down there, but it would have been almost a no-risk single.
It's a dangerous shot to play though, because we've seen the inconsistencies with bounce as this game goes on, and we saw him chop one on to his stumps in the 1st innings.
Sure. busting in again. And Milan, oh, has he nicked that? He's just moved that shore away from the right-hander, and he's pushed at it. And James Bracey's taken it cleanly, but that's a decent delivery from Josh Shaw, almost like the off-cutter.
Bounce out of nowhere. And there's that inconsistency of bounce. He's just starting to do a little bit at that end, isn't it?
He wants to, I think Milan wants to try and make sure this is the last over before tea, but Gloucestershire want to squeeze another one in if they can. Short to Milan again. That's pitched up, and Milan drives pleasantly. Part of the pace taken off it by Ollie Price, and it's a good tumbling stop from Ajit Singh Dale, and they'll come back for 3.
Wonderful fielding. This Gloucestershire side never give up, do they? Really don't, and that epitomises what they're about. That
he's probably second favourite to get to that.
Yeah,
but he did get there, and Gloucestershire are going to get an extra over in this afternoon session. So they'll have bowled 23 out of the 60.
Yep. So we're going to have 37 in the evening session, and Zafar Gahar is going to take us to the tea interval from the pavilion end, bowling to David Milan.
Slipping a short leg.
Oh, David Milan plays that a little bit uppishly, but he'll get one. He squirts that out through the leg side. He'll get one. 49 for 2.
So 160 in 37 overs, roughly, would be the equation for.
Yeah. That run rate is starting to creep up a little bit, though, isn't
Yorkshire
it?
after tea.
Zafar Gahar around the wicket. Oh, what's that here? Big appeal for LBW. I thought it bowled him. Alex Wolf signalling leg byes. Let's have a look at this. Oh my Godfathers, what's gone on here? Oh.
It's beaten everything.
Oh.
Zafar might argue that if it's not hit the bat, how's it gone off the pad and not been given LBW?
Well bowled. Maybe going down the leg side, perhaps just going on with the arm. Here he comes in. And that's blocked into the offside.
Let's have another look at that, perhaps in a slow-mo, if Shane could possibly look at it at the end of the over, or certainly in normal pace anyway.
Yeah, that could be crucial, that one. Zafar Gahar in, and that's outside off stump and left well alone. Because if that was given LBW, 49 for 2, that brings up the 50 for Yorkshire. But if that was 49 for 3, Gloucestershire would have gone into tea interval. As Gahar comes in, that's blocked out. Gloucestershire would have gone into the tea interval. Ship shape and Bristol fashion, wouldn't they? And
It would have been a big fillip from the last over before tea.
Yep. Zafar Gahar from the pavilion end, toiling away. That's short outside the off stump, cut. And he's going to get a single. Goes out to Matt Taylor in the covers. And that, boys and girls, is going to be the tea interval. 54 for 2 of 22 overs. Adam Lyde, the man out, caught hold out to Zafar Gahar off the bowling of Matt Taylor down at long leg, and it was a strange shot. He came out in a strange mood, actually, Adam Lyde. And then we saw James Wharton beaten by an absolute beaut from Ajit Singh Dale for 11.
157 of 38 overs is the equation, so it's as near as makes no odds, 4 and over. And I think Shane, is going to have that appeal from Zafar Gahar, probably at normal pace, but you can understand why Zafar was interested in this.
Oh, it's the back leg as well.
So Alex Wolf must have judged that was well. Was it going over the top
or going down?
Chance to have a third look.
You can see all 3 stumps here, can't you? No, you
Yeah.
can see 2.5.
He's probably thinking it's going down the leg side. I think.
Yeah.
That's probably Alex Wolf's judgment, and he is a top umpire and he's in line, and you have to accept his decision. But at tee, it's still all results. I think the draw probably now the least likely.
Yeah, I agree. I think Yorkshire probably still firm favourites, but that run rate, they've got to keep an eye on that, because if that gets out of control, you know, that's going to create pressure, and then wickets come from that. And Gloucestershire will be looking to build pressure as well as take wickets after tea interval.
Hill has 19, Milan has 11. There's the scorecard. They need 157 more. There are 38 overs to go. Ryan Higgins maybe for a burst after tea. We'll see. Join us shortly before 4 o'clock for what promises to be quite a close finale to this opening championship game here of the season at Bristol. Well, umpires on their way for the final session on this last day here at the Seat Unique Stadium. This match in the balance. The game at Canterbury, the only other game in progress. Kent are really making Lancashire wait for their win. They are having been asked to follow on. They're 265 for 9 in the second innings. Ben Compton is still there. 110 not out. Jackson Bird is with him. He has 11, and Kent lead by 19. So you've got to make Lancashire still hot favourites to win that. But Compton's innings, 326 balls he's faced, and that compares very favourably with James Bracey's innings here in Gloucestershire's second innings, where he faced 331 to get 177 before he was last out.
Yeah, there's an intriguing final session here, though, at the Seat Unique Stadium, isn't it, Ian? It's Yorkshire 54 for 2, needing another 157 runs off 37 overs, 8 wickets in hand. Where's your money?
Well, I still think Yorkshire are favourites. Milan would expect to be able to steer them either to or very close to victory from here. But the debate will be, how hard and how late do Yorkshire go towards this total? And I think the answer to that is they go very close. Shaw to open up after tea to George Hill, who almost plays on first ball. It just squeezes out on the leg side. And of course the advantage for Graham Van Buren, Gloucestershire captain, is that he doesn't have fielding restrictions which he has to adhere to. He can put everybody on the boundary if he wants, but he's not doing that at the moment. He's just trying to tighten up on this Yorkshire batting. 37 overs to go. Can he get a couple of 2 or 3 cheap overs in here at the start of the last session? Shaw to Hill, who defends.
We ran a poll, didn't we, Ian? And what do the public think?
Well, we've been running this of the win to either side, or the draw scenario during the day, and I felt that the draw was probably the least likely, and that was 20 minutes ago. And yet the poll during the tea interval seemed to almost have the draw now as favourite, which I find slightly unusual. I still think both these will go hard for the win for a long time yet. Hill tries to whip that away. Shaw dropped that a little bit short, and he's perhaps missed out a bit there. Matt Taylor's done the fielding at mid-on.
Let me put a scenario to you. If Yorkshire lose a couple of wickets here, at what stage of the game do they bail out and go for the draw?
Oh, I think they've got enough batting down the order. So you'd say at 4. I don't think they don't bail out. I mean, Northants got to 8 wickets down and 5 overs to go last week before they bailed out.
Yeah.
Shaw in, Hill down the leg side. He's got anything on that or not. It's going to go all the way to the boundary. It may just be 4 leg byes. Yeah, nothing off the bat. And Gloucestershire will be irritated by a boundary in the extras column.
And likewise, should Yorkshire the runs start flowing, at what stage do Gloucestershire then start? Because you can throw it down the leg side in red ball 4-day cricket, or spread the field. At what stage do they do that?
I think it's much harder for Gloucestershire to try and close this out for a draw. Shaw's going down the leg side again. That's off the pad. There's somebody backing up to that throw, which there is, and Marcus Harris doing the backing up. I think I think it was on your commentary last week actually, where you said that the batting side have 2 options here, 2 very clear outcomes.
Yeah.
The fielding side, much less easy to say that the draw is a valid outcome for them.
Yeah, I agree.
In this situation,
I agree.
Shaw against Hill, staying over the wicket, and that's the off stump. He got 5 men saving a single. Josh Shaw opening over after tea. And the Yorkshire target, we'll keep the core details on the bottom of the screen obviously throughout this last session, because it becomes increasingly important. There's the full card of the second innings. 58 for 2, Hill and Milan the not-out batsman, but there's the short form. 60 overs is the key number, so 36 to go, and they need 153 more.
And I think there's also a stage as well when you do start chucking it down the leg side, the umpires step in and start having a little word with Graham Van Buren about maybe the spirit of cricket, perhaps. So 153 needed. Zafar Gahar is going to take us away after tea from the pavilion end. He's going to be bowling to the left-handed David Malan. He's going to come over the wicket, try and put some into those footholes outside David Malan's off stump. See if he can get any purchase out of this pitch. As he approaches the crease, and that's off the pad. Goes down where leg slip would have been. I think it was only off the thigh pad, but an encouraging start there for Zafar Gahar after tea.
Just say Ollie Price is still on the field for Ben Charlesworth, who we haven't seen field at all in this second innings. Price is out at mid-wicket.
Zafar Gahar into the crease, and David Malan prods forward. Takes a couple of steps down the pitch as if he's inquiring about the single, just to keep the fielding side honest. There's a gap there at cover. His good captaincy offering David Malan the drive, and if Zafar Gahar can get one to spin back from outside off stump into David Malan's stumps, maybe through the gate, and that's a different line. That's on middle stump, and David Malan prods that through the leg side. David Malan with the nickname of AC.
Creative people, cricket. Lovers, aren't they?
Indeed. Here we go, Gahar in, and that's worked onto the leg side. Tom Lace stopping. Probably would have been a single there, actually, so well done to Tom Lace. Bristol people soaking this up. What a final session in play. Here's Zafar Gahar, and that's defended. But yeah, what a final session we've got here. Been a healthy crowd over the 4 days. Healthy numbers on the stream as well. Here's Zafar Gahar, and David Malan pokes that into the leg side. He'll take a comfortable single. And that will be the end of the over. So 58 for 2. George Hill on 19. David Malan on to 12.
25 of the 60 overs gone. Yorkshire are going to be pacing this very carefully. And we've seen some very well-paced run chases in the Championship, particularly by Gloucestershire here.
Yeah, but they've got an experienced campaigner out there in Malan. He's now in his mid-30s. He knows what it's like to win a county championship. He knows what it's like to win 4-day games of cricket as well, doesn't he? He's been in this situation countless times.
Yeah, and he knows that they can have a dart at it from quite a late situation. Shaw in! That was a big appeal there. We strangled appeal from Shaw, almost getting through Malan's defences.
Yeah, I think there must be some bat on this.
Second look at this. Round the wicket.
He must have got some bat on that.
Otherwise it's knocking out Midland leg, isn't it?
Yeah.
Shaw doesn't bowl much that's short. Generally pitches it up. Malan on the bounce into the hands of Ryan Higgins at extra cover. The field for Josh Shaw. He's got a third and a fine leg involved here. Just Hammond in the slips. Ajit Singh Dale is at mid-on. Van Buren at mid-wicket. Ollie Price is at point for the left-hander. And that's pitched right up, clipped away. Tom Lace is on the sweep at deep square, and they'll just pick up a single. Throw a little bit on the half volley to James Bracey, but he got there.
Beautifully poised, this game.
Must be. I'm thinking that must be Marcus Harris down at fine leg. I don't see him anywhere else. So he might have been in that position at short mid wicket or short cover, but that's Van Buren and Higgins respectively. Short to the right-handed George Hill, and worked into that position again. They're saving important singles there, those two. Just trying to nudge the run rate up a little bit.
Yeah, Gloucestershire just squeezing this, just sucking the life out of this Yorkshire innings and the momentum. And that'll be part of their game plan. Create wickets through pressure.
Bracey to the right-handed Hill. Well, a short to the right-handed Hill, as you were. And that's a wild delivery, I'm afraid. It's down the leg side and it's gone for 4 wides. And just saying that Josh Shaw doesn't bowl much that's short. And yet that was a bit out of character, really. Uncontrolled. And he doesn't often do that. He doesn't really have the extreme pace to bowl the short one. And not only was it short, it was ill-directed. Ajit Singh Dale just doing some stretching. Shaw will try again. Nothing short this time. Steered away down to third man by George Hill. They'll pick up 1 run. Applause from in the seats in the Marker Lane stand and the Jack Russell stand down below the apartments. And Hill goes on to 20. Milan's not really got going yet, but he doesn't look unduly flustered by that.
No, as I said, he's been around the block, David Milan, and he won't be fazed by this.
Shaw back round the wicket to the left-hander. Milan does crack this away, and it's a good stop from Ollie Price in the gully. It didn't take it cleanly, but it was a good stop with no fear of an overthrow. So Shaw has bowled 4 overs for 12. Zafar Gahar 4 overs for 10. Ajit Singh Dale 6 overs 1 for 11. Matt Taylor 6 overs 1 for 10. Ryan Higgins 6 overs no wicket for 12.
Yeah, I think we might see Ajit Singh Dale. I thought he was he's just warming up, getting himself loose, and I thought he was absolutely fantastic before the tea break. He was running in, making things happen, and Ryan Higgins is also the go-to man. It wouldn't surprise me if we see him with the ball in his hand before too long.
The challenge for Singh Dale is to back up that first spell with another one.
Yep. Zafar Gahar. And that's foot movement, and that's gloriously driven down the ground there by George Hill, moving his feet to the pitch of the ball and pumping him through mid-off for 4 runs. Lovely shot.
Yeah, it's nice use of the feet. We haven't really seen much of that to Zafar. And now Gloucestershire are going to say, OK, we're going to put a man back on the boundary at long off for that shot.
Yeah, extra cover just comes in slightly tighter. Here's Zafar Gahar, and again he moves his feet, but can only find the man at mid-wicket. George Hill on the dance floor, as they say, moving his feet. What Zafar Gahar got in response? Here he comes into the wicket and bowls. George Hill resolutely defends it. Just goes out to Ollie Price, 12th man.
Yeah, Zafar just remarked his run there. I just wonder if he's going to go a little bit wider in the crease. He didn't in the end, but he might do.
Here he comes, and that's driven out to long off pleasantly for a single. I think Zafar Gahar might want to be bowling at the left-handed David Milan here. He's got a little bit of the foot marks to work with. Pitch the ball into the rough. See if he can get it to spit.
Hill's trying to take that out of the equation by using his feet, isn't he?
Yeah. I wonder if David Milan will do the same. Here we go. Big swing, and that has gone for 6 runs into the car park. Rather concerningly towards my car, actually, Ian. But big shot there by David Milan. Picks him up. And that makes the run rate look a lot healthier for Yorkshire, doesn't it?
77 for 2. They've added 23 since tea.
Big shot by David Milan. Picking him up
But
through the leg side.
The run rate achieved is now up to 3 and over. And therefore that's obviously bringing the run rate necessary down, and it's also giving Graham Van Buren a problem if he thinks that Yorkshire are trying to hit his spinner out of the attack.
Yeah, here's Zaffagar to David Milan, who gets onto the front foot and puts down the offside. Good over there for Yorkshire. 77 for 2. Hill on to 25. David Milan on to 19. 134 needed.
So Zaffa's bowled 5 overs for 21 now, and I wonder if that 1 over might provoke Graham Van Buren to recalling maybe Ajit Singh Dale or Ryan Higgins just for another short burst. Obviously he has no issues over a number of overs for his bowlers other than how he juggles them. Hill waits for Josh Shaw. He's going to continue from this actually down road end. That's a very nice shot, powered away, square of the wicket past Tom Lace. It will run all the way up to the boundary for 4, and a 50 partnership between these two. They were 30 for 2 in the 17th over, so they've added 51 in 10 overs. Doesn't feel like that.
No, and it's looking ominous for the hosts here. That was a gorgeous shot, and George Hill looks a very, very good player.
Runs starting to come for Yorkshire. Gloucestershire need a wicket or 2. Short in, and Hill stands tall and turns it out on the onside. 29 he's got, George Hill. He's been out there for an hour and 40 minutes, but what he's done is he's really given the innings a solid platform.
Yeah.
And he knows that there are people who are enterprising batters further down the order.
Blunted the new ball as well, hasn't he, which is crucial on this.
Just a 1 slip. Hill works that straight to Van Buren at short mid-wicket. 5 men saving a single here for Gloucestershire, plus a 3rd man and a fine leg where there is only 1 run. They've got a deep square and a slip.
How crucial will be those 2 close LBW calls with David Milan be?
Short rubs the ball in his trousers as he gets back to the end of his run, and he comes right on over the wicket. That's short. It's a bit leg side once more. Gloucestershire just struggling a little bit with the line here, and they'll come briskly back for 2 runs.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if we see a change at both ends here, actually.
Yes, possibly. Gloucestershire got through a couple of cheap overs before tea, but since tea, Yorkshire have picked things up. They've added 29, and this is only the 5th over. Well, very wide from shore, might be called a wide, and is in fact by Ian Blackwell. Just shows how wide that was. Almost not even on the cut strip there.
Yeah, I wonder if Josh Shaw's just feeling the pressure a little bit.
Well, he was unhappy with that leg side bouncer in the last over. Turns it into his run. Pulling in a short sleeved Gloucestershire shirt, number 5 on his back. He'll let that go. But it's amazing how within 20 minutes Yorkshire seem to have just wrestled the initiative a bit.
Yeah, and good sides do that, don't they? You can see that, you know, this is a Division 1 side, and for all their troubles over the winter, Yorkshire still have strong pedigree, don't they?
They're going to be down to around about half the total in half the overs here. This is the 28th out of 60. They'll be just short of halfway in reality, but that's absolutely fine in a run chase. You'd expect it to quicken up later on. And they've got wickets in hand, and they've got two men who have picked up again after tea. The Gloucestershire haven't got an early wicket in these early overs after the resumption. 54 for 2 at tea, and now 84 for 2, so 30 added.
Yeah, Zafar Gahar's still going to continue.
30 added in only 5 overs actually.
Got deep mid wicket and a deep backward square. Here we go. Comes into the crease. Reverse sweep, big appeal for LBW. Alex Wolf unmoved.
Zaffar's been enthusiastically appealing for a couple of these.
Let's have a look at this on the replay. He's outside the line. Dangerous shot though from David Milan, and he gets that one, nudges that one fine. That's going to run away down below us, and that's 4 runs. Delicate from David Milan. It's all action here. The Seat Unique Stadium in Bristol.
There's not a lot in this pitch for Zafar Gahar on the, here we are on the 4th day in the last session, and it's any assistance he's getting is very slow.
Yeah.
And there isn't a great deal of assistance either.
Yeah, it's slow turn. You can adjust to it, can't you? Here he is coming in to Milan, who dead bats that one back to him. 88 for 2. Milan on to 23. George Hill 31. Are there any more twists and turns in what's been a wonderful 4-day game? Here's Zafar Gahar in, and Milan hits that one, and it hits Tom Lace at short leg. Wonderful, wonderful advert for Championship cricket this. We've had the weather, no interruptions in the 4 days, healthy crowd. It's been really, really good to watch. Here's Zafar Gahar to Milan, and Tom Lace well fielded. Stops a single.
We will have had, I'm just totting this up in my head here, nearly 1,200 runs in the game.
Yeah. Yep. And 32 wickets so far. Can Zafar Gahar make it 33? And that again is just worked gently into the onside. Tom Lace fielding. That's the end of the over. And are we going to see a change from the Ashley Down Road end? But Yorkshire have to be favourites now, don't they, Ian Randall?
Yeah, I think they are now. Josh Shaw has still got his cap and sweater on, and Ryan Higgins is going to come back into the attack. I think that's a fair call from Graham Van Buren. He's got to make something happen here to just disrupt this progress that Yorkshire have made from 30 for 2 to 88 for 2. But the target is 2-1-1. He's got to, if he's going to have Zafar with any kind of impact on the match, he's got to have some runs in the bank to bowl with. Those runs are eking away, and therefore he's got to find that if Zafar can't do, he's got to find a way in some other way.
Yeah.
And then bring the spinner back.
Yeah, he's just got to rotate his bowlers, hasn't he, and see what happens.
So Ryan Higgins in a new spell from the Ashley Down Road end, and Hill drives that pleasantly down the ground. That'll be 4. Gosh, he's played that right out of the middle, almost with no apparent effort, and he's just timed that straight down the ground. That is the shortest of the straight boundaries, but he's just picked that up, and just all in the timing.
Looks a lovely player, doesn't he?
It's not quite a half volley, but Hill on to 35. Higgins to bowl 2 minutes outside the off stump, and we're now down to a situation where we have no slips. Graham Van Buren just conscious that he's got to defend what he has and try and force a mistake.
Still 119 runs required. It's still a long way to go in this game. It's not over yet.
But it's the rate is only at 4, and Yorkshire have got 2 men quite well set at the moment. Higgins in, and Hill defends. This is the over that marks the halfway point. Six men saving a single. 4 on the offside, 2 on the leg.
A few travelling fans had a lovely weekend down in the West Country. Looking forward to a Yorkshire win down below us.
Higgins to Hill. And straight to Tom Lace at point. So he's got a point, a cover, quite straight. Marcus Harris, I think they're in the glasses, and then Van Buren at extra cover, and Singdale at mid-off. George Hill waits again for Higgins. Oh, and he's drifted that past the off stump and through to James Bracey. Near things haven't quite produced for Gloucestershire in this second innings.
Clive, get your head down, George, from the Yorkshire folk down below us.
Replay. Hill pushed at that, but it wasn't a hard push. Higgins past umpire Blackwell. Balls again, and then, if nothing else, you can expect Ryan Higgins to try and be accurate and give the batsman nothing too cheap. He back into the attack, first over of a new stint. He is no wicket for 16 at the moment. Taylor 1 for 10 and Ajit Singhdale 1 for 11. The wicket takers. Yorkshire halfway. They are 92 for 2. 30 overs gone, 30 overs to go, and they need 119. So it's 4 and over as near as makes no odds.
Yeah.
Two wickets down.
And this should be easy for Yorkshire. They've got 8 wickets in hand. Otis Gibson will not be happy if they throw this away from this position.
Now this is the challenge for Ajit Singhdale, who produced a really good spell first change, but now probably barely an hour later he's got to come back and do it again.
Here he is into the crease, Singhdale, and short to David Milan, and he's got that straight into the car park. I know it's 1 bounce for 4. But short, and David Milan is latching onto anything short, isn't he?
I had a lot of time to play that.
He did.
Look at the replay. This is the loosener from Singhdale. It was short, and Milan picked the length really quickly.
Yeah, you can't afford to be short on this Bristol pitch. It's getting slower as the game goes on. It's actually getting better, but slower. And if you're short, it just sits up, and it's got "hit me" written all over it. Here's Singhdale. And Milan plays that into the offside, doesn't time it, but he's got his 4 off the over. He doesn't need to do anything else. He just needs to stick around now.
No, that was the heavy ball you've been referring to. There was no timing in that, but there was plenty of timing in the delivery before. If you have been out on this Easter day, joining us on the stream this late afternoon, nearly 4:30, you've missed a good day's cricket, but you've still might have a good finish to enjoy here.
Singhdale in. Oh, that stays low. The big appeal. So I think it's pitched outside leg stump anyway, but that did not bounce. David Milan is probably thanking his lucky stars he didn't go back and try and pull that one, because that did not bounce. Pitched outside leg stump. Cannot be LBW.
Graham Van Buren's put the slip back in for Milan here.
Yeah,
Miles Hammond back in there.
Yeah, he's gone to a second, and Singhdale there keeping David Milan honest. Line and lengths, good principles. Crowd loving this.
So the game at Northampton last week went to 2 balls from the end of the match, And bearing in mind that Ryan Higgins, it was a difficult chance, but he dropped a caught and bowled off the third to last ball. You could have had a situation where the number 11 had to come out for the last 3 deliveries of the game.
Yeah. Here's Singdale into David Milan, who has laced that one through the offside. Glorious shot, and that's 4 runs.
And Singdale couldn't believe that Milan had done that, but that's the difference between a really good player and somebody who's in the middle order of the team in the second division. It was quite wide, but Milan picked it early. 100 up for Middlesex.
You have to
4 up for Middlesex. That was his former county. 100 up for Yorkshire.
You have to have a man out there if you're going to bowl that line. And I wonder if Singdale needs to come around the wicket to him, because you can't have men everywhere. You have to bowl a line and set a field. You have to be one side of the wicket or the other. Here's Singdale to David Milan. And that is hit over the top of mid-off. Dismissive. And that's 4 runs, 104. David Milan looks like he's really in the mood here.
Yeah, I think Milan has worked out that there is nothing in this pitch that he really needs to be fearful of in terms of playing his shots. He and Hill are now both on 35. Milan's got to 35 off only 40 balls, and he looks to be driving this Yorkshire chase. They're almost halfway there now, 104 for 2, and Gloucestershire desperately need probably 2 wickets. Higgins in, and Hill also looks well set. He's on 35 too, and I know we've mentioned this before over the last 4 days, but it does come back to the fact that you would much rather be batting last on these pitches, and now Yorkshire seeing why that toss was so important. Higgins in, Hill out on the offside.
Yeah,
they are in control of what's happening out there. That's how it feels.
They certainly are. And if Gloucestershire do lose this, they deserve more than 3 points out of this game. You know, the efforts of Marcus Harris and James Bracey in particular deserves a lot more than 3 points out of this game.
Higgins in, dabbed away by Hill, down to Zafar Gohar at third man. Come in for a single. Just looking at the score at Canterbury, Kent are still batting, 279 for 9. They lead by 33. Jackson Bird has 17. Ben Compton has 115. The last pair together. They were in danger of losing by an innings, but they've averted that. And the last wicket pair still in.
Well,
it would be a famous escape if they could bat that out.
Yeah.
That would be a long shot, you'd say.
That'll be pleasing those Yorkshire fans down below us as well, won't it?
Higgins going round the wicket to Milan. And again, a little steer down to the fielder in front of the small scoreboard. They've come back for 2. That's good running. Marcus Harris down there, I think. But Yorkshire starting to... It's not quite tip and run, but they're really looking to turn the pressure, aren't they, on Gloucestershire by keeping the scoreboard ticking now from their point of view. Higgins in, that's short, clubbed away by Milan. That will be 4 more. It was a bit short, and Milan is powering through the 30s very quick. He's got to 41.
Can Gloucestershire use the Nelson? 111 for 2. They need something here.
Yeah, Milan really deciding that he's going to boss this run chase.
Yeah.
Exactly 100 needed. Higgins into Milan. That's a bit straighter. Milan forced to defend. But Higgins now 8 overs for 23. 8 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 23. And the question is, and this is always likely to be the case, and again, this was part of a conversation I had with somebody last night. You've got 2 challenges for Gloucestershire. The batsmen are coming up against better bowlers, and the bowlers against better batsmen. And so, can the better batsmen survive, and can the the bowlers carry a threat against a more skillful operator 22 yards away? And at Northampton, they carried a threat late on, but this pitch isn't offering them much.
Singdale into the attack, and that's aerial, and that's out. He's chipped it to mid-wicket. Oh, this game confounds us all. What's he done that for? It was going so smoothly for George Hill. 36 of 89 balls. And Ajit Singdale weaves his magic again.
And Graham Van Buren.
Nelson works.
Graham Van Buren, I think, with the catch. And 111 for 3. Nelson strikes again. Still Milan remains the key wicket, but Hill, he is trudging off. He knows he's certainly set this up for his team, but he should have been able to make it more comfortable. He goes for 36, and it's 111 for 3.
A little bit of inexperience showing there, perhaps, and there's no need to do that. David Milan's motoring along at the other end. He's on a run of ball 41. Hill's there grinding out. He's done all the hard work there. He's got 88 balls, 89 balls. He's seen off the new ball, and he's just chipped it into the onside. And Graham Van Buren snaffling the catch. And we are going to see Harry Brook, who got a brilliant century in the first innings. But I tell you what, another one here. You never know, Ian Randall, you never know.
Well, Milan looks in great touch at the moment, it must be said, and I'm sure he will just be having a word with Brook as he walks out. I mean, Brook will be, you'd think, brimful of confidence, having got 100 in the first innings.
You'd think so?
There is not a lot of time pressure. 100 in 28 overs is not a difficult chase.
He's a class player, Harry Brook, and I tell you what, there's a little bit of cloud cover coming now. It's the sun's just poked behind the clouds, and I wonder if that will aid swing bowlers in any shape or any form.
So Brook to take strike for his first ball. So he's at 5. Harry Duke at 6. Don Bess at 7.
I tell you, another wicket now, though.
Jordan Patterson, Jordan Thompson. Still some batting to come for Yorkshire.
Yeah. Singdale in. And that's wide of off stump. And Harry Brook gets a good sighter, lets it go through to the gloves of James Bracey.
What Gloucestershire might be able to do for a couple of overs here, if they can keep Brook on strike, is just to keep themselves out of the Milan firing line, if I can call it that.
Yeah.
Temporarily, just while Brook settles in.
Slip coming in, Miles Hammond coming into first slip. Well, he's actually at second slip. He's floating. He's very wide there. And Graham Van Buren just hoping something else happens for his side. Singdale in. Harry Brook. Thou shalt not pass. He's behind that. Solid. And he's got a lot of time here. He can have a look for a while.
He could, yeah, he could.
Yeah, well, David Milan is motoring at the other end, but I tell you what, another wicket here, and they'll be strapping their pads on in that Yorkshire dressing room. The jitters will start going, the nerves will start going, and pressure
if they could get Milan out.
Yeah, pressure does funny things to sides.
That that would just reignite the hope a little bit.
Singdale in, and Brooke plays it out to mid-off, and he's going to get one. So he's opened his account in the second innings to add to his 101. He was out in bizarre fashion. He just got a little bit late on a ball from Josh Shaw, and it just gently dribbled back, and the off bail just literally popped up out of its grooves and hit the floor.
Singdale's going to come round the wicket to Milan. Change. Oh, he's
No,
not.
he's
He
going
was
to
going to,
yeah.
but Brooke was standing on the wrong side.
Yeah, I thought he was as well, but here's Singdale into the crease to David Milan, short ball. David Milan goes pulling, and it's gone down to fine leg, only one. He's going to take that short ball on David Milan. Do you try and work him with it, or is it going to end up in the car park? It's a dangerous game to play.
I think he's played that pull shot well enough that I'm not sure I'd be giving him another option on that.
No. Ajit Singdale. Can he pick up his third wicket here? Into the crease. Harry Brooke works that into the offside. Ollie Price on his 12th. Fields that, and that's the end of the over. And that's a much needed wicket for the home side.
113 for 3. Yorkshire, they're chasing 211. It was a game that has sort of naturally reached this run chase situation. No declaration necessary. Gloucestershire batting on. They were 8 wickets down at lunch. They've lost 2 wickets in the morning session. And in all, the last 4 wickets added 106. Bracey was last out for a career best, 177. And that left Yorkshire to get 211 in 60 overs. They're 113 for 3. This is the 34th. And Ryan Higgins in. Milan squeezes that down the leg side, and that'll be 4 more. He got it off the bat as well. James Bracey couldn't haul it in. And Higgins walks ruefully back to his mark.
Is that a chance?
I don't think so. No, he didn't get a glove on it anyway.
Be a tough one.
It's very fine. Nothing that Phil could do about that. Milan out onto the offside.
That's where to bowl to David Milan. Bowl wicket to wicket. Let him make the mistake, because I think he will take it on whatever.
$19 extras in this Gloucestershire total, in this Yorkshire total, as you were. Higgins from the Ashley Down Road end, past Ian Blackwell. Again, it's down the leg side. Good stop from James Bracey. That'll be another bye. Oh, is that only on the pad there? No, well away from Milan, and that will bring Harry Brooke on to strike. Higgins it's starting to go a bit in the air for him, but it's directionally not as he can't find the direction at the moment.
Bit of cloud coming in. I don't know what this is. We haven't seen clouds for a number of days, have we, Ian?
I've been very lucky with this game. Not a single interruption of any sort. 6 saving the single, 4 on the offside, 2 on the leg. But there's nobody short in the gully area, so another 1 for Harry Brooke, who's just feeling his way into this innings at the moment. For Milan, just seeing if it's still 4 saving ones. Actually, only it's not, if it's 6, it's only 5. Actually, they've dropped a man out at deep square, and they've got a man out as the cover sweeper as well. 3 on the offside, saving 1. Higgins to Milan, and finds the gap. And in fact, he does more than find the gap. He's got 4 for that. That was just a push, but he's timed it so well. There's no chance of Matt Taylor hauling that in, and it's raced away to the Kennington Avenue boundary for 4 more. 123 for 3.
That was pure timing. Straight out the middle of the bat. As you said, just a gentle nudge through the offside. And he's beaten the man out of deep cover.
Could be on for a runner ball 50 here, David Milan. Higgins round the wicket. And a little dab down to third man for a single. So he will keep the strike at the start of the next over. Milan has 47 and Brook 2. There's the short form details of the game. There's the Yorkshire card. 24 extras, as you can see there. That's 20% of the total. And Gloucestershire, well, they need a double breakthrough here to make some sense of things. Otherwise, Yorkshire are going to steam towards the target. They need another 87, but they've got 26 overs. And at the moment, they're probably 5 overs in hand, if not a bit more. I would guess in terms of getting to the target.
Ajit Singhdale's going to come around the wicket to David Milan, which I think is a good move. You need to cramp him up a little bit for room. If you allow him to swing his arm, free his arms up, he's going to murder you through the offside, isn't he?
47 off 49 with 6 fours and a 6.
Singhdale into the crease. And that's a short ball. David Milan picks that up. That's his 50. 51 off exactly 50 balls. 7 fours, 1 6. And this has been a masterclass in how to chase down a total. Well batted, David Milan.
Yes, he's really worked out that this is a good pitch to be batting last on.
Yeah. Singhdale into him, and he hits that one through the offside. I think about a single, but
he was winding up for that.
Yeah, he is. I think he's going to wind up for most stuff here. He knows he's got wickets in hand.
He doesn't look at the moment to be somebody who's saying, I want to be here at the end. He's effectively saying, I'm going to attack hard, and if I can get us close to the target, the rest of the batting can finish the job.
Singhdale into David Milan, who flicks that one through the onside just for a comfortable jogged single.
Yeah, people like I use the Michael Klinger example. Kane Williamson is another one who just paces chases very, very well in the sense that they want to be there at the end. They will police what's happening. They back themselves, and more often than not, they get it right. Here, I just think Milan is going to play with freedom, and he will get. He'll either get Yorkshire to the target very quickly, or say if he doesn't, he's broken the back. He's broken the back of it.
Singhdale to Harry Brook, who drives him firmly out to mid-off. No run. He either looks like that, or he looks like a man with a party to go to. Because he's flying.
He doesn't fancy a late Sunday evening on the M1.
No. No long journey back up to Leeds. But it'll feel a lot better. They've got 22 points in the bag. Singhdale comes into Harry Brook. Again driven firmly out to mid-off. The ball's not really doing much now, is it, Ian Randall?
No, I think Gloucestershire knew when the danger period was. Obviously right at the outset. A little bit before tea, when the ball was just doing a little bit on the wobble, and George Hill wasn't finding the gaps at that point. But whether there was a change of thought process from Yorkshire at tea, I'm not sure, but they came out very positively.
Singhdale, slightly slower ball, rolls his wrist across that, rolls his fingers across it, and doesn't deceive Harry Brook. No, plays it into the onside. That's the end of the over. 129 for 3. Brook on 2. David Milan 52. And we've had 35 overs gone, 25 remaining. Yorkshire needing just 82.
I think
Should be a walk in the park, shouldn't it?
Graham Van Buren has got some problems here, because effectively Yorkshire have kind of prevented Zafar Gahar from strangling the scoring rate at one end. They haven't hit Ryan Higgins out of the attack. They've certainly dented his effectiveness at the other. So he's come off, and now Matt Taylor's coming back.
Just to chuck something into the equation, that's not rain in the distance there, is it?
Not that's going to worry us, I don't think. So
it looks like rain. It looks like it's out there. It's quite a way away.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to impact on us here. Certainly I haven't got a local weather app on my phone, but I'm sure I know a man who does. Cam's going to go and look at the radar. It looks a long way away to me.
That really would be a fly in the ointment.
129 for 3. 211 is the target. Matt Taylor in. Oh, that spat a little bit on Milan. Well, just looking at the rain radar, that looks, if there is any rain about, there's not a.
Maybe something at 7, 8. No, maybe something later on, 7, 8, 9 o'clock.
Yeah, so at least an hour after we finished.
Yeah.
Taylor over the wicket. Milan almost past the diving Ollie Price, I think that is there at.
Good fielder, isn't he?
Yeah, that's Miles Hammond actually, who's come out from the slips into that position on the offside. Taylor first over of a new spell into Milan. That's on his pads. It's a whale past Van Buren. Lace will keep them down to 1, and Hammond backs up the throw. Not an easy take at the bowler's end. But yeah, if you get 1,200 runs in a championship match over 4 days, and you're probably still going to be playing well after 5:30, I think most umpires and the ground staff will be pretty pleased with the surface that's been produced.
I think it's been an absolutely brilliant cricket wicket, this.
For this game. Taylor round the wicket to the right-handed Harry Brook. This bumbles that away for a single. And a reminder, after 2 rounds of the championship, it's going to be Somerset at the bottom of the table. Kent have been dismissed, and Lancashire need 34 is their target to beat Kent at Canterbury. So they're going to make those. Taylor is driven up to mid-off, but a tremendous century in that game from Ben Compton in the Kent second innings. Following on a long way behind, he was last out for 115. So a bit of a James Bracey type innings. 115 out of 279 he made. Kadri, batting at number 9, made 77 as a helper to him. And here is there a change of bat? Yeah, Milan didn't like the.
Yeah, it sounded a bit tinny.
The last one.
Here's Zafar Gahar as Graham Van Buren shuffles his pack, trying to make something happen, trying to weave some magic, trying to winkle out one of these two. Still 80 runs needed. It's not over yet.
But I think 80 and 14 will be interesting, but 80 and 24.
Yeah.
Yorkshire are firm favourites.
Huge favourites. Zafakar, can he winkle one out?
Moving
Yeah.
Singdale across for that little dab shot of Harry Brook. So he's almost at backward point on the single there.
Yeah, I think it's a good move. I think, you know, Harry Brook hasn't seen him, so let's see if he can make something happen. Harry Brook uses his feet. He's come down the wicket. He's got it into the offside. He didn't time it, but he's going to get one.
Bit of a swat that, wasn't it?
Yeah, it wasn't clean. Wasn't a good shot. Zafakar going to go over the wicket to the left-handed David Milan. Try and find some rough to work with. Maybe get one to spit out of it.
The double teapot from Zafar, you can just see the frustration. He doesn't feel as if he's had much luck in this game with the ball. Batted well this morning, made 40 in the second innings. But you know, this is really where you want him to be involved in the game. Fourth day, you hope there's going to be some help for him in the pitch, but in this one, it's just become too good a surface, if you can have such a thing.
Yeah.
It's almost become too good a surface, and the bowlers, as they generally do, they find it hard to get 10 wickets in the fourth innings.
Here's Gar tossing the ball from hand to hand over the wicket to David Milan, who languidly works round that front pad, pushes it into the onside, no run.
79 more needed by Yorkshire.
And Milan just eases that into the offside and picks up the single. And that's all they need to do from here on in. Just need to work the ones and twos. They don't need to take any risks.
The rate's down to barely 3 and over now. And it was 4 and over at tea. So they've really done a good job here in this first hour after tea. So anything loose has been punished. And they've got it, Yorkshire, here into a position where they really ought to win.
Brook gives himself a little bit of room, goes cutting, finds the man at backward point, Ajit Singh Dale. No run. Here's Zafakar, and Brook again gives himself room. Finds that one. Manages to get that one a little bit squarer. And out to Ryan Higgins on the deep point boundary. It's all getting a little bit easy for Yorkshire now. Zafakar to David Milan, outside edge there. David Milan squeezes that past second slip and he's going to get 4. But that really is a moral victory to the bowler. Beats him all ends up there. And a full shot from David Milan, but he's got 4 runs. And he's still at the crease.
Yes, I mean, Hammond threw himself to his left to pick up one catch in the Yorkshire first innings, but that was lower, and that's the view towards the apartments. Quite a few of the balconies occupied late on this Easter day. And Matt Taylor to continue from this Ashley Down Road end. 37 of the 60 overs gone, so approaching the 2/3 mark. But Yorkshire 73. 73 still needed, but the overs is very much in their favour now. Good Yorker from Matt Taylor round the wicket, blocked out by Harry Brook.
Yeah, they'd be disappointed if they didn't win this from here.
Goodness, yes. I mean, especially with one man going well now in Milan.
Yeah.
Milan will just say to, I'm sure, Brook in particular, you know, you've got, they have time on their side now.
Yeah.
They can take 23 of the 24 overs if they want. They don't have to get there early, but Milan will just want to take what's on offer if there are any loose deliveries put down here by Gloucestershire late on this fourth day.
Some clouds just moving in here. Don't think it's gonna bother us.
Pitched up by Taylor, almost on the half volley, sort of almost pitching half volley in Yorker length, and because Brooks just come in, he didn't really chase after that. So the table will be interesting after this second round of games. Obviously Northants didn't play in this round. The projected table probably have Lancashire top, I would think, Dan.
I think Essex are top.
Where would Lancashire go if they win at Canterbury?
Let's have a look. Bear with me.
Singdale at mid-off. Ollie Price in the covers. Tom Lace at point.
Okay, so as it stands, this is without a Lancashire win yet. But Surrey would be top with 35 points, followed by Essex on 31. Hampshire on 25. All the three sides have played 2 games.
Taylor in, worked away by Brook to Miles Hammond. He'll try and throw the stumps down. Oh, good effort. He doesn't hit, but well backed up by Graham Van Buren. I think Brook would probably been home.
Then you'd have Lancashire, who look like they're going to beat Kent, so they would move on to 24. So that group there really sort of moving ahead there on sort of between 24 and 35 points. Then you've got Kent on 15, Gloucestershire on 15. Both played 2 games. Northants on 13, having played 1. Warwickshire on 13, having played 1.
Matt Taylor to Milan. That's outside the off-stump, cry of catch, but it's bounced short of the sweeper out on the boundary, Ryan Higgins, and they'll come in for 1 run. It was aerial for a while from Milan, but he knew on the weight of shot that Higgins wasn't going to reach it. And we got tick up to 38 overs gone.
Yorkshire, if they win this, will go on to 23, I think. So Warwickshire will be second bottom. Northants will be third bottom.
22 down if Yorkshire
22. Win. And a distant bottom is Somerset, who've got 4 points from 2 games, which is a grim return.
.140 for 3, 71 needed, 22 overs to get them.
Zafagahar. Wheeling away, David Milan delicately reverse sweeps him. Lovely shot, 4 runs. This really is a top knock from David Milan. See the difference between international class here.
Zafagahar's got nothing to work with in this pitch, has he?
No.
He's got very, very slow turn, if at all. He's got a man in form, and he needed another 100 runs in an ideal world.
Zafagahar into David Milan, who plays that back to him gently.
311 in 60 overs would have been an interesting challenge, although I suspect Yorkshire might not have taken that on, actually. 261 would have been in that middle ground.
Oh, and that's well bowled, Zafagahar. That's the line he wants to be bowling. Outside off stump, turning it in. David Milan, thick inside edge, goes back down the ground. He's going to get a couple, but again, think about David Milan. He's a good player, but he'll give you a chance, won't he?
Yeah, that's the first one he's really miscued. They were saying that Zappa hasn't had much luck. Indeed, he hasn't.
Here he is. To Milan, who's got a hold of that. It's in the air. It's... he's done it. What a catch. Ryan Higgins out there. He's stepped over the rope, but he's caught it, thrown it up in the air. He stepped over the rope and come back into the pitch and caught it. And David Milan is on his way back to the hutch for 65. Is that a game changer? Ian Randall, what do you think?
I suspect that it isn't, but it's not impossible that Gloucestershire might be able to put a little bit of pressure on this Yorkshire middle order now. Milan trying to clear the rope. Higgins had to be really careful there, and I thought initially he was going to catch it without stepping over the rope, but we first had to make sure he did catch it, then threw it up in the air, as you say, took one step back, one step forward, and made sure he was inside the line when he caught it a second time. 65 needed, 6 wickets.
Cricket's a funny game. It's a funny game, Ian.
Harry Duke now coming in at number 6. Well, the patterns of the wickets on each day have been now 10, 8, 8 and 8. So what can Gloucestershire change that pattern over the last 3 days? They've got something else that they can throw at this Yorkshire middle order now.
I tell you what, if they can get Harry Brook here, you never know.
So Brook and Duke are in, and Duke is going to face, because the batsman didn't cross while the ball was in the air.
No, David Milan just stood there. I don't think he could believe what he's done. So Zafar, can he remove one of this pair of Harrys here in the middle order for Yorkshire? Oh, another one now. You never know.
2 slips in.
Yeah, Zafar into more. Well, that's nearly sneaked through. Oh, it's all happening here in Bristol.
Milan 65 off 65 balls, 9 fours and a 6.
Batted very well. Zafar in, and Duke cuts away, and that's well fielded behind square there by Ajit Singh Dale. Cuts off a certain boundary, and that's the end of the over. 146 for 4.
Safar's figures now at 8 overs, 1 for 38. And Gloucestershire sticking with Matt Taylor at the moment. There's the view from the Kennington Avenue side of the ground, across to the mound stand. 21 overs to go, 65 off 21. So it's still only 3 and over. And this is a more comfortable chase than Northants faced from this stage last week, when I think they wanted 99 off 20. Gloucester have got to dry up the runs and take wickets here, and that's to do both those things on a pretty easy pace pitch is not easy. So I wonder whether it might almost be a gamble to go for broke on the wickets, because to keep Yorkshire to 65 just doesn't look likely.
Yep, you're not going to win this now by tying them down. You have to take wickets. It's imperative.
Taylor round the wicket, and again Brook defends. They've got overs in hand, Yorkshire here. You know, they can win it on the last ball. There's no advantage to them to win it earlier.
No. No.
And therefore these two might well have a look. They've still got Jordan Thompson and Don Best to come, both of whom are capable bats. Taylor in. That's a good partial stop by Tom Lace. They will get one, but at point he's saved more than that, even though Ollie Price was covering. But they've got a man who's not been in all that long, Harry Brook, and now Harry Duke, who's new at the crease with the departure of David Milan. And Graham Van Buren just again looking at the field and saying, right, Miles Hammond, you go back into slip, I'll come back across to the leg side. And Higgins has come in on the 1 at square leg. So where's Hammond go? He's actually gone into the gully, actually. Graham Van Buren is at short mid-wicket. Easy sunshine now. Taylor round the wicket, and Van Buren is just trying to block off the singles here on the leg side. With Taylor coming round the wicket, if he's firing it in, the natural line would be for Harry Duke to try and nudge it away into the leg side, but he's not getting anywhere with that, with Van Buren there. Ring of 4 on the offside, saving 1, including Hammond in the gully. He's kind of in a catching position. Nice ball from Taylor. Duke went to push at that. Didn't get it. Didn't get a meaningful steer down to third man. Didn't get a touch to the keeper. All this set up today by James Bracey's 177.
Fantastic innings, wasn't it, Ian?
Career,
really was.
Career best. He was only really out, I think, because he was chancing his arm a bit with Ajit Singh Dale at the other end. And Matt Taylor again outside the off stump. No touch from Harry Duke. So it remains at 147 for 4. 64 still required. There are 20 overs to go.
Yeah, James Bracey's knock was a real innings of courage and heart. Got hit on the head twice, had a huge egg-shaped lump come up on his head last night, and his helmet was in pieces. Went and got a new one. That didn't last too long this morning, because Harris Ralph hit him on the head again. And he was still there, unmoved, and last man out for 177. Zafar Gahar to Harry Brook, and that is pitched outside off stump, turning away, and Harry Brook just lets that one go. I think these two are just going to have a little period of calm, have a look, not try any risks. That's tucked around the corner, and that is fine enough to get away with 4 runs. That's a good shot there. Slightly quicker ball from Zafar Gahar. Wrong line. Gets tucked around the corner for Harry Brook for a boundary.
It was a bit too much leg side that from Zafar. Lancashire have beaten Kent by 10 wickets, by the way. They've got the 36 they needed.
Zafar Gahar into Harry Brook. Big strangled shout for LBW. So, the Red Rose have won. Can the White Rose win? Will there be a win each side of the Pennines? Zafar Gahar in, and Harry Brook cuts away. Man out on the boundary. Higgins took that wonderful catch in the last over.
It's one of the ones that he had to judge it and then be clever when he'd worked out where his feet were.
Very much so.
And where his balance was heading, because his balance was clearly heading over the rope.
Very much so. Yeah, absolutely. Zafar Gahar into Harry Duke. Goes for a reverse, gets a top edge on it. And that's going to go over James Bracey. And he's going to get 4 runs. He wasn't in control of that at all. He didn't know where that was going, but the luck is with Yorkshire, and he's got away with it.
156.
Yeah, 156 for
2
4.
boundaries in this over now.
Yeah.
And
I'm wondering if we do see Ajit Singh Dale just for one last blast, see if he can make anything happen. Here's Zafar Gahar in, and Harry Duke leaves that. Yeah, 156 for 4. You're listening to Dan Whiting and Ian Randall. And what a game of cricket this has been over the last 4 days.
Yeah, it's been, I say, it's competitive throughout, and it's really taken. It's a bit like, if you imagine a horse race, Gloucestershire have been basically with Yorkshire all the way round, and they've just come up the home straight and found a little bit more over the last. That's how it feels. 19 overs to go, 55 to win. They're probably 5 overs in hand, Yorkshire here, and they're 6 wickets in hand as well. Matt Taylor to Harry Brook. In, Brook drives nice. Oh, that's a lovely shot. That'll be 4. That's raced away to the boundary at extra cover. And interesting that Duke in the last over kind of was adopting almost a one-day approach, thinking, well, you know, the best way for me to contribute to this is to try and get on with it and play some shots. That was a lovely shot from Brook. Taylor again to the right-hander. Centurion in the first innings, can't get it past Miles Hammond, I think, there under the cap.
Ian, question for you here. Do you think Yorkshire have batted extremely well, or do you think Gloucestershire have bowled badly and given them a little bit of wit, perhaps, to punish them?
I think there wasn't much at the start in the first 6 or 7 overs. No real early wicket. Well, that's a bit short from Higgins and whipped away. Well, a bit short from Matt Taylor, rather. Whipped away to Higgins, deep mid wicket. I just think that it is so difficult to feel that the pitch is going to help you much in the 4th innings. So Milan's shot arguably was an error.
Yeah.
Lythe's shot was an error.
Yeah.
Singdale produced a really good ball to beat James Wharton's defences. That is another good one from Matt Taylor. But again, it's the batsman playing inside the line rather than being beaten off the pitch. And George Hill, that was a batting mistake. I think he really just clipped it into the leg side straight to the fielder. It was an aberration. Really,
yeah.
Having gone into a decent position in his own innings, he got through the first mini session, he got past tee, got himself going again. Matt Taylor around the wicket. There's an ask for a catch at the wicket, but not upheld by Ian Blackwell, who doesn't take long over decisions normally.
The bowler didn't fancy it, did he? The slip and Bracey fancied it, but
here's the replay.
Matt Taylor was never interested.
Yes, yes, it was a very, very polite ask from the bowler, and in that situation, you generally know. 50 to win for Yorkshire. Gloucestershire need 6 wickets. They need somebody to produce a magic over. Interesting scoop round the corner from Harry Duke, and he's got 4 more. That was a very much a one-day shot, and Marcus Harris down on the boundary there. I think wasn't expecting that. And let's have a look at that here from Harry Duke. That's a proper scoop from almost outside the off stump, almost if he's playing in a T20 chase there. And Van Buren's almost got no choice here but to go back to Ryan Higgins to try and produce a bit of magic at that pavilion end. At the moment, Higgins has bowled 9 overs for 29, but the runs are coming elsewhere. Matt Taylor 10 overs for 24, which is as good as anybody. Dale 2 for 30 from his 9. Zafar 1 for 47 from his 9.
Crowd there soaking up the evening sunshine. Is this last roll of the dice by Graham Van Buren? These two. Here's Higgins coming in and straying onto the leg stump of Harry Brook, who gets it fine just for one run.
Sometimes what happens in these situations when a side gets quite close to a target, sometimes the last few runs can come quite quickly. We're not quite at that stage yet.
Yeah.
With 45 still needed.
Yeah.
But Yorkshire might soon get into the point where they think they can just throw the bat to finish it.
Yeah. It's interesting what you say about these two in one-day mode, because Harry Brook is well known for his one-day skills. Van Buren in to Harry Duke. Yeah, Harry Brook managed to get himself into the England side last year after some fine performances in the Vitality Blast for Yorkshire and for Northern Superchargers in the 100 as well. And he managed to get himself into the England side. And Harry Duke, he became the youngest player last year to make a Royal London One Day Cup century, or a limited overs century for Yorkshire, since a certain Sachin Tendulkar back in 1992 got his in a Roses game. Here's Higgins, and that's let go.
Well, you think of how the Gloucestershire fans loved Glenn Phillips last year. He got 500 runs in the T20.
Yeah.
Harry Brook got 486.
Ooh.
So you can understand where that reputation came from.
Here's Ryan Higgins. And that's dead batted by Harry Duke. Yorkshire have impressed me though. They've chased this down very well. What was a tricky target, and they've chased this down very well. And I expected mid-table mediocrity from Yorkshire before this game. But having seen them, I think there's more to come from Yorkshire. I think they might have a little say in the title race now. As Higgins comes in, and Harry Duke defends that.
I mean, it would be a reasonable assumption that Root and Bairstow wouldn't play a great deal in the Championship.
No, I think this is probably more or less their side, if I'm honest with you.
Ben Code to strengthen it from the bowling point of view. Hasn't played in this match because of injury.
Yeah, and I wonder if we might see David Willey in red ball cricket for them as well. That's wide from Higgins, and a little bit of a tempter, Harry Brook not being drawn into that. Yeah, David Willey, possibly Gary Balance. I don't know what's going on there. You know, he's not being well. And possibly Tom Kohler-Cadmore as well. He might come into their batting lineup. He's a good young. Well, he's not that young anymore. Actually, he's in his sort of mid-20s, but he's somebody who opens at the top of the order. You're gonna see him in white ball cricket. Man nicknamed Pepsi. And 13 career hundreds there. He was a Wisdom Young Cricketer of the Year back in 2013.
Josh Shaw is going to return from this Ashley Down Road end. 5 overs for 19 at the moment. He had a good little spell before tea, but then after it got taken off after a wild over. That's in a cricket sense. Shaw back in the attack. The cry of catch it as it goes down towards Zavagahar at third man on the bounce. It was a bit of a slap that from Harry Brook.
He wasn't in control, was he?
167 for 4. The main scoreboard at the back of the man stand, showing all the details of this game. Yorkshire 6 bonus points, Gloucestershire 3. But looks like 16 for the win, heading north up the M1. Well, eventually up the M1, M5, M42.
Is that where you go? You want to go in 1M6, M62?
Oh, we might go that way. Yeah, yes, you might.
Yeah.
Shaw to Harry Duke, and lets that go outside the off stump.
But Gloucestershire have played their part in a wonderful game of cricket here. They've taken Yorkshire all the way, and they'll take heart. They might not take many points out of it, but they'll take heart from this. They should be proud of what they've done.
I think Dale Bankenstein in the pre-season media conference, come back to what he said there in a moment. Shaw in and cut into the ground by Duke, not timed, fielded by Tom Lacer. It gave us the impression that, you know, if we can't win, we certainly want to make sure that we draw games. We don't want to. You can't win, you don't lose, kind of thing. And I think what you can kind of hear Dale saying it after this match. We've been very much in 2 games. We've drawn the one and we've lost the other, but we've been very competitive. Shaw in, and again Duke defending. So the question is, where can they go where they think they have a chance of actually getting some wins? Because that's what they'll need, whatever the structure of the season is going to be next year, to finish 8th or higher.
Well, you've got to think they were shorn of Chris Dent, who's one of their top batsmen over the last, is the top batsman over the last 5 years.
No Naseem Shah again.
No Naseem Shah.
No David Payne.
No David Payne. So there are people to come back into this side.
Shaw in, Duke up to mid-on, where Ryan Higgins does the fielding. Would think that Shah probably wouldn't play at Old Trafford. That seems to be the information that is filtering out from various well-placed sources. Payne, you would hope, might be able to after his COVID. Duke off the back foot again to Tom Lace. Dent obviously out this week, so a bit of a different one for a batsman, whereas a bowler's got to burn rather more energy. I know Dent, not saying that Chris Dent isn't a lively fielder, but perhaps a bit more of a case of managing the bowler after a bout of COVID than a batter.
Yeah, some of these bowlers have had a lot of overs in their legs already in the last couple of weeks in Northampton and here. 2 4-day games that have gone the distance, more or less. Matt Taylor being one of them. Ajit Singh Dale another one, but Ajit Singh Dale 4 for 72 in the first innings and a couple of wickets in the second. Can you leave him out? I'm not sure you can.
Well, if Shah isn't fit, then he might be your X factor.
Higgins in, and just Harry Brook opening the face and just working that one down to third comfortably. Yeah, he might be the X factor. The other scenario that comes into play is Marcus Harris will stay in as an overseas player after his 136. I doubt he's going to go. So you can't play Shah and Zafar Gahar. You can only play 2 overseas then.
But I suspect Naseem may not be fit for Old Trafford, so Zafar would get in anyway.
Yeah. So that would leave, if Naseem is fit for the encounter back here in 2 weeks against Surrey, as Ryan Higgins comes into the crease and Harry Duke defends that. So if he is fit for that against Surrey, that would leave Graham Van Buren with a spinning option, wouldn't it?
He would be the one spinning option available.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Miles Hammond has bowled a couple of overs in this game, but he's not really seen as a front line spinning option.
Yeah. And the other one is Ben Charlesworth. He hasn't been on the pitch today. I wonder if he's got a shoulder injury. He's had shoulder problems. We haven't seen him on the pitch. As Higgins comes in, and that's on the leg side, and that's whipped ferociously through the leg side, and that's a very nice shot there from Harry Duke. So, if Chris Dent comes back in, you're probably looking at either Hammond or Charlesworth making way for him, aren't you? Then do you put Tom Lace back at 5? Is Tom Lace too low in the order? There are loads of different equations and permutations, aren't there, Ian?
Yeah, the Charlesworth Hammond one, Ben hasn't got a score yet in the 2 games, so he might be the one that's vulnerable if Chris Dent is fit.
Yep. But I thought his bowling was decent and he makes things happen, and he's a gun fielder. Questions.
39 more.
Higgins in, and he's firmly behind that.
There's not a lot of a turnaround time, and the players, I'm sure, will have a day off tomorrow.
Yeah.
But on the basis that I'm sure they'll travel on Wednesday to Old Trafford. You've only got one day's net practice, or to formulate. I'm sure the coaching staff will be having a think.
Higgins in, and that's well fielded there by Tom
about
Lay
the tactics
scrambling
for
across.
Old Trafford. They will have had a thought already about that.
Yeah.
But
M1, M6 Old Trafford.
from Bristol.
Sorry, M5, M6.
Yeah.
Sorry. Yeah.
I'll say M1, M6 would be an odd route.
Yes.
M5, M6. Yeah. I saw a picture actually the other day of the old press box at Old Trafford, which is no more. That's gone.
Right. Okay. Been a lot of redevelopment at that
There
ground,
has.
hasn't there, in recent years? The Point, big conference centre, now overshadows the ground. The square was turned round about 10 years ago.
15 overs to go, 39 to win. Clipped away off his pads nicely, and that may go all the way for 4. He split the field there. Josh Shaw starting a new over with a delivery which Harry Brook can clip away, and this is a bit too leg side at
Yeah.
this stage.
Look at the body language from the Gloucestershire players. I think they know.
I mean, they've given a lot in this game.
They have. And they gave a lot of Northamptonshire as well.
And at 30 for 2, they probably thought one more wicket there, one more wicket quickly there would have really given them a chance. But Milan closed the door. Oh, that's a slash, and it's gone past the dive of Hammond. He wasn't going to get that. It was going so quickly, and it's 4 more. And this may be the acceleration towards victory for Yorkshire. Hammond's very wide there in the gully. It would have been an outstanding catch if he'd have clung on to that. But he wasn't able to. And Harry Brook on to 28. And there are 31 needed. Shaw looks a bit rueful as he gets the ball in his hand. Turns and comes in again, and Brook clubs that away. That's 4 more, so they've gone boundary in this over,
Yeah, the end is nigh.
and Brook trying to finish this.
But no, it's been a fantastic effort from Gloucestershire, and Yorkshire will go back home with the spoils here, but Gloucestershire have matched a very, very good side and taken them deep into the 4th day.
They haven't lost a game here in the Championship since. Well, they didn't lose the game here last year. I'm trying to remember whether they lost a home game in 2020. I don't think they did. But certainly last year was 4 wins and a draw.
Yeah, there have been some really good performances from Yorkshire as well. I mean, Matt Fisher's 4 for 19 in the first innings, and Steve Patterson's 4 in the second innings.
Shaw again to Brook. Oh, he's almost chopped that on. It's squeezed out on the leg side, and he's come down the wicket for a single. Just looking back at those 2020 results, yes, they were beaten at home both by Worcestershire and Somerset in that mini congested season. Beat Warwickshire, and the last game against Northampton was abandoned as a draw. That was in 2020, so that was the last loss, last home game that was saw the opposition take the spoils.
But for Yorkshire, the man who I think's done the most to see them home is Harry Brook. That brilliant century in the first innings was the difference between the two sides, and he's still there now. leading his side home. 33 not out.
I think Gloucestershire will also look at the ability of the Yorkshire middle order to get significant scores rather than starts, and starts which you couldn't build on.
Yeah.
That's what the better players make more runs more often.
They do, and this is Division 1 cricket now as well. There aren't no disrespect to the likes of Leicestershire, but what you're going to find, Yorkshire are going to bat deeper. They're going to have better third, fourth change bowlers, and what you're seeing here is a really good outfit who have just found that little bit extra when they needed it, and they're going to go home with the spoils. But for Gloucestershire, we've got Lancashire away next week, followed by Surrey at home, Hampshire away, and then a tasty West Country derby against Somerset here in Bristol. And I can't wait for that, but the games don't get any easier, do they?
They're not. It's a hard block, this. Higgins from the far end. I think Ajit Singh Dale's got the signal that he might be coming back at this Ashley Down Road, and Shaw's bowled 7 overs for 33. Nobody's really put the brake on since tea. $26 to win. But here, Dan, we're at 25 to 6 on the 4th day.
Yeah.
And Yorkshire haven't won the game yet. This proves, I say how it is long format, but you've got to be there right at the end. Clipped away by Harry Brook. Not quite get 100 here. I've got a 50 here. He's 35 not out. They need 24 more. He might do it. There is some cloud gathering, but nothing that's going to stop Yorkshire, I don't think. Higgins from the pavilion end. Brook out to Graham Van Buren. It'll be an interesting challenge for him too. First season as skipper, first 2 games he's lost the toss twice, so you're sort of managing against the influence a bit, aren't you?
Yeah, you are. Higgins in, and that's driven by Harry Brook through the covers, and that's 4 runs. I think it's
quite something for him to get 100 and a 50 in the same game.
Yeah, I think it's you look at the body language now from the Gloucestershire players, and they know what's coming. But fantastic effort. Higgins in from the pavilion end. Oh, and Brook nearly gets out as he did in the first innings. The portcullis just coming down slightly late, and the ball nearly dribbling back onto the stumps. Let's have a look at it. Oh, yeah, things haven't gone Gloucestershire's way this season. They've lost both tosses, they've had injury issues, but they've still battled hard. And I think you're going to see the skipper have a little twirl on you.
Oh, it is going to be Van Buren, actually. I think he did talk about Ajit Singh Dale perhaps having a bowl, but Graham Van Buren's going to come on with 20 needed for Yorkshire, 13 overs left.
Yeah.
I wonder if there's anything for Van Buren here at the end of this match, or is this the skipper? As sometimes happens you'll know this in club cricket, that the skipper brings himself on because he knows that the game is basically up.
Yeah, I think so. Nice to see.
Graham Van Buren is a sporting man. He will know that Yorkshire have battled hard over these last 4 days, but he's also conscious that Gloucester are -1 on the over rate.
Yeah.
Maybe he doesn't want to get any points penalty.
Yeah, he's quick through his overs.
At this late situation. Whipped off his pads by Duke out to Sing Dale at deep square.
It's nice to see first ball of the over. Zafar Gahar being the only man to appeal there from backward point for an LBW, which I'm sure he had a wonderful view from there.
192 for 4, Yorkshire. Heading for victory here. And a slap down the ground to Josh Shaw, who is at long on. Takes Brook to 40. He needs 10 for his half century, and Yorkshire need 18. He won't be too bothered by that if they get them. And Duke onto the back foot into his crease. Punches it out to Ryan Higgins.
Yeah, they're just trying to get through the overs here, aren't they? Trying to get their over rate back up to parity.
I wonder whether Zafar might have a bowl at the other end, actually, to that end.
Yeah, here he comes.
And he is coming back on. So Gloucestershire, and also, not that the light is a huge issue, but with Yorkshire closing in on victory, Gloucestershire say don't want to end up with an over rate problem.
No, there's a dirty grey cloud above us though here. These floodlights haven't gone on yet.
I don't think they will do, probably at this stage.
Not with energy bills the way they are at the moment, Ian. Save a few quid.
and with the two spinners on as well.
Yeah.
Most of the crowd have stayed.
Yeah.
Deep into this third session as you were.
Zafar Gahar, and that is cut, and it just goes above the head of Ollie Price at backward point. And when your luck's in, that's the sort of thing that goes to hand, isn't it? And it didn't quite get there.
50 partnership between these two.
And 4 more to Harry Brook. Moves him on to 44.
Last week it fell in the 39th over. Here we are in the 49th. They've been chasing
and
this.
That's clubbed into the onside. And that's going to be 4 more. Brings him on to 48.
And Yorkshire only require 10 now.
Yeah, not long to go.
48 or 44, I think it is.
45.
45?
Yeah, so more than a run of ball. And that one's worked into the onside. He's going to get 4 more there. That's his 50. Well batted, Harry Brook. 101 in the first innings. 52 not out in the second. 52 runs, 46 balls, 9 fours. And what a prospect. What a lovely player he is.
Yeah, if they've paced this well, Yorkshire, they looked a little bit slow at the outset, but the 60 overs did look plenty for them.
6 required. Can he do it in one hit? No. Respectfully plays Zafar Gahar back to him. Gahar coming in from the pavilion end. And Harry Brook cuts that away, back with a point. That's another 4. Just 2 to win.
Well, this is what sometimes happens, isn't it? Right at the end of an innings. And
yeah,
Yorkshire are going to get there in the 49th over.
Yeah.
So 10 overs to go. Looks as if it's an easy chase, and the reality is they've just paced it very well.
Yeah. No, well played Yorkshire, because Gloucestershire have pushed them all the way here. Zafar Gahar in to Harry Brook, who punches that off the back foot.
Not quite the 49th over, that was the last ball.
Yeah. But not long to go now, I fear.
Ian Randall.
Yeah, Zaffa's bowled 10 overs for 63 in this chase, and I know there's one expensive over there at the end, but he's not had a huge amount to work with. The wicket he got was from some smart thinking from Ryan Higgins on the boundary when David Milan went to get after him. 2 to win, and Yorkshire are going to win with a scoop from Harry Duke off Graham Van Buren down to the boundary at fine leg. The players shake hands. Graham Van Buren takes his cap from Ian Blackwell, and Yorkshire have won this match with 10.5 overs in hand, and they have won by 6 wickets. They were set 211 to win, and a bit like one or two of the situations Gloucestershire found themselves in last season, it's a nearly kind of game. If only they'd had another 50 runs to deal with, or maybe 10 overs fewer for the Yorkshire chase, would that have given them a chance of victory? They'll look back perhaps in the fact they had the poorer of the batting conditions on the first day. They'd lost the toss, there was cloud cover on the first day, and they didn't get the first innings runs that perhaps the game needed. 227 was so dependent on Marcus Harris, and then Yorkshire's response really put them in the box seat. There was a point yesterday when we wondered whether Yorkshire might force a victory on day 3, but James Bracey got some help from the lower order, and that help continued today, such that at lunchtime all 3 results were still very possible. But overall, Dan, I think what I would say is that the Division 1 knowledge, even if some of the Yorkshire boys haven't played a lot of first team cricket, the Division 1 knowledge was just a bit of a tipping point.
Yes, it was. The experience there of David Milan. The game was in the balance at tea, wasn't it? And it was the experience of David Milan who came out and changed the whole context. Sort of the impetus suddenly went with Yorkshire, didn't he? And when he was out, there was a faint hope, but by then the damage had already been done. Just going to go through the Gloucestershire bowling figures. Ryan Higgins 12 overs, 2 maidens, none for 41. Matt Taylor 10 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 24. Shaw 7 overs, 1 maiden, none for 33. Ajit Singh Dale, the pick of the bowlers, I think, 9 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 30. Zafar Gahar, a little bit expensive, although he got clubbed towards the end, so maybe doesn't really reflect the way he bowled. 10 overs, no maidens, 1 for 63. And Graham Van Buren there at the end, 1.1 overs, none for 6. For Yorkshire, Adam Lyth was out for 4, caught by Zafar Gahar off the bowling of Taylor for 4. George Hill opened up with him, he was caught by Graham Van Buren. He chipped Ajit Singh Dale to mid-wicket. David Milan caught by Ryan Higgins, that juggling catch where he stepped over the boundary, threw the ball back in and got his feet back inside the line off the bowling of Zafar Gahar. James Wharton was bowled by Ajit Singh Dale for 11. But it's the pair of Harrys, Harry Brook with 56 not out to add to his 101 in the first innings, and Harry Duke with 17, who saw them home, and they reached their target of 213 for 4 to win by 6 wickets.
Well, thanks for your company over the last 4 days, whatever part of it you may have shared with us. Thanks to James and to Shane and to Cameron on the cameras. Without their work, we couldn't bring all this to you. Our friends from Lancashire will be providing the stream, and the commentary will come from Scott Reed and Ed Seaborn at Old Trafford from Thursday. Join them for that, and you can join Dan and I back here on the 28th for the match against Surrey. The Gloucestershire adventure in Division 1 is proving challenging, but it's proving to be very, very interesting and absorbing cricket. I hope you felt it's been that over the last 4 days, even though the result hasn't gone Gloucestershire's way this time. Join us, our friends from Lancashire, on Thursday from Old Trafford, but from Dan and James and Shane and I from Bristol for this evening. Happy Easter. Good night.